Hello, hello, everyone. I am not on the screen. I'm somewhere. How are you? Hello, Pierre Brox. How are you today? Hello, Yuri. Congratulations on getting first. We have Lakas. Hello, hello. How are you? Paradise. How are you? Hello, Vasago. Welcome, welcome. Dar Zombie. Hello. You're not slated to me. The Helmic regulator's playing up again. Wrong time. You just got a Christmas ad. Well, it's already 31st. It's gonna be Christmas soon. Happy Diwali, Vasago. Hello, Cole. How are you? Hello, Gray. Congratulations on your Jolly Hot Dog. Nice. Happy Halloween, Yosh. Ash Frost. Hello, hello. Are we playing hide and seek? Maybe. Hello, hello. How are you guys? I already showed you one Halloween costume that I have at This is soon to be unleashed to the America is unleashed to the sea. Yeah, soon. But I had another Halloween costume. But can you guys guess what it is? Have you guys saw? Did you guys see my first one? Pa 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 pa. And can you guess my Halloween costume for today? Then today, yeah, sorry for the lack of streams the past few days. I've just been tired and I decided to rest. So yeah, hopefully we have a fun stream today. We're gonna talk about some supernatural beings in Filipino folklore. A scientist, ooh, a bit right about that. A hot dog, that was my other costume, but this one is not a hot dog. But yeah, let me have a little intro so that you have an idea a little bit. I'm stuck. Wait, my hair is back. Better, hamster. And I knew I did this one. I just wanted to do. I am two fishermen for Halloween. Kuma has a little hat. Look. I don't know why I did this, but there we go. We are Doofenshmirtz for today. For Halloween. Hello, hello, guys. Welcome to the stream. We got Kuma's a secret agent with a little hat, and me as Doofenshmirtz for today. And today we'll be sharing a little bit of Filipino culture with you guys. It's not a PP nose. It's just Doofenshmirtz's nose cut off. It's literally just Doofenshmirtz's hair and nose cut off and put on my head. This is beautiful. Welcome to the stream, guys. Ah, wait. Let me take a screenshot of this. Just to, ah, I want to post this on social. But how are you guys? How are you guys? Hope you guys had a wonderful day. And what are your plans for Halloween? And Vasago, if you're celebrating Diwali, what are your plans today? Do you have special plans today? Wait, let me post this on Twitter. This should be on Twitter, right? But yeah, what are your plans for Halloween, guys? Hope you guys have. Oh wait, it did not take a picture. There, there. Happy Halloween. Is that one? Yeah, probably. Doofenshmirtz, one of the supernatural beings. let, let me just post this on socials. But yeah, that's our main topic for today. A little bit of supernatural beings. Not really. I did not really make do the research. I chose a list of 15 supernatural beings and some descriptions from our website. Just I want to introduce you. These are some of the most common ones that people know, and I would like to introduce you to them. Later, I'll share the link of the website that I use. There's a lot of supernatural beings in the Philippines, and we will get to know some of them today. But you can also come here and share whatever is oh, the horror, whatever is in your areas. Maybe let me add some ambience so that we have a little bit of spooky there. Let's be in a campfire. But yeah, we're here to learn a little bit. Let me go to my position. Kuma's hat goes. I'm gonna stay here like this. So unserious. I cannot even remove the nose. Kuma, wear your heart properly. Let me get my slides. There we go. I'm tricking you into learning today. But yeah, we're just gonna talk about a little bit of supernatural beings in Filipino. Jesse, hello, hello, welcome to the stream, Blue Cap Raid. Welcome, fellow Filipino. We're talking about the different supernatural beings in the Philippines, and welcome. I'm currently Doofenshmirtz. Hello, Yukino Spear, hello, Sky Nerd. Secret, yeah, look, Kuma is a secret agent today as well. How are you today, guys? Yeah, we're gonna introduce Filipino supernatural beings to some people, and hope you guys learned something. And yeah, feel free to share. I remember Skyner. Are you the tikbalang VTuber, if I remember correctly? But yeah, we have a lot of VTubers as well who have inspirations from our supernatural beings. But yeah, woo, yeah, scary stream, maybe a little bit of scary stream. What I remember is they don't like being talked about. Whenever you talk about it, they get summoned. I hopefully won't summon anything tonight. Protect me. Everyone protect me. But yeah, let's begin. We have 15 currently. And hello, Shock. Welcome, welcome. Are you here to learn? Welcome to the class. Hello, Jessie Ja. Welcome, welcome, and thank you for the raid. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit of the aswangs, the capres, tonight. And first on our list is, of course, the aswangs. Look at those aswangs. What can we talk about the aswangs? Well, distinct from regular cannibals, aswang refers to men and women who feed on the blood, flesh, and life force of people through supernatural means. Most appear as normal persons by day, but at night, they turn into terrifying creatures. Some don't attack people but prefer to steal and eat corpses. Others can sever their upper bodies at the waist and leave the lower half. Those are mananangals usually. Flying the night sky to hunt for prey. There are those who don't prey on people but at all but use sorcery or witchcraft to harm their enemies. Most aswang possess superhuman strength, sweetness, and longevity. It is said that the word aswang derived from asuasuhan or aso ang wangis, which means dog-like, as most have the ability to transform into dogs or dog-like creatures. Yeah, sometimes when you see a black dog outside, a big black dog, it might be an aswang as well. A myth from Bicol, on the other hand, suggests that aswang takes root from the god of evil Asuan or Asuwang. There's also a theory that linguistically, aswang is derived from the Moluccan keswangi, which related to the swangi, a witch. Ooh, dog-like creature, eh? Yeah. Some accounts allege that an aswang, when it's in human form, has rotten middle toenails. Oh, make sure to check the toenails of people. The middle, I don't know why it's the middle toenail. All right, gonna bounce real quick. Gonna eat some dinner. All right. Enjoy your dinner and rest well. Hello, Miyuki. Yeah, these asawangs eat human flesh and also blood and life force. Yeah, so yeah, some allege that when they are in human form, their middle toenails are rotten. I'm not sure why it's rotten. And why specifically the middle toenail? The act of an aswang turning into an animal or other creatures called balondo or dalin in Visayas. When an aswang takes the liver of a person, the act is called kabkab. When a flying aswang roosts somewhere to observe its victims, it's referred as a togpa. If an aswang flies in the air without wings, such acts is called Hawaii in Old Visayan. Otapil refers to a swan going to a secluded area, either to perform a ritual or to prepare for its nocturnal activity. In Western Visayas, it's believed that aswang are most active during the season of bamboo shoots. Why during bamboo shoots though? But a newly turned aswang is called a bagong yangaw in Hiligaynon or kurimo in Antioqueño. For the word rimo, referring to the nest of hair allegedly grows in its belly of a person infected by an aswang. Having developed an insatiable appetite for human flesh for the first time, they are vicious but careless, which result to foiled attacks. Some may even doubt themselves, desperately cling to their humanity and seek to be rid of their condition. Other parts of Visayas, this condition known as takud or salab. In Antique province, it's called langaw. Bago nalangawan or ginlangaw in other olden days, aswang saliva was said to smell like pungent vinegar. When a aswang wanted to turn or infect someone, it would spit on a person's food or into the mouth or ear of a sleeping individual. That's why in the provinces they tell you not to eat something that is offered. Immediately eat something that's offered to you with when you don't know the person because yeah, they they might be trying to turn you into an aswang. During pre-colonial times, the aswang were known as alok in some parts of Visayas. There are a few types of aswang. We have four here listed. One is aswang na baklay or it's a folklore from Negros. So it's an aswang variant that doesn't have the ability to fly but walks instead, search for individuals to devour. It usually takes the form of a carabao or a water buffalo. First time I heard of that actually. That different types. Aswang na gala. Aswang na gala in Tagalog folklore. It's literally called wandering aswangs. Are energy vampires who feed off life force or vitality of sick, weary, stressed, or dying persons. They appear as normal people. Some work in hospital, so to prey on their patients. Staring to their eyes reveals their true nature because it's believed everything is reflected upside down in their eyes. Oh yeah, that's also one folklore. When you see, when you check someone and your reflection is upside down in their eyes, they are nasawang. Sometimes they feed suck the life force of a yet to be born child, causing miscarriage. We also have aswang na lipad, or basically a flying aswang. Keep their human form, don't need wings to fly. Before setting out, aswang lipad takes off its clothes, applies on its armpit a green ointment made of herbs and fat. This concoction gives the aswang the ability to fly in the night sky. The aswang na lipad never prey on living men. Instead, they only take the liver of fresh corpse and depart swiftly. When this commodity is scarce, they turn on farm animals for their liver. The mere presence of citrus fruit nearby hinder their ability to fly. Ooh, so we need to plant some calamansi to be protected from aswang na lipads. Aswang sa Kalibonan, or aswang of the forest, are very hairy. From the Bukidnon folklore, is a vicious hairy aswang with a tongue that can stretch to great lengths with a foul-smelling long hair, which it uses to strangle, suffocate its victims. Unlike other aswang, it doesn't disguise itself as a human. It lives deep in the jungle. Once a year, when it wants to taste human flesh, it lurks in the outskirts of village and ambushes anyone who happens to pass by. It may also show itself bent over the forest floor to the person before attacking. It can render a person unconscious by stuffing the victim's mouth and nose with its long, wire-like hair. The stench which could render anyone unconscious. What the heck? It feeds you the hair. Also, it may lie in wait underwater in a river or stream, drown the person who takes a dip near it. This aswang variant is not afraid to attack and kill a group of people. It keeps a flock of black chicks, which give people the wish to become aswang. Hello, Christine. How are you? The smell of a certain stink bug, known in Hiligaynon as changaw, associated with aswangs in Calibonan's presence. Ooh. A forest aswang that turns you with the black chicks. Oh my gosh, you're Doofenshmirtz. Yeah, I am Doofenshmirtz. All right, that is the swan. The next one, this one is not exactly horror, but it's more of a mythical creature in the Philippines. It's the bakunawa. It's a giant dragon. According to myths from Visayan Islands of Philippines, the bakunawa, also spelled not that, it's a huge sea serpent that causes eclipse by swallowing either the sun or the moon. Some tales describe as having a mouth as wide as a lake. It was once believed that the world has 7 moons and that one day the bakunawa rose from the depths of the ocean, started to swallow the moons one by one. The last moon was only spared because Bathala planted bamboo on it. Thus, every time an eclipse occurred, the people thought Bakunawa was trying to devour the sun on the moon. So, in order to prevent this, they would make a lot of noise and spook the creature away. The belief and practice persists today, especially on the island of Panay and some neighboring Visayan island. Yeah, it's basically the sun and the moon eating dragon in the Philippines. It's not really scary, but yeah, it's. I think there are also other folklore in the other parts of the world that's similar. I think, but yeah, I really love the concept of Bakunawa because yeah, it's a giant dragon that eats the sun and the moon. And hello, Straw. Welcome, welcome. The Manananggal. Yeah, we will talk about the Manananggal in a bit. We talk about Aswang, and this one is the Bakunawa. It's a huge sea serpent that eats the sun and the moon, causing the eclipses. The next one is that's the only one I know though. Yeah, here you will know a lot more. It's the Balbal. What? Look at that. What are you doing, dude? The Balbal is a corpse eater from the Tagbanawa folklore. It's like a ghoul. Its sharp curved nails, sharp pointed teeth, and long proboscis like tongue. It glides the night sky like a flying squirrel. When it finds a house with a dying person inside, it lands on the roof and tears it open with its nails. Waits under the house if it's elevated or hides under the victim's bed. It sucks the victim's life force using its tongue until he is dead. The Balbao will then steal the corpse when it's on the roof, using its strong tongue to snatch the disease. In place of the corpse, the Balbao leaves a banana trunk or a clump of branches or grass to resemble the dead. Other times, it raids cemeteries for newly buried corpses, using its claws to dig the grave. Disguised as a normal person attending a wake, a Balbal can spirit away the corpse when no one is looking. When suitable corpses are rare, it preys on the fetus inside women's womb. Among the terrorizable bal are known as Bolbo, which spreads disease in villages and eat the entrails of the dead. To ward off a balbal, the exterior of houses were decorated with vines, which the balbal feared because they thought the vines were snakes. Oh, so that's how you ward that. little creature. Do you want that little creature to visit? It's a little gremlin. This one is the next one. Is the batibat. Look at that. This creature actually sits on you, and you don't want it to sit on you because it's usually told that it is the cost of the nightmare that kills people. So yeah, a batibat, according to Ilocano folklore from Zambales, is a huge hulking creature who sits on sleeping individuals, usually on top of the chest, smothering them to death. Do you want that to basically sit on you? In other cases, it invades person's dream and induces nightmares. May also appear as a huge obese woman or a really fat creature with stocky, goat-like legs and hoof-like toes. The batibat lives within a tree or bamboo and continues to reside there even after the tree or bamboo has been cut down and use part of the house support beam or foundation post. It attacks those who sleep near its dwelling. The batibat is also known to transfer from tree to tree and infest houses near its abode. Its attack is called bangungot by Tagalog folk. Some ways to survive a batibat attack is for the sleeper to force himself to move and bite his thumb hard or wiggle his big toe. So yeah, it's usually attributed to what causes the night. Some people not to wake up because they had a nightmare because a batibat has set on them. So yeah, make sure force yourself to move, bite your thumb or wiggle your toe. Those are cheeks you don't want to see. Indeed. I want someone to sit on me, but not this way. Next one is the bungis-ngis. Look at that. It's a smiling one. According to folklore from Bataan, bungis-ngis are the one-eyed giant with large teeth and two tusks which protrude from the sides of his mouth, making it appear as if it's always grinning. That's why it's called the bungis-ngis, because of that grin. His name is derived from the word ngisi, which means to grin. Oh yeah, it actually explained it. He's said to have a protruding upper lip so large that he used it to cover the top of his head like a hat. What? You use your lip as hat? He has superb hearing. He dwells in the forest and carries a club when searching for prey. He has a voracious appetite for anything palatable from humans and humans to cook food. Being a giant, the Bungisgis possess incredible strength. In one tail, he displays this strength by lifting a crowbar by his horns, throwing it knee-deep into the ground. Despite his hulking size and terrifying look, the Bungisgis is a bit of a dimwit. His counterpart in Nordaba is known as Mahento. Oh, you can easily trick a Bungisgis. Do you want to see a Bungisgis just grinning at you? Next one is the Diwata. Basically, these are fairies in the Filipino folklore. The Diwata are nature spirits revered by the ancient ancestors as deities or guardians of nature. They usually serve as guardians of certain places. As mostly benevolent beings, they help worthy mortals who are in need. People who exploit the places under their care are severely punished, often turned into rocks, trees, or animals. Some of these Diwata becomes attracted to humans and lure them through the good looks and hypnotic singing into their abode. The most popular Diwata is Maria Makiling or the guardian of Mount Makiling in Laguna. Yeah, it's there's a mountain in the Philippines that looks like a woman lying down, and that's Mount Makiling. Diwata is derived from Sanskrit deva, which means heavenly or divine, which indicates that the belief was a Hindu influence. Yeah, the Diwata. Usually they're depicted as kind, but usually also Diwata, well, typically Encantos try to trick and take mortals as their property. Yeah, Diwatas are kind, usually depicted as kind. Next is the Duende. The Duende are, yeah, usually they're depicted as the little dwarves in the Philippines. The duende are magical little people found in folklore all over the Philippines. They live near human habitations and in the woods or forests. They tend to be capricious, sometimes acting benevolently toward humans, and sometimes acting cruel. They have large heads, most have beards, and wear red clothes and dried squash fruit for a hat. Some only have one eye and have big noses. Duende vary in size, with some barely bigger than human hand. They live underground and come out at noon or after sunset. Like human societies, they too live in communities and have a leader, a king, or even a queen. Those who belong to the upper class wear colorful clothes. They multiply by creating another duende from soil. Black duende look different. They have greasy, coal black skin, bloodshot eyes, and a pair of small horns. Texture of their skin is similar to that of frogs. They wear nothing but leaves to cover their private parts. They hiss at humans who can see them. Sometimes duende becomes attracted to human, gives him or her gifts such as fruits and even accessories made of gold. A nasty duende could be turned to the stone by a very skilled witch doctor. Ooh. But yeah, this is usually why we do tabi-tabi po when walking to an area we don't know or a foresty area because we want not to step on duendes or anything that is living in that area. Eight is basic encanto. Basically, this is our nature spirits. It's a collective term for them. Yeah, blanket term for elf-like or fairy-like beings included in Philippine folklore or myths. Originally, the term only referred to beings attracted to humans through enchantment of their melodious singing, luring the humans into their hidden home. Yeah, they usually encantos are told to kidnap humans into their place. Sometimes replacing them with a fake, basically a fake being that dies a few days after. That when buried turns into a banana trunk because they already took the real person. Hello, hello, Gary. How are you? I mean, Dr. Doof. Yeah, how are you, Gary? Happy Halloween. A female encanto is called an encantada, while the male one is called encantado. It is believed that encanto abhors salt. The mere mention of it offends them. Encanto could be benevolent or malevolent or both. Through lavish parties and valuable gifts, some encanto, especially the malevolent ones, entice human visitors to stay with them forever. If a human tastes their food or drinks, he becomes bewitched to stay with them forever. An hour stay in their abode is equivalent to a few days, weeks, months, or years, or just a few minutes in the human world, depending on the Encanto's plan. Individuals who are eventually allowed to return home look exactly the same or have never aged the day they disappeared, despite decades of being missing. Good Encanto, on the other hand, only want to play and want to be in the company of those they like or give human friends gifts without any negative consequences. Hello, Luna Silverfire. How are you today? How are you? How are you? We're talking about Filipino supernatural beings, and we just finished the Encanto. Number nine. This one is one of my. Well, I hated Capres because usually the Capre is the one that my father scares me with when I was a child. So I hate Capres so much. And it's also the reason why I don't like looking at the window in my room because I always think that the cop is gonna pull me out of my window. But yeah, the Capre general description is a very tall, hairy man with pitch black skin and smokes a cigar as big as a man's thigh. You stopping by, just woke up. Hello, Quacky. How are you? Hope you have a good day today. Hello, Doof. Hello, Luna. He lives in huge trees and can take on various shapes and disappears at will. Although a mischievous entity who plays harmful pranks, terrifies night wanderers, abducts, and abuses women, the Capre can be friendly towards deserving human individuals. It is said that Capre hates salt. However, old folklore from certain areas have a different description about Capre's appearance. According to folklore from the areas, the Capre is a huge, hairy black man wearing a black garb similar to that of a monk or a friar, and also inhabit long abandoned human abodes. In some areas of Capiz, the Capre is said to be a ravenous eater as tall as a bamboo with a long beard. The term Capre is a corruption of the Spanish word cafre, which means brute in Spanish, which in turn derived from the Arabic kafir, which in Islamic terms means unbeliever or an infidel. The Spanish term cafre to refer to any tall, dark-haired creatures from native folklore was the term was later adopted by the natives, although it's uncertain that before this the ancestor had their own terms for this being. Ooh. The next one here, Strov, if you're still here, here's the one that you know. It's the manananggal. I think most people know the manananggal because it's one famous thing that is usually talked about. There, yeah. The manananggal, yeah, it's the most popular among self-segmenting viscera suckers. The manananggal, a folklore, appears to be a normal woman by day, but at night she goes to a secluded place, and after going naked, she rubs a special oil over her body while chanting an incantation until a pair of bat-like wings sprouts from her back. She grows a pair of fangs, and her fingernails turn into sharp talons. Her body then separates at the waist, and upper body flies off, leaving her lower half behind. On a full moonlit night, some mananangals stare at the moon until gooey tears appear from their eyes and upper body detaches. She feeds on the blood of a fetus and sucks the fetus out of a pregnant woman, using her very long, thread like tongue, which pierces the mother's navel and reaches for the unborn child. She swoops down and disembowels individuals who wander after dark and eats the liver of sleeping children. To kill her, ash, salt, or spices must be sprinkled on her discarded lower half, preventing her from rejoining it. Alternatively, lower half could be burned or hidden away. If the Manananggal fails to rejoin with her lower half, she would die at sunrise. Yeah, so it is said that you put some salt whenever you see a Manananggal's lower half, so that they cannot return back to it. Flee if you see. Yeah, well, anything here, if I see it, I'm gonna flee for sure. I don't want to meet these beings. 11 is a nuno. Well, it's almost like a duwende. It's a usually it's a nuno sa punso. Nuno or Nuno sa punso from Tagalog folklore is a small, gray-skinned, pointy-eared, and bearded old man, no taller than a one-year-old child, but older than the oldest trees around. He was considered to be ancient folk as the true owner of the land. Old folk says he's been around before man set foot in the archipelago. He's often seen seated on the top of an ant hill, absorbed in deep thought or roaming the fields or hills. Nobody really knows where he lives, or although most say he resides in the hollows of a tree or inside the ant hill, no taller than person's knees. Unlike the duende, he's more forgiving and only inflicts harm when push comes to shove. Most of his kind are fond of children and women, and they also leave gifts for those whom they favor. Offering of unsalted vine is much welcome by the Nuno. And yeah, Nuno Suponso is also the one where you say tabi tabi po as a reverence to them so that they don't harm you. Number 12 is a sigbin. A sigbin, according to Visayan folklore, are creatures resembling a cross between a dog, a goat, and a kangaroo, a bit larger than a goat and have whip-like tails. Although four-legged, they mostly hop on their longer hind legs. They have wide ears that clap when they're on the move. At sunset or during the night, they are often seen eating squash blossoms in a garden or a farm. At noon, they roam in search of small creatures in mounds. They can move so fast for human eyes to see, giving way to the belief that they can become invisible. Their presence often betrayed by their nauseating odor. Some say the Sigbin walk backwards. Sigbin are attracted to the smell of a dying person, often hastening his death by licking him. They can make a person sick or kill him by biting his shadow. Good luck is bestowed on persons who they choose to befriend, provided they are fed with charcoal and, in some cases, raw meat. A sigbin could be used as transport. All the person has to do is to ask his friend sigbin and tell it to where he wants to go. Then, upon sitting on a sigbin's back, he should tap the tail base gently and off they go as fast as lightning. Some of the swang use them as familiars. Just came back to biting shaft. What shafts are you biting? What? Yeah, that is the sigbin. I didn't know about the aswangs. And this one is also a well-known one, the tikbalang. And they are always depicted as very the tikbalang are the horsemen. Oh, why does the monster look like me after a college semester? Which one, the tikbalang or the sigbi? All right, the tikbalang, according to popular Tagalog folklore, is the sigbi. It's a creature with a horse's head and a man's body. He's taller and bigger than an ordinary person, has coal black skin, very long hoof legs, bristles on his mane, three of which are thicker and have magical properties, can be used as amulets. The 17th century Spanish missionary described the tikbalang based on native accounts as having a face like a cat's, with a head that is flattened above, not round, with thick beard, covered with long hair. His legs are so long that when he squats on his buttocks, the knees stand a far above his head. He's swift running, and there's no quadruped that can be compared with him. Is this supposed to be scary monster? Monster fucker's dream come true. This one, usually the tikbalang is people. It's depicted so good looking that people want. The tikbalang also possesses incredible strength, agility, and the power of invincibility. Arrogant and playful in nature, the tikbalang often plays pranks on those who have entered his territory, or because of a mere whim, usually making individuals lose their way and walk in circles. Some pranks are so severe end up insane or ill to the point of death. Even the mere appearance of a tikbalang is said to make the person lose his mind. Many believe whoever succeeds in plucking a tikbalang's magical bristles, the creature will become his servant and grant his wishes. Having the ability to disguise as human, tikbalang appears as a tall, lean man wearing salakot, with a native woven bag on his back while munching on a bamboo twig in his mouth. It's believed that the rain during sunny day means a maiden is being wed to a tikbalang. A tikbalang is considered a neutral spirit who gives life and directs activity. Oh yeah, there's the tikbalang. There's the tikbalang VTuber. Lumi, hello, hello. How are you? How are you? We're just talking about some Filipino supernatural beings, and yeah, we're at the tikbalang, which everybody wants to ride. Oh, we're about second to the last. The tick tick. Look at that. The tick tick is widespread in the Philippines. Therefore, the creature's characteristics vary from one tale to another. In some anecdotes, the tik-tik is a variant of the aswang that lives as a normal person by day, but turns into a huge black bird after dark and preys on the child inside the pregnant woman's womb. Thank you. Or on a bedridden sick person. It inserts through a hole on the roof or through the window its long, hollow, and pointed tongue, which could become as thin as a thread. Yes, a tik-tik and a manananggal both prey on pregnant women. I don't know why it's always pregnant women. The tongue pierces the sleeping victim's womb through the navel and sucks the fetus blood or digests the child itself and sucks it out like drinking through a straw. It uses the same tongue to suck the life force out of a sick person. In other tales, the tik-tik reverts to its human form upon landing on a prospective victim's root. Its name is said to be derived from the sound it makes. There's a belief that when the tik-tik shrieks is loud, it's still far away. But when its sound grows faint, it means it's nearby. Also, gusts of wind despite the calm weather indicates that it's on a prowl. Other areas, the tik-tik is a blackbird that serves as the aswang, helping the latter locate potential victims. Hence the name in Tagalog, which means spy. This bird alights on the roof of potential victims and calls for its master. According to Tagalog folklore, the tik-tik is enemy of the aswang. It cries to warn the people that an aswang is nearby. It does this as a revenge to the aswang after the latter ate its eggs. According to Capiznon folklore, the tik-tik doesn't have the ability to change into a bird. Instead, it takes the form of a hideous creature or a big dog whose body is very slippery and ambushes individuals who roam at night. That's scary. Yeah, but that's all that I heard about the tik-tik is the one where if it's louder, it's far away, and if it's closer, it's gonna be faint. And the last one, last but not the least, is that the manananggal. It's a little bit related, close to the manananggal. They have the same modus operandi, but the tik-tik doesn't. It does not separate its body. It does not remove its lower half. The banana gull also eats babies using its tongue, but it cuts off its lower half and flies only with the upper half and its wings. Last but not the least is this one. The scariest thing of all, a child. But not only a child, a demon child. A Tianak is a small creature with wrinkly skin, bloodshot eyes, sharp pointed teeth, and pointed ears, and has small horns. Usually, its right leg is substantially longer than its left leg, making it difficult for the creature to walk. Thus, it hops when it's moved. It disguises itself as a baby, abandoned in a field or in the woods. It attracts people with its infant-like wails, and when a person picks it up, the creature reverts to its hideous form and mauls the victim to death. In other tales, the Tianak prefers to prey on women, especially those who breastfeed and those who suffered miscarriage or lost a baby. Disguised as a plump baby wailing of hunger, the woman finds the Tianak's move to breastfeed it, only to have her blood sucked dry by the creature. Imagine breastfeeding a random person's babe and then it sucks your blood instead of your milk. With the woman dead, the Tianak turns black to a black bird and flies away. The Tianak known as Patyanok or Tumanad among the Mandayan and Tagalog folk, respectively, Muncharak ng Bagobo people and Mancharak ng Tagkalaw people in Davao. But yeah, that's why I don't. Yeah, you don't pick up random babies in the forest in the Philippines because it might be a tianak and it's very very creepy. But yeah, that's a very short. Actually, a little bit of just sharing. But yeah, if there's one show on Netflix that you can see a lot of Filipino horror supernatural is Trece. It's actually it was a comic series that turned into they turned into what you got an anime. It's currently on Netflix. Trece. I love this show and I love this series. I hope it will have another season. But yeah, you get to know a lot more supernatural beings from the Philippine folklore there. Yeah, there was a Tikbalang and there's Nuno and there is a lot more in there. But yeah, also credits of course is the website where we got all the descriptions is from Art and Fiction, Philippine Folklore and Mythology, where we have the monster and supernatural beings from Filipino folklore. But yeah, that is it for our little presentation today. Hope you learned something. But how about you guys? Do you have any features that you want us to know or you want to talk about? We can look at what they look like. So we get to learn some creatures in your area as well, in your culture as well. And which one of the things that I shared about have you known about before or are interested in knowing a lot more? Learn not to pick up random. Yep, don't pick up random infants. Yeah. In my state, we have a slide. Ooh, what is the slide rock bolt? I want to see slide rock bolter. What the monster of the mountains? It looks like a giant fish. What the heck is this? Wait, is it this one? Look at it. I can't know. What is a slide rock boulder? I wanna see. I wanna learn what it is. Let's see. It's a bizarre creature believed to live in the mountains, but all mountains slope an angle greater 45 degrees. It's said to have crossed great audience among tourists visiting the mountains of Colorado. Fearsome animal uses grab hooks on its divided tail to latch on the crest of a mountain. It often remains motionless for days at a time, watching the ground below for tourists and other hapless creatures. Once it spots its prey, it would lift its tail to release and hold on the crest, gravity sending it barreling down. It rolls grease from the corner of its mouth and squeezes the speed of its huge body. The bolter scoops the victim into its mouth and slides down. Accumulated speed will carry Bolter up next slope, where it once again grasps the ridge and its tail and away. What? Is it a giant fish that? It looks like a big fish that. holds onto the mountain and slides down to eat people, and then goes back up again and slide it again. Whole party of tourists are reported to have been gulped down at once. The animals a menace not only to tourists but to the forest as well. Many spruce covered slope had been rendered wastelands as the boulder knocks the trees out with the roots and mows them down as if with a scythe. That is cool. Anyone else have a creature that you want to share with us? But that is cool. Nice to learn about things. But can you imagine that seeing it, seeing it coming towards you? Can I wonder if you can still escape, or does it slide down so fast that you have once you see it, you're already eaten? I like one comment in this article. I mean, the question from this article: can we cook it? Really? Can we cook it? Another comment here. What I don't get is how people don't notice the gigantic fish on top of the mountain. I have 7 cats. Hello, hello. How are you? How are your cats today? What are other things that nice costume po. Thank you, thank you. Happy Halloween. Wait, actually let's go find videos of weird cryptids. Maybe we can learn more about different creatures. Uh-huh. Let me find Asian cryptids. Or let's start in Filipino crypt. Is there best known creepy mythical creatures? Oh, here, let's see this one. Oh, this one is a recent video. Let's watch this one. Uh-huh. It's a Filipino cryptid explained. Let's see what they have for us.
And welcome to this haunting Halloween
Let
special
me know
of
if you can
Midnight
hear.
Archives. On this most spectral of nights, we dare to tread where others fear to lurk, venturing into the darkest corners of the Philippine wilderness. Steel your nerves, for we are about to plunge into a world where nightmares take flesh, the realm of cryptids.
All right, Aika. Thank you for dropping by. Always
Where
appreciate it.
hidden among the edges of reality, creatures whispered about in terrified tones
Oh,
appear
let's
to be
remove the campfire.
mysterious yet eluding the grasp of scientific scrutiny. Welcome back to Midnight Archives. We journey into the abyss where urban legends breathe, the paranormal beckons, and fear finds its home. Join our community of brave souls by liking, subscribing, and hitting that notification bell as the midnight hour approaches. The archives await your presence. Let's begin. But first, what exactly are cryptids?
I thought they gotta say at
These are
first.
animals or beings whose
This
existence is unproven
was
by
sponsored
science
by.
yet persistently reported by eyewitnesses. They occupy the tantalizing space between reality and imagination, fact and fiction. In this video, we will be exploring the Philippine cryptids iceberg, a visual representation of these enigmatic entities arranged from the most well-known at the surface to the most obscure lurking in the depths below. We'll start with familiar faces before descending into the murky waters of the lesser-known legends. As we plunge deeper, we'll encounter creatures that even most Filipinos may not recognize,
Oh, let's see.
beings whispered about in remote villages or half-forgotten in ancient tales.
Let's see if I'm familiar with the
Take
ones
a
that they
relax,
talk about.
settle in, and prepare to journey with us through the mysterious world of Philippine cryptids. You never know what might be lurking just beyond the edge of your vision. Ready to uncover the hidden horrors? Let's dive into the depths of the Philippine cryptids iceberg. Let's start at the surface with some of the most well-known
Oh,
cryptids.
this we actually talked
The
about these.
aswang is perhaps the most
We talked
infamous
about
of our
the
Philippine
top of the
cryptids.
iceberg.
The shape-shifting terror is known to prey on pregnant women and children. By day, they appear as ordinary humans,
Let me get
but
some
at
water.
night,
Well,
their true
we listen to
nature
this
is
top one.
revealed. Aswangs are said to have long tube-like tongues that they use to suck the fetuses out of pregnant women. Creepy, right? But don't worry too much. They have weaknesses. Garlic and religious artifacts are said to repel them, and they're at their weakest during daylight hours. If you're intrigued by the aswang and want to learn more about these fascinating creatures from Philippine folklore, be sure to check out our video, Aswang for Dummies. Link is somewhere on the screen. Next up is the manananggal, a specific type of aswang that's particularly nightmare-inducing. This creature has the ability to separate its upper body from its lower half, sprouting bat-like wings to fly through the night. The manananggal is often depicted as a hideous female without a lower body. Its favorite snack? The hearts of unborn children. This cryptid is especially popular in the Visayan regions of the Philippines and shares some similarities with European vampires, like its aversion to garlic and salt. Curious about the terrifying creature that splits in half and takes to the skies at night? Dive deeper into its chilling legend with our video, Manananggal, the Queen of Philippine Monsters. Click the link on the screen to explore more about this iconic figure of Filipino folklore. Moving on another level 1 cryptid, we find the capre. Imagine a giant hairy creature with glowing red eyes, sitting in a tree and smoking a massive cigar. That's a capre for you. These nocturnal beings are known for their strong body odor and love of playing pranks on humans. If you ever gotten lost in the woods, a mischievous capre might be to blame. They are said to disorient travelers, making them lose their way in forests and mountains. Next, we have the tikbalang, a creature that looks like it came straight out of a fever dream. Picture a being with the head of a horse, but the body of a human. Now, make it incredibly tall with limbs
Happy
so long
Halloween,
that
Mama
it
ko. How
sneaks
are
to the jaw
you?
of its head when it squats. Like the capre, tikbalangs are known for leading travelers astray in dense forests. They're often associated with dark, overgrown areas, so watch out the next time you're hiking in the Philippines. Did you know there's a way to tame the tikbalang, the mythical creature of the Philippines? Discover the secrets in our video, How to Tame a Tikbalang, Filipino version of centaurs. We're adding the link somewhere on the screen, so be sure to check it out for an intriguing dive into this fascinating folklore. As we dive deeper, we encounter the duwende, also known as Nuno sa Punso or Elders of the Mound. These small gnome-like creatures are often found near anthills or termite mounds. Don't let their size fool you. These beings are believed to possess powerful magic. They can bring either good or bad fortune, depending on how they're treated.
Rest well, Mama
In
ko.
Filipino culture, they're often depicted as small elderly figures who command great respect. Last one on the level 1 of our iceberg, we find the multo. This term refers to the spirits of the dead who appear to the living. Whether it's unfinished business or a thirst for revenge, these ghosts are a common feature in Philippine folklore. Multo sightings are often associated with eerie and supernatural occurrences. So if you're ever in the Philippines and experience something unexplainable, you might have just encountered a multo. Now that we've explored the surface of our Philippine cryptids iceberg, it's time to dive deeper into the murky waters of folklore. Welcome to Level 2, where we will encounter some lesser known than Level 1 but still well-known cryptids. First up on our Level 2 is the peculiar sigbin. Imagine a creature that's part goat, part dog with no horns and enormous ears that can clap like hands. Oh, and did I mention it walks backwards with its head between its hind legs? The sigbin is a nocturnal predator with a taste for human blood. But here's the twist. It sucks blood from your shadow. Some say witches keep sigbins as pet for good luck. So, if you're in the Philippines and smell something foul while hearing hand clapping at night, you might be in the presence of a sigbin. Next on our list is the terrifying wakwak. This vampiric bird-like creature is the stuff of nightmares, with razor-sharp claws and fangs perfect for devouring its prey, or just their hearts if it's feeling picky. The wakwak gets its name from the sound it makes while flying. If you hear a wakwak sound at night, it might be too late. But don't worry, like many creatures in Philippine folklore, it can be repelled by salt, garlic, or holy water. Moving on to the waters, we encounter the enchanting sirena. Think of the classic mermaid, but with a Filipino twist. These half-human, half-fish creatures are known for their mesmerizing voices that lure unsuspecting fishermen to their doom. But it's not all bad. Some stories portray sirenas as guardians of the waters, protecting them from invaders. With their long flowing hair and connection to the moon, sirenas are some of the more beautiful creatures in Philippine mythology. Staying in the water.
Hello, Chaos. Yes, I am Dr. Doofenshmirtz for tonight.
These skin-skinned scaly mermen are the stuff of many a fisherman's tale.
The
With
Shokois.
webbed hands and feet, they're perfectly adapted to life underwater. But don't let their human-like appearance fool you. Shokois are known for
Hello there.
being
I'm here for one
terrifying,
question,
particularly
important one.
targeting women and children near
This
bodies of
might
water.
affect the evolution of
So
humanity.
next time
What
you're
is
at a
it?
Philippine beach, keep an eye out
What's your
for
favorite
these
color? Green.
suspiciously handsome green men. Now, prepare yourself for one of the
It's
creepiest
Tatiana.
creatures on our list, the Chanak. This vampiric being disguises itself as an innocent baby to lure in kind-hearted victims. But once picked up, it transforms into a monstrous creature and attacks. The Chanak is known for its ability to mimic the cries of human infants perfectly.
Yeah, so don't
In
pick up
Philippine
random
folklore,
children.
they're often associated with
Random
wizards
babies in the
and witch-like
Philippines.
babies. So, if you hear a baby crying in an unusual place,
Let them be.
think twice before investigating.
Don't pick it up.
Our next entry
Thank you
is
for
an
your time. Hope you have a
adventure
wonderful
game.
stream and go eat some
A
purple
person
crayon.
with
No,
supernatural
don't eat
abilities.
crayons,
The
Chaos.
mangkukulam is a practitioner of kulam, traditional Filipino witchcraft.
But yeah, thank you
These
for
evil
dropping
creatures
by.
are believed to have the power to cast spells, curses, and hexes. Feared for their supposed supernatural powers, mangkukulams are often associated with malevolent spirits and creatures. In many Filipino communities, they are the go-to explanation for unexplainable misfortunes or illnesses. Curious about the mysterious world of mangkukulam? Did you know there are 5 distinct types of these Philippine witches? Dive deeper into their intriguing practices and cultural significance in our video, 5 Types of Mangkukulam, Philippine Witches. We'll add the link on the screen, so be sure to check it out after this video. Last but not least on our
Why you put self-destruction button on the weird spots? So that I can find it
this
easily.
creature is named after the distinct sound it makes, a foreboding tick-tick that's said to be an omen of misfortune or even death. The tick-tick is
Jay, hello. Welcome.
of doom. So,
How are you
if you
today?
hear a strange ticking sound at night, it might not be your clock.
Earlier we talked
It
about
could be a
some
tick-tick
Filipino
flying,
supernatural
preventing tragedy
creatures.
or
Now we're
slowing
watching
down nearby.
Philippine cryptid iceberg video.
Prepare yourselves for level 3.
We talked about some of
Moderately
these.
known cryptids.
How are you today,
These
Jay?
things may not be household names, but
All right, have a nice crayon.
local legends across the Philippine archipelago. From insect-commanding sorcerers to shape-shifting vampires, we're about to encounter some of the intriguing and chilling entities in Filipino mythology. First up is the Mambabarang, a witch with a twist. Unlike their spellcasting cousins, the Mangkukulams, These sorcerers have a peculiar method of inflicting harm. They use insects. Mambabarangs are said to be ordinary people with extraordinary dark powers. They bind insects to strands of their victims' hair, creating a creepy, crawly weapon of vengeance. So, if you're in the Philippines and notice an unusual number of bugs around you, it might not just be the tropical climate. Next, we have the ethereal San Telmo, also known as Saint Elmo's fire. Imagine a mysterious ball of fire floating over swamps or bodies of water during a thunderstorm. That's San Telmo for you. But this isn't just a natural phenomenon. In Philippine folklore, San Telmo is believed to be the spirit of someone who died in that location. These fiery orbs can be vengeful, luring unsuspecting followers to their doom. The good news: a simple prayer might help these lost souls find their way to the afterlife. Moving on to some of the more benevolent beings in our list, the Encantos and Diwatas. These supernatural entities are like supermodels of the spirit world.
You only got Tick Balance attention.
Sweet smelling, and notably lacking
It's
a
Doofenka. Hello, Kim. It
That's
is
the gift
Doofenka.
between your nose and upper lip, folks.
You
Encantos and
you want
Diwatas
to
are
everybody wants
beautiful
to ride the
people
Tick
in Filipino
Balance.
mythology. They're associated with nature and ancestral spirits and can bring either great fortune or terrible misfortune. So if you stumble upon an impossibly beautiful person in the Philippine wilderness, be extra polite. You might be dealing with an encanto. Now let's scale things up with the Bakunawa, a massive moon-eating serpent dragon.
Oh, I like
This
that
creature is often blamed for eclipses in
we
Philippine
talk about
mythology.
the same thing.
But there is more to this celestial serpent than meets the eye. Some myths paint Bakunawa as a jilted sea goddess transformed into a dragon after a love gone wrong. The Minokawa is a colossal dragon-like bird from Philippine mythology, believed to be so massive that it could swallow the sun, explaining eclipses. In a Bagobo tale, the Minokawa is depicted as a bird size of an island with feathers as sharp as swords, eyes that reflect like mirrors, and a beak and legs made of steel. This formidable creature resides outside the sky at the eastern horizon. In contrast, the Bawa is said to live above the sky, where Visayans believe there is a cave known as Kalulundan, its entrance shrouded in blue smoke. The story of the eclipse and Minokawa goes like this. In ancient times, a colossal bird known as the Minokawa swallowed the moon, causing panic among the people who screamed and made noise to drive it away. Curious about the commotion, the Minokawa opened its mouth, allowing the moon to escape. This immense
A
bird,
pizza
as
dog?
large as
Yes, a
200 feet
pizza dog.
has a steel beak and claws,
It's a
laser-like
hot dog
eyes,
pizza.
and feathers sharp as swords. It lurks
Well,
outside
it's
the sky
pizza
at
on
the
a hot
eastern
dog.
horizon, waiting to capture the moon as it travels across the sky. To evade the Minokawa's grasp, the moon uses 8 hidden holes in the eastern horizon to emerge, and 8 in the western horizon to retreat. The Minokawa attempts to swallow the moon just as it is about to reappear. If the Minokawa were to succeed in devouring both the moon and the sun, it might descend to Earth to consume humans as well. During these celestial events, the Bagobo people scream, cry, and beat gongs in fear of being eaten. This noise distracts the Minokawa, prompting it to open its mouth in curiosity, allowing the moon to make its escape once more.
These are beings I love.
Encanto refers
Yeah,
to spirits,
I love the
deities,
different
ancestors beliefs central to indigenous
Filipino
Filipinos.
supernatural. That's why a lot of VTubers are also inspired from Filipino beings.
Anitos can also be represented by carved figures known as tao tao, made from materials like wood, stone, or ivory. These spirits exist on 3 levels: deities or gods, benevolent or malevolent spirits, and the souls of the deceased. Anitos are ambiguous and can be either protective or harmful. Found near villages, gardens, and forests, they might bring blessings and aid or cause misfortune and illness, reflecting the dual nature of these spiritual beings in Filipino folklore. Let's brighten things up with the Sari Manok, a legendary fiery bird that's like a mashup between a rooster and a fish. With its vibrant colors and unique appearance, the sari manok is considered a symbol of good fortune and protection. You'll often see this mythical bird depicted in traditional Philippine art and architecture. So if you're ever in the Philippines and spot a colorful scaly rooster motif, now you know. It's not just funky interior design. It's a sari manok.
Yeah, I would love to see an artist draw a
Prepare
lot
for
more
some
of
sleepless nights as we
the
introduce the
different
lipat,
Filipino cryptids. Because
a malevolent
right now,
spirit that
most
visits
of the
the
things that I
personification
see
of sleep
whenever
paralysis.
I search for Filipino
This
creatures
nightmare
are
creature is
AI
associated
generated.
with old trees and is said to suffocate its victim
Just
in their
like
sleep.
this video, most of actually all I think
In
all
the
the
land of
depictions
folklore,
here are AI.
we find the lobo. And no, we're not talking about wolves here. This lobo is a giant dog that guards the entrance to the underworld. But don't expect any server-style three heads here. This crafty canine prefers to lure its victims by appearing as a beautiful woman. The agda might sound familiar. It's another name for our old friend, the capre. This tall, dark humanoid with fiery red eyes is often seen as a protector of forests and mountains. So, while the agda might look terrifying, it's actually more of an environmental guardian than a threat. Just don't mess with its trees, okay?
Speaking of
If you
drawing, I
find
have
the
three. I
agda
have to
too
start.
scary,
Ooh,
wait till you hear about the amomongo. This giant
what are you
man-eating
drawing? Is it
bird-like
all for
creature is said
Halloween?
to inhabit remote areas of the Philippines. Known for its ferocity, the amomongo is the stuff of nightmares for travelers in secluded regions. If you're planning a hike in the Philippine wilderness, maybe stick to the well-trodden paths. Mandurugo, a shape-shifting vampire that puts a whole new spin on love bites. Often appearing as a beautiful woman, the Mandurugo lures its victims before revealing its true blood-sucking form. So if you're in the Philippines and a mysterious beauty invites you for a late-night rendezvous, maybe check for fangs first. The Tambaloslos is a monstrous creature in Philippine mythology. It has a dark and frightening appearance with a large mouth and a huge.
It
It's
looks like a
said to
giant
lurk
frog.
in
The
the
one fan
forest
art
with
started to
cats
is
and
from that.
dogs,
Ooh,
though some believe that the creature
excited to see
actually
those.
causes people to become lost. The Tambaloslos is the embodiment of lust and is said to assault its victims. In some stories, it will be satisfied if it is shown breasts or private parts, but in
What the
others,
heck? I
it
think
will immediately
I'm
attack
gonna put this in a
captors.
corner. We'll
It's
listen
said
to
to
it
attack indiscriminately, assaulting women,
while we do our Runeterra
and even
weeklies.
kittens. Prepare yourselves for level 4 of our cryptid iceberg, the lesser known cryptids. In this level, we'll encounter entities so obscure that information about them is as elusive as the creatures themselves. These are the cryptids that haunt the most remote islands, the deepest caves, and the oldest forgotten stories of the Philippines. As we explore
What
these
are
lesser known
these?
beings, remember,
What are
just because
those?
they're not famous doesn't mean they're any less terrifying. In fact, their obscurity might make them even more dangerous. After all, how can you protect yourself from something you've never even heard of? First up, we have the balbal, a nightmarish fusion of vampire and ghoul. Imagine an undead creature with bat-like wings, sharp claws, and an insatiable hunger for corpses. The balbal's modus operandi is truly chilling.
Who do we
It
want this week?
steals bodies from graves using its unnaturally long tongue to devour the flesh.
Oh, oh, we already talked
Here's
about
the
this as well.
kicker.
The
It
balbals.
leaves the banana tree trunk in the coffin as a decoy. Talk about a body snatcher. If you're worried about
Let's have
encountering
Nora.
keep your flashlights handy. These undead terrors are scared of light and loud noises, so a loud scream might just save your life. Next, we have the
Just scream
Bogor,
for your life. Ah,
a
wait.
water
I
nymph with
forgot
a
to
truly
open
unique
the
hunting
game.
strategy. This ogre-like creature is the bane of fishermen across the Philippines. Picture this. You're fishing in a peaceful river when suddenly all the water disappears.
What?
That's the berberoka at work. It
Oh,
can suck up
Berberoka.
entire bodies of water, tapping its prey before releasing a massive wave to drown them.
Wait, is it
But nature
the
has a
entire
way of
water?
balancing things out. The mighty berberoka has one surprising weakness. It's terrified of crabs.
What?
Next time you're fishing in the Philippines, maybe crack a crab or two.
It's terrified of crabs, and it lives on the water. What the
Brace
heck?
yourselves for perhaps the most disturbing creature on our list, the matrupulan. This entity is a ghoul with a particularly horrifying appetite for unborn children. The matrupulan is said to be an invisible spirit that virgin women while they sleep. Later, it returns to, well, let's just say it's not a happy ending for much of the child. Protection from the matrupulan
Just like
is
we
steeped in folklore. Some
Joy
say
is a
swimming a
good look
butterfly
in a
net
book
over a
and a
pregnant
cat in
woman's
the
belly
night.
during labor can ward off this malevolent
Fuse is
spirit.
burning.
It's a chilling reminder of
foot,
the
left
fears and
foot.
superstitions surrounding childbirth in traditional Filipino
Oh,
culture.
steady if you please.
Alan, deformed winged spirits that seem to have
Alan.
their anatomy all mixed up.
Team style.
With fingers and toes pointing backward, these forest-dwelling creatures are as bizarre as they are creepy. Alans are known for their mischievous nature, but don't let the tourists they can be malevolent. These grotesque creatures are destructive violence for anyone wandering alone in the Philippine forests. Bumismas, a one-eyed giant with a perpetual grin. Hailing from Bataan, this 10 to 20 foot tall humanoid gets its name from the Tagalog word for to giggle. But don't let its constant laughter fool you. With large teeth always on display, two long tusks, and a single eye in the middle of its forehead, the bungisngis is more nightmare fuel than comedy act. Next, we venture to Palawan to meet the mantabungan, a beast that proves herbivores can be just as terrifying as carnivores. It has power but it has a violent hatred for anything human. With a shaggy coat reaching the ground and four
I
massive
seem to have
incisors,
misplaced my
the mantabungan tears its victims to shreds
Keeping
before
up.
moving on to destroy
Team style.
any man-made structure. Not to be confused with the mantabungan. The mantahungan is
I wonder.
while similar in appearance. This creature is explicitly described as
Wait, this is unlimited mighty poros.
the sound of a cow, but sporting a horrifying mouth with large tusk-like fangs. The mantahungan is said to lurk in mountainous forests.
Then I can do this.
Any unfortunate human crossing its path is likely to end up in pieces. It's enough to make you think twice about the jumping trap. Moving to the waters around Cebu, we encounter the bugto, a fishtail
The
that's
what?
more horror than fantasy. This isn't your average grouper. Locals claim this
By hook or by crook,
some
I'll
versions of the
find
legend
A
you.
giant
are
fish.
from industrial waste. Others claim it's human sacrifices for good luck. While giant
I won't let
gophers
my
do
home be
exist,
swallowed by darkness.
none have been confirmed to reach human size. But in the murky waters around Lapu-Lapu City,
I wanna eat the Doritos on your face. it's it's Doofenshmirtz nose at the Doritos.
the deep seas of Western Visayas,
Don't eat the Doritos.
the mountain blue is a sea snake of monstrous proportions with a body as thick as a water buffalo, sporting either massive white horns or impressive tusks, with scales and are said to echo like thunder across the waters. With reported sightings as recent as 2007, who's to say this creature isn't still out there patrolling the depths around the Negros Islands?
It looks like Doritos.
First, we slither into the realm of giant pythons.
What is the giant fight?
Well-reticulated pythons are known to be massive. These legendary serpents are
Is
said
it
to
like
reach
an
lengths up to
anaconda?
70 feet. The Agdan Negrito tribes of Luzon Island have harrowing tales of these monstrous snakes, with a quarter of their men bearing scars from
I remember,
attacks and six
speaking of
veterans
giant
were
things, I
paralyzed
remember
between
they caught a
30
giant
and 70
fruit
days.
bat in the Philippines that
These
they
are
thought
just
was
a
an
few
aswang.
stories.
I forgot
More chilling accounts
what
told of a
species
parent
was
who
that.
killed two children and was seen to prophesy a battle in the Philippines. Who knows what other giant serpents might be lurking in Philippine jungles? Next, we dive into the murky waters of the Luzon Bay. Meet Anthony's Lolong,
What they got? Ooh, a
once the
completo.
largest
Nice.
crocodile in
Home
captivity
is
at over
just
20
around the
feet long.
portal.
Locals whisper of an even larger beast lurking in these waters. Reports persist of a nicer female crocodile, estimated to be more than 30 feet long, still roaming the Abusan River. If this
Ah!
elusive giant
Why?
for the strength of the crocodile within decades, the hunt continues, but so far, this aquatic titan remains at large.
Heard you're new in the area.
From the Zambales region
Pinatubo mo.
comes the tale
Ooh.
of the Pinatubo monster.
What's the Pinatubo monster? First time I heard about
Described as
this.
a huge black serpentine creatures.
Well,
These beasts have
aren't
been
you the
spotted
cutest
swimming in the
thingamajig I
deepest
ever
river
did
since
see?
2002.
Could it be just a giant crocodile?
Local Aita
I
tribesmen
I remember there was a
estimate
giant
that
crocodile that was
7
caught
feet
in the
long and
Philippines.
3
It
feet
was so
wide,
big
unlike
that it
any
became
blue
national
freshwater
news.
snake you've ever seen. With Lake
Good night,
Baguio
Skinner. How are you?
to the east,
Why did I say how are you?
formed
Thank you for
after
dropping by. Thank you for joining the raid.
who knows what prehistoric creatures might have been awakened. Now we encounter the Berbali,
Berba is
chilling fusion of vampire and ghoul. These winged creatures may look human at first glance, but their slanted eyes and
yeah, giant
dead
crocodiles.
purposes reveal their true nature. Grave robbers of the worst kind. Berbalams dig up the dead to feast on their remains. So if you're wandering through a Filipino cemetery at
if you
night and
can.
hear the flap of wings, you might wanna run.
Said so.
From the Ilocos region comes the pugot, or the decapitated one.
Oh, the pugot. It's
This shape-shifting fiend can appear as various animals or even humans.
there's also a lot of headless ghost stories in the Philippines. Usually headless priests or soldiers from the war.
Monsters or humans. Its strangest quirk? A fondness for stealing women's underwear from clotheslines.
What the heck? What does it do with the underwear?
The Sarangay brings us face to face with a Philippine version of the Minotaur. Half man, half water buffalo. This creature sports a precious jewel in its ear that it guards fiercely. Woe to any would-be jewel thieves. The Sarangay is known for its merciless
Have you seen
retribution,
one? Nope, I haven't
and when enraged,
experienced any
smoke
supernatural
clouds
things,
its
and I don't
nostrils.
want to because I'm scared.
It's a reminder that in Philippine folklore,
I'm a big chicken,
danger is meant to be found.
so I don't like seeing. Charmy though, on the other hand, has seen a ghost before.
With a chilling twist on the elf archetype. These malevolent beings sport striking albino features, including pale skin
Nope.
in sunlight,
I have no first-hand
black hair, and
experience.
fangs.
The closest one that I have was the one that I keep talking about. The one where when our dog was so scared that when it saw something that we cannot see. That's the only closest spirit experience that I had with anything scary.
Joy
The
is a
Amalan
good-looking a
brings
book
us face
and
to
a
face
cat
with
in
the
the lap.
Philippine version of the undead. These gods as aswang rise from their graves either as a failed aswang or vengeful spirits with unfinished business. With stiff
Failed
claws and
aswangs.
stench. Amalandik are relentless in their pursuit of
Accept my
victims.
challenge.
They're known for their mimicry and their
Ah!
gruesome method of
Why, Ray?
they
Why?
prey to the afterlife. Remember, if chased by an Amalan,
How about you, Ray? Have you seen
trees or bodies of water,
any scary thing?
Hot on the trail.
the ruling class of merfolk in Visayan mythology. Unlike their siren cousins, cattle sport feet instead of tails along with gills and arm fins.
Ooh,
Don't be fooled by their human
is it at
appearance.
home or
These aquatic rulers are known to
at
wander
different
close
place?
to the water,
I don't think I can stay at the house where
without
there's one.
control water elements, even reach the bottom of our level
Well,
12
aren't you the
iceberg.
cutest thing of a DI
Let's
ever did
plunge deeper.
see?
First, we soared to the heights of the Ganymede with the Galuda, a titanic bird that quite literally holds up the sky with its talons.
Ooh,
Its
Galura.
massive wings are said to create the strong winds that buffer our mortal world.
And a hop.
In Kapampangan mythology, a different Galuda serves as a winged assistant to the
Sing it
Garuda,
with me now.
represented by a giant eagle. This Galuda is believed to be the bringer of storms.
Here's my calling
So the
card.
next time you hear thunder, then imagine the Galuda flaps of wings. Slithering into Heyday mythology,
A journey's end is
We
just
encountered the
another's
Markupo.
beginning.
Markupo.
giant serpent that is as bizarre as it is terrifying, with a prominent red crest, a long tongue covered in thorn-like hairs, sharp tusks, and a fluffy tail. The Markupo is a sight to behold. But beware. This monstrous snake can spit venom like a cobra. And if you're hiking in heavily forested mountains and hear sonars singing on a quiet day, you might be in Markupo territory. Not to be confused with Sigbin. This creature, a flesh-eating werebeast with a deadly touch.
What's this? Oh, Segben. There's a Sigbin and a Segben.
People struggle to tell its head from its tail, a confusion that proves fatal for its victims. The Sigbin's attack is as swift as it is lethal.
You were in middle school. You saw a reflection of someone standing behind me. Oh hell no!
Devoured.
It's just like one of those in the movies.
Large ears approaching. Arm yourself with spices and sharp knives. They are said to keep the Sigbin at bay.
What did it look like?
Prepare yourselves for level 5 of our Philippine cryptid iceberg. The most obscure cryptids, monsters, and mythological creatures. We are now entering a realm where even the whispers fall silent. These are the creatures that lurk in the forgotten corners of Philippine
Cup of
mythology.
tea? Fine
The
by me.
beings that even
know what
most
my future
folklore
is?
experts might
Glorious.
not know about. In this last level, we'll encounter entities so
You were
obscure
you
that
were like a teenager away with no.
as
Oh,
rare as the creatures themselves.
Sometimes I see hard.
As we explore these lesser-known beings, remember, their obscurity makes them all the more intriguing.
I suppose.
These are the creatures that have managed to stay hidden not just from sight, but from whispered knowledge itself. They represent the deepest, darkest corners of Philippine mythology and cryptozoology.
the teenage boy wanted to know you.
A large, hideous humanoid that strikes
Did it
fear
appear
into the hearts of
again
people.
before, or was it just one time?
That the owl is incredibly agile with thunderous voice that echoes through the forest. This spirit-trading monster devours people alive, but oddly enough, leaves their eyeballs untouched. Perhaps even the alley has its limits when it comes to cuisine. Next, we venture into the realm of carnivorous flora.
It's just one time. Ooh.
Mindanao. Reported in 1925 by a Mississippi planter. This monstrous plant stands 35 feet tall and spans up to 100 feet in diameter. Surrounded by human bones.
At
and
least it did
ancient
not
fossils,
follow you. It's a good thing that it didn't follow you.
Is it a lost species of carnivorous plant? Or
Look
an
at this
early
sparrow.
imagination of an explorer?
It looks so
The
fluffy.
region's inaccessibility due to conflict has left this mystery unsolved.
Sometimes I see hard.
It's a fluffy poro. What does it?
Also presents us with a chilling twist on the
I want to see the
brain
full.
arc.
Look at that.
The day it appears human, even engaging in farming
Such a
activities,
fluffy poro.
but by night,
Look at that
reveals
fluff.
its true horrifying nature. With pointed teeth, hooked nails, and a long tongue, the buzo steals corpses from graves, replacing them with banana tree trunks. It then feasts on the dead and attempts to turn humans into ghouls by feeding them human flesh.
Yeah.
Remember, if you're in buzo territory, keep salt and vinegar handy. The Dalaketnon brings us face to face with malevolent elf-like beings.
It transforms
These
you into a.
encounters are known for their striking
Yeah, that's
appearance,
why I
males
don't
with
want to
pale
accept
skin and
any
dark
food
hair,
from other
females
people.
with bronze skin and brown hair. Don't be fooled
The
by
rest of
the
my
look
encounters were
alone.
things dropping and seeing
These
people
creatures are
walk
known
past
for
me, and I'm
luring
like,
and attracting unsuspecting humans.
it's
In the world of
creepy.
Philippine cryptids,
I don't want to
they
encounter
are
those
often
types because I'm
recognized
scared.
as superstars. The Basura from Eastern mythology introduces us to a fire-wielding giant. Little is known about this cryptid, but its association with fire suggests a being of immense power and potential destruction.
Portals everywhere.
From the Fugal
Investigating
lore comes
officer,
the Inlabuo,
Unit 6.
a shape-shifting monster with a penchant for trickery. Able to transform into a handsome youth, this creature reminds us that in the world of cryptids, appearances can be dangerously deceiving.
The future isn't what it used to be.
We have the entry
By hook or by crook,
a
I'll
magical
find
force
you,
with the
dear
ability
cat.
to shrink to the size of a mouse and not being ridden. Owned by Gomokul,
But hopefully they are not the malevolent one that
the Kaunti
disturbs you.
is a more whimsical side of Philippine cryptozoology.
Look at that! It's a little horse.
From Bukidnon myths
A
comes
foray
the
into the
Intumbang.
field? How exciting!
Two intertwined male and female snakes with varying movements shape the world around us. When they move, earthquakes rumble. When they breathe, winds howl. And when they pant, violent storms rage. In the known tales,
You're
a
disrupting
similar
my
creature
research.
guards the pillars supporting the world. These mythical snakes remind us of the intricate connection between creatures and natural phenomena in Philippine folklore. The Bagobo people by in Casili, a massive steel-like snake designed in the world. When the Graving bites Casili, it breaks snake's vigor and causes earthquakes.
Thrust, bro.
Casili, given life by the supreme deity during the world's creation, showcases how even the mightiest creature in Philippine mythology can be part of a greater cosmic balance. The tale of Wakivot brings us a huge talking civet with the strength to carry a person on its back.
Even
This clever creature defeated one-eyed ogres and garden-protecting wolves in its quest for the flower of gold. But Wakivot's story doesn't end there. Upon the shaving of the
Lychee,
civet,
how are you?
it transformed into a handsome young man. The Pilandok presents us with two fascinating variations.
The pilandok, isn't that a real animal?
Mulbog believes it's a mischievous, cunning, human-standing chevrotain, a trickster who's sometimes helpful. The Maranao version, however, depicts Pilandok as a human known for his cunning and mischief. This dual nature of Pilandok
I remember
showcases
pilandoks
the
are
Philippine folklore, even
the
with
dwarf
simple
deer
features.
things.
The Patacoda, a gigantic stallion that appeared at the Pulangi River, brought misfortune and calamities with its presence. In contrast to the Patacoda, the wise white Pangantukan stallion saved its domain from massacre by uprooting a bamboo to alert tribesmen of an approaching
Doing
enemy.
well, how are you? Doing fine. We're doing my
Fierce and
weeklies while listening to
The
horror.
half monster with the power to turn people into stone represents the terrifying aspects of Philippine cryptids.
Nice costume, thank you.
Si Baranguyan,
I'm
a
Doofenkai today.
benevolent giantess who aided a lost Islam man. Her compassion,
Don't need a
even in hiding the man from her potentially man-eating husband, shows that not all events in Philippine folklore are to be feared. From Batak mythology comes the Mandala, a colossal being that could be a whale, a giant fish, or a dragon. This creature's vital role, closing the navel of the whale, Buruan. If Tandaig isn't appeased and Buruan is left open, a catastrophic flood could wash away the entire universe. Only a shaman's spiritual journey aided by a spiritual guide can prevent this apocalypse. The Mahamanay are otherworldly, handsome, elf-like males with pointed ears, fair skin, and long black hair, known for abducting women they fancy. From the noble lore comes the Makarali, a nearly invincible giant monster created by the evil god Ogasi. With a heart of stone, this creature seemed unstoppable until it's defeated by Batoy, after which its body became a mass of leeches. The Magindara are vicious creatures that lure
Ooh,
not
Magindara.
just with their beauty, but with their enchanting voices.
You know, Magindara is also
These
is a
silent
VTuber,
beings captivate men not
a Cannibal
only
Mermaid
by their
VTuber.
power,
That
embodying
actually
the deadly allure
they love talking about
folklore.
the Filipino
The
horror
Nara,
creatures. I remember them
freshwater
doing a
monsters,
panel in
are
one of the
otherwise
conventions here in the
orthodox
Philippines.
creatures in Philippine mythology. Vicious to adults but gentle to children, they're considered protectors of water sources and bringers of both fertility and natural disasters. These beings remind us of the dual nature of water, life-giving yet potentially
Give
destructive,
me that lollipop.
reflected in
Where's
their
the lollipop?
freshwater creatures. The
It's the only candy
Nara,
he'll suck
a
on.
sea serpent from Negros, shares similarities with the Mamaliu, with
You're gonna
tortoise-like
have to
eyes,
improve on your
buffalo-like
costume.
horns, and nearly impenetrable
What's
scales.
your costume?
This creature embodies the
Have you
terrifying
posted your
aspect
costume?
of
I
the
wanna
unknown
see.
depths. The Kinara, gentle winged beings with human upper bodies and bird-like lower halves, contrast with the shape-shifting Lambana. These small winged creatures can expand and temporarily lose their wings to imitate humans. These beings showcase the diversity of winged creatures in Philippine mythology, from the serene to
Your
the
hot dog is a
mysterious.
lollipop.
From Ilocano lore comes the Olimaw,
You're
a
supposed to be Utah,
gigantic
but the
winged
uniform you got
flying
was too
serpent
small.
that seeks to swallow the moon.
You're gonna improvise.
Mara's
What are you
life
gonna be?
struggles often depicted in Philippine mythology. These two dragons, slain by the epic hero Indara,
But I'm sure it's
share
gonna
a
be
story
awesome.
arc
And
across multiple
are you going to a
generations.
Halloween party,
Their
Ray?
tale, while Islamized, retains indigenous elements showcasing the blending of beliefs in Philippine folklore. The Ba, a house-sized bird of prey from Maguindanao and lore, could spread its wings to cause darkness on the ground. Dwelling in Mount Vida in eastern Lanao, this creature represents the awe-inspiring
Wait,
and
let me
sometimes
double check.
terrifying aspects of
Who
nature
is
in
Utah?
Philippine
Utah.
mythology. Finally,
Is it the
we have the Tawang Lipod, invisible spirits ranging from
Utah
winged
from
demiurges and
Jujutsu
lifelike
Kaisen?
shadows. These
I haven't
beings
actually
remind
watched
us
Jujutsu
that
Kaisen.
in Philippine folklore, the most dangerous entities are often those we cannot see. And there you have it, Midnight Archivers.
Ooh,
A
trick
journey
or
through
treating.
the
Have
depths of
fun.
Philippine folklore, from
Doctor, we do
chaotic
French marks?
creatures and
Yeah.
monsters to the most obscure beings lurking in the darkest corners of mythology.
I'm gonna roll the
As we
area
uncover
with
the
my
secrets of
hot
the Philippine
doginator.
cryptids iceberg, we are left with a
Nobody
profound
pressed the
appreciation for
self-destruct
the rich
button.
tapestry of Filipino mythology.
It's a machine that will give
Whether fear
everyone a
or
hot dog.
revenge,
And
both
everyone
play
will
a
like
crucial
me.
role in the cultural heritage of the Philippines. But our journey doesn't have to end here. The world of cryptids is a vast and ever-expanding, and there's always more to discover. So, we turn to you. Did we miss any Philippine cryptids that you know about?
You're gonna use your
Perhaps there's
Umbrian
a
ones.
local legend
Ooh,
from
that's
your area
cool.
that didn't make it into our iceberg. Or maybe you have a personal encounter with one of
That's
these
gonna be
cryptid
fun.
beings that you'd like to share. We'd love to hear your thoughts and stories in the comments below.
Cup of tea? Fine by
Your
me.
input could help us uncover even more fascinating creatures for future explorations.
All right, let me search for.
And remember,
I remember what were we listening before was stories by Sapphire animated. Sorry, I remember we're watching an animated playlist. Oh, here we go. Animated story time. We're at late night
What are
jeepney.
you doing? Stop!
The urban
Please!
legends.
Hi, Oddings. Welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. The following story is a rendition of a popular urban legend
Why?
of the Philippines. And now, it's story time.
Would you look at this place?
You want my treat? You get a hot dog. There, I give hot dogs.
Mara had fallen asleep at the university library again. It was almost 11 and she needed to get back to her dorm. Mara gathered her things and waited outside. Her school was so spread out that there were free jeepneys that could transport you around campus.
Why? Why the
Luckily, There was
rage?
still a jeepney available. She hopped on board, told the driver her dorm name, and took a seat at the back. She popped in her ear pods and listened to music while she scrolled through her phone. She glanced up momentarily at the rear-view mirror and saw that the driver was staring right at her. When their eyes met, he looked away. Mara giggled. It's always awkward when that happens. But a couple minutes later, Mara's eyes met the rear-view mirror again, and she caught the driver still staring at her. Mara shifted in her seat. What a creep, she thought to herself. Her dorm wasn't too far away.
Is this
She
the
could
one
handle
where
this
the doctor,
weirdo for a couple
the
more minutes.
driver
The
doesn't
jeepney
see her
finally
head?
approached the
You
door.
raid my fridge, it's
Mara
full of
stood
hot
up,
dogs.
but was immediately tossed back down in her seat as the jeepney continued to drive away. She watched as safety moved further and further away from her. The jeepney was picking up speed. What are you doing? Stop, please! But the jeepney only continued to plow ahead. Was this not a university jeepney? Had she fallen for some sick trap? Mara looked out the side of the vehicle, gauging how badly she'd get hurt if she jumped out. But they were moving much too fast. Mara closed her eyes and held on. After what felt like eternity, the jeepney eventually came to a stop. Mara hesitantly opened her eyes and saw that she was back in front of her dorm. What the hell is wrong with you?
No, what is wrong with you? How come when I look at you in the rear view mirror, you have no head?
You have no head.
That is a very, very bad omen. I thought you brought an evil spirit onto my jeepney, so I had to confuse it to get rid of it. But it's gone now. You're welcome.
Mara did not appreciate the driver's accusatory tone, but she was too tired to keep arguing and went up to her room. As she lay in bed, she thought about what he said. What was it an omen of? Was something going to happen to her? The next morning, Mara walked out of her dorm and saw a crowd of people, all staring at a tree. Mara pushed past the onlookers to see what the fuss was about. What happened? A jeepney crashed into a tree last night. They have no idea why. He just went straight for the tree. Pretty freaky, right? Mara recognized that jeepney. Looks like the warning was not for her.
Well, it was the driver. Well, he probably hit the tree because he was driving so fast to get rid of the spooky.
If you don't want to meet an unfortunate end, like this video and subscribe to my channel. Submit your own stories to storieswithsapphire@gmail.com. For more spooky, supernatural, and spiritual stories, listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this independently run show, head over to patreon.com/storieswithsapphire to learn more. Until we meet again, sleep tight. Hi, Oddings. Welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. AI-generated art is a popular new trend, but like every new trend,
Is this a creepypasta
it has
about it?
its downsides. And now,
It's story time.
A creepypasta about AI art.
Stephanie and Sabina were on their weekly video call, catching up on how work was going, their latest family drama. The topic turned to the latest AI obsession, Beyond Real. It was a free program that claimed it could manufacture any image you needed, no matter what. The way the program learned was from gleaning all the images that currently exist on the internet and compositing a new image. Stephanie thought it was an amazing technological advancement, but Sabina, a freelance artist, didn't think it was ethical. It's basically plagiarizing millions of artists and not offering any credit or pay.
Yeah,
It's
indeed.
not that serious. Look, once you see what it's capable of, you won't be worried about it ever taking your job. Stephanie shared her screen and typed "puppy with human hands for fur" in the search bar. Sabina cringed at how creepy it was, but admitted it was pretty cool.
Hey, it's do Fishmer, so however spell. Hello, Lenny. How are you? Lenny Lumini.
Sure
I
enough,
love your
the
name.
program spit out each image as requested, all equally
Yeah, I'm
as
doing French
sharp.
for
I
Halloween.
want to try something. Stephanie then typed her name in the search bar. For the first time, an error occurred. Sabina laughed. Steph, what makes you think it's going to know your face? Hey, they said they could create any image. Any.
I'm good. How about you? I'm doing good. Earlier we played some. I mean,
The
we
error screen turned into a
we had a little bit of culture sharing. I talked about Filipino supernatural, and now I'm doing my weeklies in Legends of Frontera.
Whoa, I guess it just needed a second to load, huh? Stephanie began typing her name along with all sorts of phrases. With each search, her face became more and more accurate. The program was learning. But how? This wasn't sitting right with Sabina. Steph, maybe you should chill for a sec. Stephanie couldn't stop. And then she typed Stephanie Strange on her computer in her bedroom. It spit out an exact image of her on her computer in her room. That was enough to make her close the program, which then made Sabina gasp in horror. Stephanie's face was now completely unrecognizable.
What?
The AI program has to take information from somewhere.
The AI took the real person's face.
If you want to keep your face and likeness from being stolen, like this video and subscribe to my channel. Submit your own stories to storieswithsapphire@gmail.com.
Yo, jump scare.
For more spooky, supernatural, and spiritual stories, listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this independently run show, head over
That's
to
actual evil AI taking your face from real life.
Until we meet again, sleep tight. Hi, Oddings. Welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. So my husband and I bought a house last year. Before we moved in, we had a contractor seal up any holes around the house, including the attic. He was working on the home by himself and sent a text to my brother-in-law, who was his friend, joking that he was going to charge us $10,000 because the attic was so creepy. He also mentioned that the previous owner had left something behind.
Ooh,
A
what
red
is it?
trunk with the word memories written on it. We asked him to bring it down for us, but he was too scared. So the next day, we went to the house. Once we got the trunk down, we had our cameras out, we were bracing ourselves for what we would find. And what we found was absolutely nothing. Such a letdown, I know. That trunk has since been sold on eBay, but I still think about it and wonder what types of memories that trunk used to contain. That trunk was the inspiration for today's story. And now,
It's story time.
You got my stomach bubbling inside. Why? What's happening?
Tanya and her mom had just moved into a new house. Well, new as in new to them. The house was over a century old. While her mother was talking to the contractors, Tanya decided to explore.
Oh, because of the
While
video.
fiddling with a crease in the wall, she found a hidden staircase that led to the attic. The
Oh,
only
oh
thing
hell
out
no.
there was an old red trunk. Curious, she opened it. Inside was a pencil and a piece of paper with childlike writing that read, "If you found this, write your name and age on the back of this note, close and latch the trunk, and reopen it tomorrow." Tanya didn't even think twice before scrawling Tanya 6 on the paper. The next morning, she hurried back into the attic to see what was waiting for her. The trunk was now filled with toys. She couldn't believe it. As she fished through all the balls, stuffed animals, drawing supplies, she came upon a new letter. "Hi, Tanya. You have found the other end of my magic trunk. Did you know we are the same age? I sent you my favorite toys to play with.
Oh,
You can
no.
send me yours. Just remember to close and latch the trunk and reopen it tomorrow." So Tanya ransacked her boxes of toys and gathered her favorites. She placed them in the trunk, latched it, and excitedly waited for the morning. This continued for a couple of days. After a few exchanges, Tanya realized she still had no idea who she was communicating with. She grabbed a
Talking
photo
to
of
strangers
herself
beyond
and
the
placed it
portal.
in the trunk, along with a note that read, "This is me. I wish we could meet in real life. You seem like a great friend."
Oh no.
The next morning, she received a note along with a photo of a young boy in very old-timey attire. "I would love that. I'll climb into the trunk at midnight, but you'll have to make sure to open it right away. Excited to meet you, Tanya."
Oh
I'm
no.
Peter." Tanya was so excited to finally meet her mysterious pen pal. She set her alarm for
Oh,
midnight
hell
and
no.
went to bed. It wasn't until 8 a.m. that she realized she slept.
Oh,
She
she
rushed up the attic
he's
steps,
she's
hoping
gonna see a
it was
corpse
okay.
because she did not open it
When she got
immediately.
to the attic, the trunk was gone. She hurried back downstairs and asked her mother if she had seen a red trunk. "Oh, I tossed that heavy old thing on the curb for the garbage truck this morning."
Oh no.
Tanya's stomach sank even deeper. Maybe the garbage truck hadn't come yet. She bolted outside and looked up and down the street. The garbage truck was still at the next house over. She ran towards it, and that's when she spotted the red trunk inside the compactor, crushed,
Ah.
oozing with blood.
Her friend died.
If you don't want to accidentally kill someone, like this video and subscribe.
Why did the mom not open the chest before throwing it? What the heck? I was actually thinking it was a little other another spooky thing happening, but not accidental murder.
If you like what you saw and would like to
They
support
murdered
this
that boy.
independent run show, head over to patreon.com/.
Why were they in it? Well, he said he will go in the chest so that they can meet. But the mother threw the chest away.
I'm your at the Sapphire. When I was a kid, I
Hello,
used to go to
Charmy.
the
How are
Detroit
you?
County Fair every year. I never trusted the carnival rides though. Roller coasters at a theme park, piece of cake. But a ride that's meant to be portable and
Did
fold
he
up
just
easily,
maybe the chest can only be opened from
I remember
outside.
One year, I ran into two of my friends at the fair. They were out of breath and in a panic. They told me that they had just ridden the zipper, where you sit in an enclosed cage and you flip over and over. During the ride, their cage door became loose. Every time they flipped upside down, their weight would push the door open a little further. Thankfully, they made it out okay. But I think about that story very often and how it could have gone horribly. And now,
It's story time.
Why was he even in it? Yeah, he wanted to meet his friend. That's what's wrong with. He shouldn't have jumped in. It was a stupid decision on his part. That's why he died.
Sunny glared at the towering hunk of metal before them. The shred head was the hot new ride at the fair. Every cell in her body was telling her not to get on, but she promised her cousin Rita that she would go on at least one ride before they left. "Come on! I promise you'll be telling everyone about this tomorrow at school. Don't worry, I'll be right next to you the entire time." The attendant closed and latched the lap bar. "Oh God, is that strong enough?" Sunny thought to herself. What was that metal sound? Was that normal? Sunny took a deep breath. "Just have fun," she kept repeating to herself in her head. "Just relax. Be like Rita." The ride started, and the girls were screaming for very differing reasons. The cage rotated, and they hung upside down, held in place by the lap bar, their weight bearing down. See? It's not so bad. And it really wasn't. Sunny was happy to see that the lap bar was indeed strong enough to keep them in place. So she opened her eyes and even lifted her arms up like her cousin. Flip after flip, they hung upside down and right side up, over and over. Without warning, the lap bar lock snapped open.
Uh-oh.
And Rita tumbled onto the other side of the cage. Sunny grabbed hold of the handles on the sides. "Oh my God, are you okay? Stop the ride!" Sunny was in a panic, but Rita was having the absolute time of her life, rolling around freely in the cage, laughing her head off.
Is she gonna get
Try
yeeted
this,
away?
Sunny. Let go of the handles. Seriously, Sunny, let go.
Oh,
Sunny heard a crack, and Rita's body went completely limp.
dead.
Sunny
Went on a
felt
ride
like
with
it was
Mikasa,
a
was way bigger than me. I
She
almost
wasn't
fell off
responding.
because I wasn't touching.
Sunny continued
Oh.
screaming for help in vain. Her
The
hands
cousin
and
died,
arms
broke her
were
neck
burning
probably.
from gripping onto the handles tightly. The ride will end soon, and they'll be okay, she kept telling herself. But every time Rita's limp body slammed against the cage door, it creaked open. a little wider. Sunny thought if she could grab hold of Rita, then maybe she could keep it from breaking completely. But that would mean letting go of the handles, the only thing keeping her from tumbling around in the cage. She tried to hold Rita in place with her legs, but she lost her grip each time the cage rotated. Rita's body then slammed into the door one last time, completely breaking the lock, and the door swung open.
Literally panicking because I already told him not to put me with my cousin.
Doug, why'd you press the emergency stop? I did it. Oh my god.
Ah! Yeah, the picture. It's crazy. Yeah, they should
Carnival
check
Ride
that.
The story was
Sick-
fictional, but the dangers of the zipper are very real. After 4 deaths and several injuries, in 1977, the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission urged people not to ride. The zipper has since been redesigned for safety, but accidents are still happening. Do you think it's worth it? If you
Nope.
want to have good luck on carnival rides, like this video and subscribe to my channel. Submit your own stories to Stories with Sapphire.
My thighs are bruised from hitting.
For
That
more spooky,
sucks.
Supernatural and spiritual stories. Listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to
The-
support this
why does that
family-run
fairground
show,
have
head
no
over
safety
to
standards?
patreon.com/Stories with Sapphire to learn more. Until we meet again, sleep tight. Hi audience, welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. Because of my schedule, I was unable to add animations to this episode, but I still wanted to make sure.
Hello, Zaki Lucky. How are you today?
Please enjoy the following story inspired by an urban legend from Russia. And
Oh,
now,
what is this one?
It's story time.
It's story time. Crazy parts, they went by checking my lap bars and still let me go with my. What the heck? They saw that it wasn't firm, and they
in
still
a small
did it.
town in Russia, there lived a woman and her young daughter. One day, the young girl told her mom that she wanted to learn how to play piano, so they went to the music shop on her birthday. The girl was immediately drawn to a gorgeous, shiny grand piano in the back. Her mom wasn't so thrilled when she saw the price tag. She told her daughter that she needed to pick a less expensive one.
Oh, too expensive.
But the girl was insistent and began to cry.
Hopefully they'll make me swap seats. Yeah,
Before the door opened, and out
they
stepped
should have
an elegant old
done
lady.
that.
She told the girl she couldn't
They're crazy
help
for
it.
not doing so.
The mom apologized, embarrassed that her daughter had caused a scene. But the old lady told her that if her daughter really wanted the piano, she could offer her a deal. The mom could pay off the piano in reasonable small installments in however many months she needed with absolutely zero interest.
Ooh, that's a
It
good
was way
deal.
Too good to be true. The mother asked what was in it for the old lady, to which she replied that the gift of music should not be reserved for the wealthy. It belongs to everyone.
Wow, that's a
The
sweet old lady.
leaned down to the girl's eye level and added, "All I ask is that you remain dedicated, my dear. It's not going to be easy, but don't give up." The mother was already drowning in so much high-interest credit card debt, but she could not resist the deal. Her daughter jumped up and down with joy when the piano was delivered to their home. She began practicing.
Yeah,
right
good thing
away.
nothing happened
Day
bad.
in and day out, she pounded away on those keys. Her mom didn't love the new noise, but nothing made her happier than seeing her daughter happy.
Yeah, that's my
After a week,
one regret
the girl
in
began to
life,
complain
not
that her
learning
fingers
a
hurt.
musical instrument.
Her mom assured her that it was just from playing so much. Another week passed, and the girl was still in pain and wanted to take a break.
That's one of
Remember
my
what the lady
frustrations.
told
I
you?
want to play
Mother
the
reminded
piano.
her, don't give up, especially when it gets hard. The girl reluctantly obeyed and continued to practice. It was getting harder every day. The girl felt weak and tired. She wanted to give up, but she didn't want to let her mother down. Then, one day, she heard a loud thud.
Ah,
The keys stopped working. The girl ran to her mother and told her that the piano was broken, and it wasn't her fault. Her mom tried to keep her composure as she called the lady at the music shop. To see
Rode the
if
rest
she
of
could
rides with
fix
my
it.
dad. At
The
least
old
catch me
lady
if it.
was kind enough to come fix
Yeah,
the
don't be
seat
with your
for her.
cousin anymore.
When she came to the house, she asked that she be left alone while she repaired the piano. So
Your
she
cousin
wouldn't be
should have
distracted.
also said
Piano
something
strings
regarding
are
that.
under a lot of tension, and it can be dangerous if she made a mistake. So the mother and her daughter left the old lady alone to work. The piano was good as new again, and the girl continued to practice every day.
Ooh, what's something about
Even
the
though
piano?
her hands never seemed to heal. She was also getting incredibly thin.
Is the piano
After
sucking her
another few
life
weeks,
out?
The piano broke again. This cycle repeated itself over the next couple of months. The piano would break, the old lady would come fix it, the girl would continue to practice until the piano would break again. The young girl was much paler now, bonier too. But
Ooh.
because the change happened so slowly over such a long period of time, her mother didn't notice. When the piano broke again, the old lady came over and, just like before, the mother and daughter waited in the other room while she worked. The mother was trying to understand how such an expensive
Is
and
the old
high-quality piano would keep breaking
is the
like
old
this.
lady
She was
getting the
beginning to
light
suspect
force?
that the deal was a scam to sell crappy pianos to suckers. So she crept up to the doorknob of the living room and peeked into the keyhole
Oh no.
to see what the old lady
Don't
was
peep.
doing. She stifled her gasps as she watched the old lady pull out a glass jar of a red liquid from the piano and guzzle it down.
Oh.
After the old lady left, the mother examined the piano closely. It was then that she discovered tiny needles in the
Ooh.
keys, barely visible to the naked eye. And underneath the keys were tubes that led to a glass jar sitting on a lever. It all made sense to her now. Whenever her daughter played the piano, it would drain her of her blood in such little increments at a time that she couldn't tell it was happening. When the jar filled, it would trigger a lever that stopped the keys from working, and the old woman would come to collect the blood. The mother was ashamed to have fallen for another predatory deal. She immediately had her daughter cease playing and reported the old woman to the authorities. The mother made a vow.
What would the
to never
authorities
let
do there,
anyone
though?
slowly bleed her or her family dry again. If you don't want to be subtly bled to death, like this video and subscribe to my channel. To submit your own stories, send it to storieswithsapphire@gmail.com. For more spooky, supernatural, and spiritual stories, listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this independently run show, head over to patreon.com/storieswithsapphire to learn more. Until we meet again, sleep tight. Hi audience, welcome to Stories
Sleep
with
tight.
Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. The following story is based on a popular Filipino urban legend.
Ooh, what is
And
this one?
now,
It's story time.
What urban legends is this?
Chaz had been working at St. Cajetan Hospital for 10 years, an extremely rare feat. The turnaround on average was a year. The shortest amount of time anyone had quit was within a week. It wasn't easy working at St. Cajetan. People said its employees were cursed. Lights would fall on people's heads. People would slip on completely dry floors. Frequent fires would break out. Patients would sometimes become inexplicably violent. No matter how many times they inspected the building or how many security guards they added, the employees of St. Cajetan were always targeted by bad luck. But Chaz didn't believe it. In the decade he'd been there, nothing unfortunate had ever happened to him, although having his coworkers constantly changing around him made it difficult to keep friends at work. It bothered him at first, but he'd gotten used to keeping to himself. He thought it might even be the reason he's managed to stay safe this whole time. After clocking out late one night, he hopped into the elevator and immediately pressed the door's close button so he could take the slow ride down to the lobby from the 11th floor alone. When he got to the 9th floor, the doors opened. He reflexively reached out to press the door's close button, but stopped when he saw who was standing there. A pretty young woman he had never seen before. There was something about her that made him want to talk to her. He placed his arm in the gap and
A
let her
new
inside.
friend.
Are you new here? The woman nodded shyly. Chaz, it's really nice to meet you. Isabel. For the next few nights, Chaz would ride the elevator alone down to the
Ooh,
9th
10
floor
mana
and
gems.
only let Isabel on. Little by little, they got to know each other in that elevator each night.
Let's use
She had
Volibear
moved
for
here
this.
from far away, so she wasn't familiar with St. Cajetan's reputation. She seemed excited, fresh,
Yeah.
positive.
It's
an
the
extremely rare
it's the
energy
urban
to
legend
find
that
at that hospital. For the first
he
time
befriended
in a
the
long
ghost,
time, Chaz
but
was
that he
open
does
to
not know
making a
about
new
it.
friend. One night, Chaz rode the elevator down, and just as predicted, it opened on the 9th floor where Isabel was waiting to get on. This was the night he decided he was going to ask if she was interested in grabbing a drink with him sometime. Right as she stepped inside, they heard a loud crash at the end of the hallway. They both looked out. From around the corner, a man emerged, limping and heading straight towards the elevator. Wait! Wait! The man cried out. Isabel reached her arm out to hold the doors open. The man picked up his pace. Help me! As the man got closer and closer, Chaz's stomach began to churn. Something wasn't right. The man was now only a few feet away from the elevator. He waved his arm at them, revealing a giant bleeding gash in his side. Chaz immediately pulled Isabel back and closed the elevator doors. They could hear the man pounding on the door as they descended. Why did you do that? We have to help him. There is no helping him. What are you saying? He was wearing a red wristband. We only put those on patients who've died. Isabel's jaw dropped in disbelief. They both stood in silence, catching their breath. Wow.
Yep.
I was wondering what this was. Chaz quit the next day.
That's the urban legend.
If you don't want to be cursed with bad luck,
You mean like
this
this?
video and subscribe to my channel. Submit your own stories to storieswithsapphire@gmail.com. For more spooky, supernatural, and spiritual stories, listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this independently run show, head over to patreon.com/storieswithsapphire to learn more. Until we meet again, sleep tight.
Sleep
Hi,
time.
audience. Welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your author, Sapphire. Do you immediately hop onto every new social media trend? You might want to think twice the next time you try to go viral. And now,
It's story time.
I like this little videos. I used to listen to her podcast. She just tells spooky stories in that podcast. It's fun to listen to. Stories by Sapphire. I love listening to her voice.
Hey, did you know that only 2% of people can recite this gibberish phrase in under 3 seconds? This is the Speed Talk Challenge. Blind duet this and see if you're part of the 2%. Blind duet this and see if you're part of the 2%. Avocado Gejitori Marunakana. Stacy chuckled at her friend May. Of course, she would hop onto a trend that had only 2 views, she thought to herself. May loved to claim that she was first. Stacy was the polar opposite, always trying to discourage groupthink and poking holes in popularly held beliefs. People called her a party-pooping armchair detective, but Stacy saw herself as a truth seeker.
Hello, Yosh.
So when May was
Happy
found
larkin.
out of school, she had to investigate.
Oh, that's a cute emote.
News
A hugging.
officially announced the cause of death as drowning, but May was an excellent swimmer, and the reports didn't offer any other details as to how the drowning happened.
I thank you for the care package.
Something was
Yeah,
definitely
don't forget to
wrong.
hydrate too, guys.
So Stacy contacted May's mom for answers. Apparently, May was already dead when she was found in the pool. Her ribs had been pulled open, and the inside
What
of
the
her
heck?
chest fully exposed. The case was so unbelievably bizarre that detectives wanted to keep details of the accident under wraps while investigating. Stacy fought back tears and vomit as May's mother showed her photos from the crime scene.
What?
Yes, she wanted the unfiltered truth, but wow, was it hard to stomach sometimes. For her friend's sake,
Yeah, if you see your friend like that.
Stacy went back home and retraced May's steps, which were, fortunately for her, documented extensively on her social media account. She scrolled through the videos of her lip syncing in the pool, her doing a dance before getting into the pool, her transitioning from street clothes into her swimsuit, and then the video of May doing the Speed Talk Challenge. Stacy wondered if anyone else had done this.
It's the TikTok
obscure,
challenge.
desperate
Maybe
task
they were
by
reciting a
themselves.
spell.
Apparently, only about 5 other people had. Stacy clicked on one of their profiles. It had a very similar vibe to May's, but then she stopped. She clicked on one of their names and read that they too had passed away, but in a horrific car accident. She clicked on another. They were also dead. Every single person who had participated in this challenge was now
It's a
dead.
deadly TikTok.
This was no coincidence. Stacy pulled up the video and listened to the words over and over. She typed them into dictionary translators in every possible way she could think of. It took a couple of days, but she was finally successfully able to pinpoint what the language was. She translated the words and discovered that it was not just a bunch of random sounds, but a spell that would tear out the heart of the person who spoke it in order to pay back a debt to a demon. Everyone, I need you to listen to me. Do not do the Speed Talk Challenge. My friend died within an hour of doing it, and every single person who's done it is now dead too. I translated the words, and it's a spell that would take your heart to repay a debt made to a demon. I think Miss Lingo Lisa did something super shady and is using innocent people as currency. Please, for your safety, do not do it. Tell everyone you know. Stacy posted the video and immediately knocked out on her bed. It was 3 a.m. after all, and she had an incredibly exhausting and emotional day. Hours later, she was awoken by her phone going wild. Notification after notification was blinging on her phone. As it turned out, Miss Lingo Lisa stitched Stacy's video, crying, claiming that she was just a linguistics professor who wanted to have some fun. Everyone was running to Miss Lingo Lisa's defense in the comments. Why are you picking on a small creator like this? You're just trying to start drama to go viral. She's just trying to have some fun and spread positivity. You are just an armchair detective who doesn't know anything. Stacy wanted to reply to every comment to defend herself, but she took a deep breath. She knew her truth, and she needed to contact
Let them
Miss
die.
Lingo and the authorities.
But as she pressed the
If
back
if they
button
try to
exit
cancel
out,
you,
she realized
let them do it.
just how badly things were about to get. Avocado Gajadori Marunakana.
Avocado Gajador.
Avocado Gajadori Marunakana.
Goodbye, guys. You did not listen.
Avocado Gajadori Marunakana.
Actually, this might be plausible
If
if
you don't want to be this viral trend's next victim, like this video and subscribe to my channel.
with the age of the
To make your
internet,
own
not
stories
listening to
stories
anyone
@gmail.com.
and just
For more
hopping
spooky,
into trends,
supernatural,
that
and
might be
spiritual stories,
possible.
listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like
I know
what
if
you
it's
saw
just
or
an
like this
exaggeration, but
independent
yeah.
run show,
People
head
love
over
to hop into
patreon.com
trends without
/stories
actually
with
checking anything
Sapphire for the
and not
next
even
one.
listening
Join me
to
again.
people.
Bye.
Volume 5 Filipino Folklore.
Ooh, we have
Hi, Oddings. Welcome
Filipino
to Stories
folklore.
with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. When I was in junior high, I attended 1 week of outdoor school. It was like summer camp except during the school year. And there was one night I'll never forget.
Ah.
The sun had already disappeared.
Why is your brother
and we were
attacking you?
walking through an area far from the campgrounds that we had never explored yet. Suddenly, our leader stopped and told us that one by one, we would be returning back to camp by ourselves. It was called a trust hike. It was to prove to ourselves that our built-in navigation systems are more powerful than we think. Our leader was going to stay with a group in the woods, and another counselor was waiting back at the campgrounds with a walkie-talkie to let them know
He
that
sleep-
each
Oh,
of us
really?
had been safely and to send the next one up.
Sleep fighting.
Obviously, I made it out okay, but I think about that exercise often and wonder, has it ever gone wrong? That was the inspiration for today's story. And now,
It's story time.
Alexandra was so excited to finally become a summer camp counselor. It had been her dream since she went to camp years ago. Getting paid to be outdoors and boss kids around? How could you pass that up? It was the final day of
Nope,
training,
if I need to
and
deal
she
with
and her
kids,
leader,
nope.
Gu,
I
were
don't
hiking
wanna.
in a part of the campground she
You
had
can't pay
never
me
been
enough.
to. Gu stopped very suddenly and turned to Alexandra. All right, newbie, this is the final test before you officially become a counselor. It's time for the trust hike. Alexandra couldn't help but smirk at Gu's attempt at being serious. We are officially off the campground map you were given. I hope you were paying close attention while we were walking, because you will now need to find your way back to the mess hall by yourself with nothing but this. She handed her a flashlight and took Alexandra's phone. Alexandra looked up at the horizon. The sun was already mostly hidden. She was not comfortable with this. Seriously? I have no idea where we are. Every counselor before you has been through this and made it out just fine. You're not as lost as you think. Trust me. Alexandra looked out at the dense and dark canopy of trees before her. She took in a deep breath and walked through. The crunch of the leaves beneath her feet was booming in her ears. She steadied her breath. Leaves snapped behind her and she whipped around. Nothing. Stop being so paranoid, she thought to herself. We didn't run into trouble on our way here, so why would I run into trouble on the way back, right? She looked down at the ground. So far, the path was pretty clear. She could do this, she continued to reassure herself. They wouldn't let me do this if it wasn't safe. Her confidence faded when the path beneath her disappeared. Did they pass that log in that tree before? Or maybe they came from the right through that small opening. Alexandra's head began swirling with second guesses. Her flashlight flickered. She smacked it repeatedly until it went completely black. Something grabbed her from behind. Gotcha! Gu's voice echoed throughout the forest, her face illuminated from beneath. She couldn't stop
Oh,
laughing.
jerks.
Oh, what is wrong with
Hello,
you?
Colin. How are
I was
you?
gonna send you back alone.
Happy
Messing
Halloween.
with our noobs is the real counselor tradition. Come on, let's head back together. Alexandra playfully smacked her again, and they continued to walk. Goo led them past the tree with the log. Alexandra sighed. She would have definitely gotten lost if this was a real challenge. After about half
Doing
an hour,
good.
Goo stopped.
I'm glad to
What's
hear.
wrong? I think we're lost. Okay, sure, Goo.
What about you? Doing good. Earlier we talked about Filipino folklore.
Maybe it's a different tree and log.
Now
Looks
we're
just
doing our
like the
weeklies,
other
just
one.
like always.
There's no way we've been going in a
While
circle.
listening to
We've been
some
walking uphill this
spooky
whole time.
stories.
Let's just keep walking. Come on. Another 30 or so minutes had passed by. Surely they had to be getting closer to camp. And then they saw it again. They heard a tree branch crack in the distance. Goo shot the light towards that direction. They saw the silhouette of a tall, muscular man, but his head did not look human.
What?
Goo and Alexandra screamed and ran in the opposite direction. The sound of hooves echoed through the forest
Ooh,
as the
isa-
creature stampeded
isa
its way
tikbalang.
towards them. They batted tree branches out of their way and stumbled through thorny bushes until eventually they tumbled out onto the pavement outside of the mess hall. They looked back at the forest. The sound of hooves had disappeared. Scratched and bruised, Goo and Alexandra jumped up and down and hugged. We're okay, Goo. We're okay. Alexandra? Goo? Where are you guys?
Uh-oh.
Goo?
Goodbye.
Oh my god. We're okay, Goo. We're okay. We're okay.
Oh! They were not in the hall.
In Filipino folklore, there is a creature known as a tikbalang.
Yup, it's a
It has the
tikbalang.
body of a muscular man with the head of a horse. They love to mess with travelers in the forest and get them lost, sometimes manipulating them to the point of insanity. If you suspect that you're being played with by a tikbalang, you can reverse the curse by turning your shirt inside out, which confuses the creature. If only Goo and Alexandra had known. Ranny and Sig had only known each other for a couple of months, so they both agreed to have a small, intimate destination wedding in a remote forest, free from familial judgment and input. After landing at their destination airport, they went to the rental car kiosk. Maupay na oras, and what brings you to Samar? We're getting married.
Ooh,
in
they
a
went to
beautiful
Samar.
church near Gandara, I think. They know better than me. They picked the spot. Oh, near Pagsanghan? Yeah, we wanted to do something a little different. We've both been through this wedding stuff before, so we just wanted to cut through the BS and make it just about us. Right, babe? And you're returning the car tomorrow? That's quite a short trip. Yes, we're not the type to wait around. Come on, babe, let's go. Sig grabbed their bags and headed to the car. Before Ranny left, the cashier stopped her and handed her a piece of paper. Be very, very careful out there, ma'am. In the car, Ranny stealthily opened the paper and quietly chuckled to herself. She rested her head and took a nap during the long drive to the church. When Randy woke up, she found herself in a wide clearing in a beautiful, lush forest. A line of torches lit the way from their car to the only building in sight. A small chapel, much different than the one in Sig's photos. As they rolled their bags to the door, she paused. A line of very still people dressed in burlap material were staring at them.
What the heck is it?
Babe, I thought you said it was just gonna be us.
Is it a
Who are
cult?
these people? Don't mind them. They just maintain the place. Well, as long as they don't disrupt anything. After Ranny and Sig got dressed, they reconvened
Oh,
inside
hell
the
no.
chapel. The decorations were, again, a lot different from what they discussed. And the burlap-wearing strangers were lining the church walls. Sig noticed Ranny nervously patting down her dress. This is all traditional Samar practices, babe. The skulls remind us of the only thing that could end our marriage. The bowls of blood represent our future offspring. Don't mind them, they're acting as witness to our vow of love. I can't wait to be married to you. Why don't you go first? Ranny continued to restlessly smooth out her dress and shot glances at the people watching as she recited her vows. When she finished, Sig began to laugh maniacally.
What
Their
the
once
heck?
charming visage morphed into a hideous demon's.
You made this almost way too easy, you stupid girl. Didn't anyone ever teach you to be careful of who you trust? And now, your soul is gone.
What?
You thought you found me at the bar that night?
Is it also?
Honey, I'm the hunter.
Oh, it's an encanto. What the?
Didn't anyone ever teach you to be careful of who you trust? Ranny turned to the burlap strangers who were now armed with sticks. Who's next? It
Oh,
is said that
they
there
were
is a
hunting.
magical hidden city on the island of Samar in the Philippines called Biringan.
Biringan.
It's thought to be inhabited by Encanto, creatures who appear as beautiful people and seduce you. They bring you back to their homeland.
Yeah, it said it's
and if
the
you
golden
enter
city in
into
the
a contract
Philippines.
Of marriage, they will reveal their true, hideous selves and steal your soul. Let this be a lesson to all you monsters out there. Never underestimate the power of a woman. If you don't want to be lured to Biningan by an Encanto, like this video and subscribe to my channel. Submit your own stories to storieswithsapphire@gmail.com. For more spooky, supernatural, and spiritual stories, listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this independently run show, head over to patreon.com/storieswithsapphire. Until we meet again, sleep tight.
Sleep tight.
Hi audience, welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. What lengths would you go to bring back someone you lost? In today's story, we'll watch one mother's desperate attempt to end her grief, and in doing so, causes even more unimaginable pain.
Oh, what is this one?
It's story time.
Ba, 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 ba.
It was the late 1940s. A young Betty was bound to her iron lung while she recovered from several diseases. Without this contraption, she could not breathe. Her mother Sandra sat by her side, clutching her rosary and watching in agony as her little girl struggled to do what she took for granted every day. Weeks later, the inevitable came. What kind of God would allow this to happen? Why would he punish her like this when she had been nothing but devout her entire life? Something irreplaceable had shattered inside of Sandra. On the day of the funeral, Sandra couldn't cry. Her tears were drained from her eyes. She was tired, so tired. And as she sat in the pew after the service, person after person approached her to offer their condolences. The words became meaningless to her. None of these words would ever bring Betty back. Sandra was almost completely checked out when she felt another tap on her shoulder. She reflexively thanked them for coming and turned away. But the hand lingered. Sandra turned around to see a woman in a long red dress that she didn't recognize. She handed her an envelope and a small box and told her to open it when she got home.
Uh-oh.
Sandra was so
Red
baffled
flag.
by the gift, but when she looked back up to ask the woman who she was, she had vanished. Scrawled on the back of the envelope were the words, "The gift of life." Sandra asked the other attendees if they knew who the woman in the red dress was.
Red flag.
No one seemed to know. When Sandra returned home, she placed the box on the table and opened the envelope. It was a handwritten letter with what looked like a list of instructions, and at the top, it read, "How to bring a loved one back." Sandra opened the box. It was a small skull with a bell inside. This bell should ring 1 minute after the spell is completed and successful. It is not advised to ring the bell before then, and if this happens, it is recommended that you try again. Sandra wasn't sure what to make of all this. If it was some kind of a joke, it was at least a unique one that had momentarily taken her mind off of her grief. She read the instructions over again. They didn't seem too complicated. Sandra figured, why not give it a try?
Why the heck would you give it a
She
try?
cleared out the altar and placed all the items asked for in the letter and arranged them accordingly. She sliced her hand and poured a few drops into the bowl. She recited the incantation and watched the clock. The candles flickered. A chill shot down her back. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds, 58, 59. The wind blew the curtains, causing a vase to shatter on the ground, which then caused Sandra to hit the altar. The skull with the bell fell to the ground. Sandra stared at the skull. Was that before or after 1 minute?
Uh-oh.
She carefully stood up and investigated each room of the house, calling out her daughter's name. After checking the last room, she let out an exasperated chuckle and shook her head. This was so stupid. She could not believe she fell for such nonsense. She put out the candles, wrapped her hand, and went to bed. That night, Sandra had a horribly vivid nightmare. She saw Betty in a dark void, struggling to breathe, gasping for air. But Sandra couldn't seem to reach her. Betty kept slipping further and further away. Sandra shot up in bed, sheets completely drenched. What if the spell had actually worked, but she accidentally closed it before Betty could fully return? There was no way Sandra was going back to bed now, and she had to know. She unwrapped her hand, gave her blood, recited a prayer, closed her eyes,
He repeated it?
and waited. Suddenly, in her mind's eye, she could see Betty, just like in her nightmare, in a dark void reaching out to her, gasping for air. Sandra was so overtaken by the image that she instinctively reached her hand out and heard the bell ring. Frustrated, Sandra poured more blood, recited the prayer, and waited again. She did this several times, each time seeing the vivid image of Betty gasping for air and reaching out to her. And each time Sandra would check every room of the house, but never found Betty. Sandra was in a trance, repeating the spell, hearing the bell, checking the house over and over and over and over and over.
Oh no, she went the Lulu.
Baby, I can feel you, I can see you, I can hear you. I'm so close. I don't care how many times it takes. I'm not going to stop trying until you're back in this house. I promise.
She got tricked.
The night continued on like this. Meanwhile, in the cemetery where Betty was laid to rest, if you don't want to be stuck in an endless loop of life and death, like this video and subscribe to my channel. Submit your own stories to storieswithsapphire@gmail.com. For more spooky, supernatural, and spiritual stories, listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this independently run show, head over to patreon.com/storieswithsapphire to learn more. Until we meet again, sleep tight. Hi, Oddings. Welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Aunt the Sapphire. The following story is loosely inspired by a person my friend once knew. And now,
It's story time.
Story time.
Jamie was the manager of a popular casual clothing store and had just received a call about a new transfer coming that day, named Elizabeth. This type of thing was common, but Jamie kept hearing employees gossiping about the incoming coworker. My friend worked with her at the Fern location. He said she has issues. My friend at the Westlake location said she doesn't like people looking her in the eye or getting near her. My friend at the Oaks location said she can't be fired because her mom is the CEO. My friend at the Newberry location said she stabbed a manager. Jamie just rolled her eyes. It was often frustrating to work with young, gossipy high school kids, so she just politely reminded them to mind their own business and get back to work. Although she'd be lying if she wasn't just the tiniest bit more curious and nervous to meet this Elizabeth. At 11 a.m., the doors opened. Every head turned to the entrance. In walked something Jamie had never seen before. A person with absolutely no emotion, no expression, not an ounce of personality in her clothing. Literally the most blank canvas of a person. Jamie was taken aback by
Is
how
that Elizabeth?
uncomfortable Elizabeth made her feel, but reminded herself that that was not enough to dismiss someone. Jamie began orientation as was usual with new transfers, smiling widely, making jokes. But Elizabeth's face never changed. She was incredibly quiet, but when she did speak, it was almost a mumble. Her eyes were constantly darting around, hands fiddling in her pockets. Jamie continued to smile and remained patient throughout the training session. She must have a lot on her mind, she thought to herself. The important thing is that she does her job well. Once the orientation was over, Jamie asked Elizabeth to fold some of the unorganized shirts on the tables while she managed the register. From the register, Jamie would occasionally look over at Elizabeth to see how she was doing. She was like an organization robot, folding clothes and cleaning up with speed and precision. Sometimes it looked like she was mumbling to herself. She'd fiddle with her pockets again. The other employees shot Jamie a glance whenever this happened, but Jamie looked away. There was nothing wrong, nothing
Ooh, I think
tangibly wrong.
Are we
with
getting
Elizabeth.
this? How much?
Another hour or so went by, and Jamie had almost forgotten about Elizabeth.
3-5. Do we get experience
Until a
for the
middle-aged woman came into
nightmares?
the store. The second Elizabeth saw her, she bolted towards
We
her
do.
and
Ooh, we're
blocked
gonna
her
get that
entrance.
now.
You can't come in here. You need to leave. Excuse me? You can't come in here. You need to leave.
Excuse
Don't make me
me?
say it again. I have never been so offended in my life. I'm calling security. The woman disappeared in
It's
a
a
puff
Karen.
of anger out the door. Everyone in the store stared silently as Elizabeth turned around and went right back to what she was doing before.
What the heck is Elizabeth
Jamie
doing?
let out a deep sigh. She knew she could not ignore what just happened. What even was that?
Yeah, what happened?
She carefully approached Elizabeth. Hey, Elizabeth, I know you just moved here, and I know things must be hard for you right now, but you can't talk to customers like that. It's unacceptable. I have to ask you to leave right now. Elizabeth turned around and looked Jamie directly in the eyes
Uh-oh.
and began bawling.
Oh, I
Jamie's
thought she's
heartstrings
gonna
tugged, and she took a step towards Elizabeth to comfort her, which then caused Elizabeth's demeanor to shift again, and she lunged towards Jamie.
What?
She was immediately pulled away from Jamie from behind by the mall cop. Elizabeth was inconsolable. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay. I've heard about. I just hope you get the help you need. No. I'm sorry, I couldn't get rid of it.
Get rid of what?
What? The demon that's attached to you.
What?
I've never seen anything like it before. It was calling in other entities. Nothing I did was working. It's too powerful, and it's only getting stronger. I'm sorry I couldn't transfer it in time. You're on your own now. Good luck.
What the heck?
Dragged Elizabeth away with her hands behind her back.
What would you do if somebody said that to you?
Elizabeth, what demon?
What the heck?
If you don't want to have a powerful demon attach itself to you, like this video and subscribe to my channel. Submit your own stories to storieswithsapphire@gmail.com. For more spooky, supernatural, and spiritual stories, listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this independently run show, head over to patreon.com/storieswithsapphire to learn more. Until we meet again, sleep tight.
Sleep tight.
Hi, audience. Welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. When traveling to Samar in the Philippines, beware of beings who are not what they appear.
Hidden village of the Encanto.
now-
Oh.
It's story time.
Ranny and Sig had only known each other for a couple of months, so they both agreed to have a small, intimate destination wedding in a remote forest, free from familial judgment and input. After landing at their destination airport, they went to the rental car kiosk. Maupay na oras, and what brings you to Samar? We're getting married in a beautiful church near Gandara.
Oh, wait,
I
didn't
think?
we-
They know better than me. They picked the spot.
Didn't we have this already?
Oh, near Pagsanghan? Yeah, we wanted to do something a little different. We've both been through this wedding stuff
Oh, it
before,
repeated.
so we just wanted to cut through the BS and make it just about us. Hi, Oddings. Welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. Every other Wednesday, I'll be sharing spooky stories.
I was wondering why
accompanied
it's the
by
same.
animation, so make sure you're subscribed. On the Wednesdays in between, I release a new podcast episode available here on YouTube and wherever you listen to podcasts. And now,
It's story time.
It's story time. Bum, bum, bum. Ba, 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 ba.
it was a beautiful day driving through the desert. Hattie was dancing in the back seat while her dad Jerome drove, and her mom Liz sang along in the front. Nothing could ruin the perfect moment. Hattie's head eventually began to bob in fatigue, and she dozed off into a deep sleep. She was awakened by a loud thud. She was surprised to see that the car was stopped. The darkness outside the window seemed to extend for miles. A jagged beam of light fell into the middle of the car through the sunroof. Hattie leaned over toward the front seats, but her parents weren't there. She felt around for her phone, her bags, but found nothing. The car was absolutely empty. She pulled the car door handle, but the door didn't open. Same went for the other doors. Hattie's breathing quickened. What the hell was going on? She looked back at the sunroof. Hattie stuck her arm through and immediately pulled back. The gap was much too small for her to fit through, without sacrificing any more blood, at least. Then, in the distance, the tiniest pinpoint of light grew larger and larger. She continued to stare as the faint sound of an engine got closer and closer. Hattie noticed the rearview mirror became blurry and the whole car shook. The vibrations came from below the car, from the iron rails that perched the target for the incoming freight train. And that target was her. She began hammering on the horn, pounding all over the car, calling out for her parents. And that's when something fell over the side of the roof and into the moonlight.
Their
The
parents?
light reflected on a set of keys in a motionless human hand.
What?
Hattie took in a deep breath and thrust her hand through the sunroof, blood pouring down her arm as she pulled her dad's arm closer, and eventually the entire arm fell through the sunroof. Hattie was blinded by the approaching light. She clambered over the seats and accidentally slammed her bleeding arm on the wheel. Hattie screamed, which was quickly drowned out by the blast of noise coming from the train. The light was too bright to even see the dashboard. Push after push, she thrust the key around the wheel, piercing the dashboard, frantically searching for the ignition. Until finally, it clicked. She turned the keys for the wrong car.
Oh,
If you don't want to find yourself in a locked car on a train track in the middle of the night, like this video and subscribe to my
what do you
channel.
mean the wrong
Submit your
car?
own stories to storieswithsapphire@gmail.com. For more spooky,
I didn't understand what
supernatural,
happened
and
there.
spiritual stories,
She just
listen to the
died.
Stories with Sapphire podcast, wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this independently run show, head over to patreon.com/storieswithsapphire to learn more. Until we meet again, sleep tight. Happy early Halloween, audience. Welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. Halloween is the perfect night to get into a little mischief with some friends. For Fiona, she was willing to do anything to make any friends, even play the trust game.
What's the trust
And
game?
now,
It's story time.
Hold still.
it was an especially cold and dark Halloween night. Fiona shivered as she stood in front of an empty house in an unfinished housing development on the other side of town. Next to her were Adam, Ian, and Sabrina, the only group of teens who invited her to hang out that night. Fiona wasn't really one for Halloween mischief, but when you're the new kid at school, you take any invite you can get. It's called the Trust Game. It's a Thousand Oaks tradition. You have to find somewhere pitch black and everyone hides in their own spot. Then the seeker starts the game. They have to find one person, and once they do, those two now have to find another. And you find each other one by one until you're a big group, and then you leave together. Only thing is, you have to keep your mouth shut and your phone lights off. The only way to find each other is with your hands. Couldn't we get seriously hurt? It's an empty house. You're not going to run into anything. Besides, we've all done it before. How do you think we all became so close? Fiona swallowed and tried to mask her concern. There was no backing out now, not without looking like a total chump anyway. Sabrina picked the lock and swung the door open. She flashed her light through the foyer.
They're
and did a
trespassing.
brief circle. There's your chance to memorize the layout. Now go find your spot. Fiona felt a hand push her forward into the darkness. She stumbled onto what felt like the bottom steps. She was already very much regretting her decision to play. She pulled herself up and gingerly continued to crawl up the stairs. She kept one hand on the wall and kept walking until she reached a door. She opened it and felt around for a spot to sit
Hello, Shock. How are you?
and waited.
How's
The
your
only sense available
Halloween?
to her was her hearing,
This is
a
Halloween.
pounding
Halloween.
echoing in her chest, a ragged breath, faint footsteps groaning downstairs, a gentle howling.
Getting ready for work. Have fun at the work today.
Fiona's legs had fallen asleep. She pulled out her phone to see how much time had passed. Almost half an hour. She knew this was an impossible game. She motioned to stand up, but that's when she heard footsteps on the other side of the door. The doorknob clicking, the door creaking open, the wooden floor lightly squeaking with each footstep. She was relieved to know this would be over soon, but she still jumped when she felt the pairs of hands grab her arms and help her off the floor. As they huddled together in their group, silently and carefully making their way through the pitch black house, Fiona
Wait,
was starting
did
to
we get the one-
understand
Oh,
why this
yeah, we
game
did.
was a bonding ritual. It was so intimate and kind of comforting. Fiona was now at the front of the huddle, hands out straight. After what felt like an eternity, she finally felt the familiar texture of the front door and heaved a loud sigh of relief.
Are they
She threw
complete
it
though?
open and stepped out into the safety of the open night air. She turned around but the others were no longer behind her. Okay, guys, scary time is over. You can come on out. Loud laughter emerged from the bushes in the front yard. Fiona turned to see Sabrina, Ian,
Wait,
and Adam.
was she alone in the house? But
behind them. You lasted so much longer than any of us thought. You owe me 20 bucks. Wait, what's going on? The game is fake, dude. We take bets on how long it takes for people to realize. We snuck out as soon as you were upstairs.
but she was with somebody though.
That can't be right. I was definitely playing with someone. Multiple people. Shut up. No, you weren't. Fiona looked back at the dark, partially open doorway. The door creaked open wider. Adam, Ian, and Sabrina jumped in terror and bolted down the street. Fiona giggled and walked towards the door, a smile stretching across her face. Looks like the trust game really does create bonds between friends. After all.
She's friends with the ghost
If
now.
you don't want nightmares tonight, like this video and subscribe to my channel. Submit your own stories to storieswithsapphire@gmail.com. For more spooky, supernatural, and spiritual stories, listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast, wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this independently run show, head over to patreon.com/storieswithsapphire to learn more. Until we meet again, sleep tight. Hi, Oddings. Welcome back to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. I recently received an email with a video that shook me to my core. It came with a warning that if I watched the video with any interruptions, that means pausing or closing the video before it finished, then something terrible would happen to me.
What the heck?
It was pretty difficult to get through, but I made it, and it gave me the inspiration for this episode.
What the heck?
And now,
Why would you watch a video like that?
It's story time.
Bum, ba-da, ba, 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 da, ba.
Gabby loved getting scared. Ghost stories, gruesome images online, horror movies. They consumed graphic content so often that they began to feel desensitized. Their search keywords became more outrageous, worrisome. But it was Halloween season, their favorite time of year. They were desperate to find something that would reignite that feeling of pure dread and disgust. A feeling they hadn't had in an incredibly long time, which is why they were thrilled to receive this email from their friend Giselle. Hey, I heard you were looking for something that'll really mess you up. I heard about this video. It's supposed to be insanely horrifying. You're supposed to watch it the entire way through without pausing. Otherwise, something horrible will happen. It might be total BS, but I'm too scared to try, LOL. Good luck. Gabby loved the sound
Yep,
of
I
that.
wouldn't even
They
attempt to
were,
do
however,
it.
surprised they hadn't heard of this before. They figured it must be a new video. They did a quick Google search of the title to see if they could find news reports of people who tried it, but nothing came up. Their finger hovered over the link. They'd seen The Ring. They knew about the subliminal messages in The Exorcist. They were a fan of the Blair Witch Project marketing. They knew all the tricks to psychologically mess with you. And even then, they found themselves hesitant this time around. They thought, if it really is that disturbing, I can hide in the comments. They took a deep breath and clicked. The post date was from a month ago, and it already had over 5 million views. A logo of a cube appeared. Then the video was completely black. All Gabby could see was their own reflection staring back from their phone. They went to scroll through the comments, but they were turned off. They checked the video duration. 1 minute. They could handle 1 minute of anything. 5 seconds had passed and the video was still black. There's probably gonna be a jump scare suddenly or something. Or maybe it's just a prank and the whole video is black. That'd actually be pretty funny. 30, 29, 28. Gabby continued to stare at the screen, waiting for something, anything, to happen. 26, 25. Gabby started shifting impatiently in their seat. Fed up, they went to close the app when they heard Gabby. Did the video just say their name?
Uh-oh.
They turned the volume up to the max. Gabby, don't look away. The video was no longer black. It was now a calm, very familiar looking street at nighttime. The quiet was interrupted by footsteps getting louder.
Oh, is it
and
their
closer,
house?
accompanied by screams. Gabby could not comprehend as they watched a person run into frame out of breath. A person who looked exactly like them. They watched as the disheveled and cut-up person called for help. A dark figure, human or otherwise,
Oh, hell
loomed
no.
behind them, quickly gaining speed. After a few brief moments, it caught up to them and slammed something hard into the back of their head, causing the person to collapse onto the ground with a crimson spray. Gabby covered their mouth as the figure continued to steal the consciousness out of the person, blow by blow. Gabby began to gag. Their eyes welled with tears. They glanced at the remaining time. Only 10 seconds left. They could do it. At 8 seconds, their phone beeped. The battery was about to die. They darted their eyes around the room for the charger. It was on the far back wall. They bolted toward it, all while keeping their gaze on the video. 4, 3, 2, 1. The screen went black just as they inserted the charger. They waited. After what felt like a safe amount of time, they let out a sigh of relief and began laughing. They opened their bedroom door and saw the dark figure from the video in the hallway.
What the heck?
They immediately turned around toward the open window and climbed out.
Wait.
Was unrecognizable on the cement.
Wait, did it skip?
You know, I'll climb out.
Oh, it's deliberate loading. I thought it was my.
You know, I'll be honest, I
It-
was a
it-
bit nervous making a video.
It
on
looked
this
like it
story
cut off a little
because
bit.
It's not just that video that bears a curse. It's the story itself. So I knew I was potentially putting you in danger. But then I thought, no, you're all brave. You'd be able to watch it through uninterrupted. Otherwise, you'd face the same fate
Yeah.
as Gabby.
that
So
was
as long as
nice.
you got through the story with no interference, you'll be safe.
She put that interruption,
You did get through the whole story.
the fake interruption.
If you don't want nightmares tonight, like this video and subscribe to my channel.
You did see
Submit
the whole
your
thing,
own
right?
stories to
After she put that
storieswithsapphire
interruption
at
thing.
gmail.com. For more spooky,
That's a cool
supernatural,
thing.
and spiritual stories, listen to the Stories with Sapphire
Thank you for the
podcast,
headband, Cole.
wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this independently run show, head over to patreon.com/storieswithsapphire to learn more. Until we meet again, sleep tight.
Volume 4.
I love
Deadly
that
Family
little trick.
Stories.
I was wondering
Hi,
why it is
Welcome
buffering.
to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. Mother's Day is right around the corner, a time to show appreciation for the women who raised us and shared photos of us proudly with everyone. But what if there is a downside to all of this affection? This Mother's Day, Vanessa is about to find out. And now,
It's story time.
Vanessa adored her little baby girl, Carly. She had so much fun posting photos of her in cute themed outfits, one for every holiday and season. Her family would always comment on
No,
how
wait.
photogenic Carly was and that she could be a model. Those comments always made Vanessa chuckle. The thought of becoming one of those mommy influencers made her roll her eyes, which is why she kept her profile private. Her followers were mostly
Ah,
her friends and
gonna get
family,
eaten by
with the
Tomken.
occasional request from another account with mom or baby content that she was happy to approve. One day, she needed to make a quick trip to the grocery store. She called up Renee, the teenager next door, as usual, to come watch Carly while she was out. Vanessa set very strict rules with Renee to never post any videos or photos of Carly or from inside her house. Vanessa kissed Carly on the head and went to the store. As Vanessa rolled her cart down the aisle, she simultaneously scrolled through her timeline. She may not share her baby photos publicly, but she'd be lying if she said she didn't love looking at what other parents posted. They always gave her inspiration for her own photo sessions. Then, her phone buzzed. There was a notification that she was tagged in a photo. She opened the photo and saw the exterior of her house. The number was in full view and the address was tagged. Vanessa immediately called Renee.
Hi, Miss H. How's it going?
Renee, I thought I made myself very clear. Why would you post a photo of my house? Please take it down right now.
What photo?
The photo of my house. Take it down.
Miss H, I really don't know what you're talking about.
Renee, I swear to God, if this is a prank.
It's not, Miss H, I promise. What was the name of the profile?
Vanessa pulled her phone away from her face to look at the name, when she got another notification. This time, it was a photo taken from outside the living room window.
Uh-oh.
You could see Renee talking on the phone.
Whoa, what the hell? I just got tagged too.
Renee, get Carly and get out of the house immediately. Call 911. I'm heading home right now. Vanessa abandoned her cart and ran to her car. Another notification. This time, it was of the back of Renee's head, running up the stairs.
What the heck?
Vanessa began to panic. She couldn't understand why or how anyone could do this. She arrived home and immediately called out for Renee, but no response. She ran to the stairs and saw a river of blood cascading down the steps. On the staircase was Renee's cold, limp body. Vanessa held her breath and her tears as she ran past her and towards Carly's room. She opened the door. Carly was not in her crib. She wasn't anywhere in the room.
Somebody take the
Vanessa
baby.
fell to her knees. She'd never felt so helpless in her life.
Not the baby.
That familiar buzz pierced through the silence. Hesitantly, Vanessa pulled up the photo. It was Carly, cradled in a pair of hands with long, twisted fingers. Trembling, Vanessa frantically messaged them.
Ooh, who do we
"Where is
six
my
star?
daughter? Who
Yasuo
are you?
or
Give her
Ari?
back. Why are you doing this to me?"
I think we'll do Yasuo, right?
They replied, "Because you made it so easy. I don't understand. My profile is private." LOL. There's no such thing as private on the internet. As Vanessa responded, they blocked her. Today's story featured Vanessa and Carly, the winners of the last Cameo competition. If you'd like a chance to be featured on a future episode, follow me on Instagram at Awkward Sapphire to learn more.
Awkward Sapphire. What's your power?
Yuna,
Approaching
Emiko's
Miss-
mom, worked 2 jobs to make ends meet. Fortunately, she was able to work from home. Unfortunately, it meant Emiko was left alone most of the time, so Yuna gave her a beautiful doll to keep her company. Emiko named it Okiku and treated it like the sister she never had. Yuna was overjoyed to see that her daughter had taken such a liking to the toy. Those two were inseparable. Emiko brought it on trips to the grocery store. She slept with it at night. She would even seat it at the table for dinner. At first, Yuna thought it was cute when Emiko asked for a separate meal for Okiku. She'd hold the food out in front of its frozen expression and ultimately shoved the food onto its plastic face, causing a mess. It became much less cute after a couple of days. But Yuna just wanted Emiko
One
to be happy,
Costas.
so she quietly cleaned up after every meal. One night during bath time, Emiko brought Okiku into the tub with her. Aren't you worried she's gonna get ruined, baby? Okiku needs a bath too. It had been a couple of weeks since Yuna had given Emiko the doll, and she was more exhausted and annoyed than ever. She was over, making extra meals for the doll and cleaning up wasted food. She was embarrassed by referring to the doll as Emiko's sister in public. She was tired of extra long bath times. Yuna decided she had to say something to her daughter, not to completely discourage her imagination, just get her to dial it back a bit. Baby, I'm so happy that you love Okiku so much, but I just want to make sure you understand that your doll is not actually alive. She doesn't need real food. She doesn't have a stomach or a brain or a heart. You can believe what you want to believe, but I'm not going to treat her like your real sister anymore, okay? But she is real.
Uh-oh.
Yuna sighed. Too exhausted that night to continue the conversation, she let it go. Yuna was relieved that over the next few weeks, Emiko stopped wasting food and insisting she treat Okiku like a living child. She was pleased to see that her daughter actually listened. When Yuna was tucking Emiko and Okiku in for the night, she noticed something different about the doll. Its hair, once a shoulder-length bob, was now down to its feet.
Oh, hell no.
I told you she was real. Yuna convinced herself that she was just overworked and remembering the doll inaccurately. There's no way the hair actually grew. Then, over the next few days, Yuna started noticing other new details about the doll. It now had fingernails and teeth. While working her second job one night, she couldn't stop thinking about Okiku. She walked out of her room and into Emiko's, where she found her on the ground covering the doll in bandages. Yuna stomped over and grabbed it from her. Careful, she's sick! To Yuna's utter shock, there was blood seeping out from underneath the bandages.
Lucis, hello, hello.
Now
How are
the
you?
doll was bleeding. She hastily
Happy
unwrapped the doll
Halloween.
and found a flap in its back. She peeled it open. Stuffed inside.
Currently
the
doing our
cavity of the
Runeterra
doll
weekly swell. Watching
was
creepy
someone's
videos.
Heart.
What the heck?
I
Where?
gave her a heart, Mommy, and everything she needs to be real. Can we go back to calling her my sister again?
Where did the child get
If you
the?
don't want nightmares tonight,
heart.
subscribe to my channel and like and
It
share
was
this
not a
video.
haunted doll. The
Submit
daughter
your own
was
stories
crazy.
To storieswithsapphire
What
at
the heck?
gmail.com. For more
I'm doing great
spooky,
as well.
supernatural, and spiritual stories, listen
A little
to
bit
the
sick,
Stories
but
with
hopefully it would
Sapphire
pass.
podcast, wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to
The
support
daughter
this
put somebody's
independently
heart
run
inside
show,
the doll.
head
That is
over to
crazy.
Patreon.com/storieswithsapphire. Until we meet again, sleep tight.
Volume 3, Filipino Folklore.
Hi, Oddings. Welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. Have you ever experienced sleep paralysis? When your mind is awake, but your body is still asleep and you're frozen in place. It can be a truly horrifying ordeal, but it's all just in your head. Or is it? For Ryan and Nate, a real nightmare.
Or is it?
And now,
It's story time.
The box bestows your price. Plug and play.
it was Ryan and Nate's first time camping at Anawangin Cove. With no electricity or cell reception, it was the perfect place to unplug and reconnect with nature after their hectic work week. Ryan had been particularly stressed lately, to the point of having frequent nightmares and episodes of sleep paralysis, and Nate wanted to help him relax. The Cove was a pretty busy tourist spot, but luckily, they were able to find a spot that at least felt somewhat isolated. Ryan chopped down some very short trees for firewood just as the sun went down. They built a fire, laid out some blankets, and cracked open some beers. Nate had already reached weekend mode. Ryan was far behind. Ryan, take a deep breath, be in the moment. Worrying about the budget right now isn't going to change anything. Yeah, I know. It's just really hard for me to disconnect. That's why we need to do this more often. The two friends clinked their bottles and cheered to a relaxing weekend. 2 beers turned into 4, which eventually turned into 10. Ryan and Nate were now completely passed out on the forest floor, head to head. Sometime in the middle of the night, Ryan awoke with a gasp. He felt like he was suffocating. He tried to move his arms and legs, but they felt like concrete. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time he'd experienced this. This is just a dream, a stress-induced nightmare. Ryan tried to reassure himself. Just try to wake yourself up. As Ryan lay there, he directed all his focus on moving his head. Just an inch would be enough. But it would not budge. You're not in any real danger. This will all pass. He could hear his breath getting shallower and shallower as the pressure on his chest increased. And that's when he heard it. The breath of someone else. Although he wasn't able to move his eyes, he shifted his focus downward toward his chest. In his peripheral vision, he could vaguely make out what appeared to be a bald, 300-pound figure sitting on his chest.
Oh.
That had never happened during one of these dreams before. Ryan tried to call out to Nate, but his jaw was frozen shut. The figure now leaned over, coming into Ryan's full view. This isn't real, it's just a nightmare. Ryan repeated over and over in his head. Then, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Finally, Ryan thought, Nate had woken up and was going to help him. But the footsteps walked over to the pile of wood. Ryan heard the clink of metal, and the footsteps walked back to his feet. There was a moment of silence, and then the axe slammed into his ankle. Again and again, the pain felt so unbearably real. But there was nothing Ryan could do but lay there until the nightmare ended.
Will it
The
end
next
though?
morning, Nate awoke, head pounding from his hangover. The fire pit was still roaring. He could have sworn that the fire had died before they passed out. He saw that Ryan was awake as well. So, please tell me you were finally able to disconnect and get some good sleep. Ryan? Nate shook Ryan's shoulder.
Uh-oh, is
Ryan's eyes were
is he
wide
dead
open,
already?
but he wasn't moving. Nate stood up in a panic and saw why. With fear-filled eyes, he looked back at the fire. There, in the pit, were Ryan's missing limbs.
What? What the heck?
In the Philippines, there is a large and malevolent spirit called the Banyunyot. It lives in the trees, and if you chop down its home, it will seek revenge. It will wait until you've fallen into a deep sleep.
Oh,
usually
they
after
cut off
a
its
heavy meal or
house.
lots of alcohol, and sit on your chest and suffocate you to death. And there's a reason why this story is so popular. Because young people, more frequently men of Southeast Asian descent, have been dying of sudden, unexplained nocturnal death syndrome, also referred to as banyunyot, which is also the Tagalog word for nightmare. In the 1950s, the Foundation for Banyunyot Research was founded by a man whose son had died of this condition. And while the exact cause of banyunyot is still unknown, doctors speculate that eating a large meal right before bed can possibly trigger it, or an undetected heart spasm can be set off by a nightmare. So maybe our dreams physically affect us more than we'd like to think.
I like the way she pronounces
Mark
bangungot.
just had the worst imaginable trip ever. What was supposed to be the honeymoon of his dreams left him widowered in a foreign country. Sometimes accidents happen. His in-laws offered to let him stay with them in Quezon City, but Mark wanted nothing more than to get back home to Los Angeles. He raced down the narrow roads in his rental car, his mind playing the event over and over in his mind. Was there anything he could have done differently? Why did it have to be her? He was jostled out of his thought loop when the car hit something on the road and swerved.
Uh-oh, what
He
did you hit?
stopped and got out to inspect. The back driver's side tire was flat, of course. Luckily, he'd done this before and was able to easily swap out the tire for the spare. When he closed the trunk, he saw that someone was now in the car.
Uh-oh.
Hello? Can I help you? Do you need something? He carefully walked to the door.
Uh-oh.
But when he looked in the back seat again, it was empty. It must have been
Somebody
shadow. He thought to
rode
himself.
the car.
It was late and he was not well.
What is this? Isn't this the white lady of Balete Drive?
The seatbelt warning flashed. Mark buckled himself in. But the signal continued ringing. His eyes glanced at the rearview mirror. Staring back at him was a woman. Startled, Mark slammed on the brakes. He looked in the rearview mirror again, but this time, his fear subsided. He knew who this woman was. He would have recognized that dress anywhere. It was his wife,
What?
Annie. Hi, Langa. I've missed you. I don't understand. How are you here? He began slapping his face, but Annie put her hand on his shoulder. She felt warm. He missed that.
Is the
feeling.
ghost copying
I
it?
wasn't kidding when I told you about how magical my homeland was. The couple giggled and embraced. That familiar lavender scent engulfed
What? Is
Mark.
your wife
The radio
an
clicked on
Encanto?
and their favorite song began to play. Even if he was just hallucinating, Mark didn't care. He was the happiest he'd been since the accident. We were supposed to spend the rest of our lives together. I don't know how to live without you here. What if I told you there was a way for us to be together again? Yes, dear, absolutely anything. I'll tell you where to go. Are we
Uh-oh.
going to one of those healers you've mentioned before? Is resurrection really possible? And he smiled and nodded. They raced down the long, unlit road as fast as thoughts raced in Mark's mind. He was happy and confused and worried, but also excited to reunite with his wife. Annie pressed her hand on Mark's knee, forcing him to accelerate. 80, 90,
Uh-oh,
over
he's gonna die.
100 miles per hour. Mark was getting a little nervous. He tried to push Annie's hand away, but she wouldn't budge. It will be quick and painless, and then we'll be together again. Mark now understood what his wife wanted him to do. His survival instincts and his grief were at war in his mind. But intoxicated by the lavenders and the music, Mark decided that he wanted this moment to last forever.
Nope.
He turned to kiss Annie and realized the mistake he made. If only his wife had warned him of the stories she'd heard when she was a child, then he would have known you never trust a woman in white on Balete Drive.
I knew it wasn't the wife.
Because of their size, Balete trees are thought to house spirits and supernatural creatures. Balete Drive in the Philippines was named for the trees that used to line it. It's said that if you're driving down that road at night, do not pick up any women dressed in white. Once in your car, you will see her true, hideous form, and she will try to cause a fatal accident so you can suffer like she did. What would you have done if you were in Mark's position?
I'm glad I dress in black.
Carmi was the manager of a brand new hotel on Cabuscan, a previously uninhabited island in the Philippines. The idea was to blend the hotel into the natural surroundings so that the wildlife and visitors could coexist peacefully. Because of its remote location, the job required Carmi to live on site, in her own room about 100 feet up a big tree. Carmi had managed plenty of resorts before, but nothing like this. The owner handed her the keys and told her that there would be odd sounds here and there in the room, but to ignore them. It's just the birds and other critters that can't tell it's not a real tree. As Carmi moved her things in and unpacked, she heard the scratching the owner had mentioned. She cracked open the room's one window to take a peek at the bird pecking at the tree. She smiled. She thought it was a really unique experience to be so integrated with the wildlife. Night fell, and it was about time for bed. Carmi was just about to drift to sleep when the loud scratching awoke her. She covered her ears with her pillow, made a mental note to herself to buy earplugs, and tried to fall back asleep. After a few minutes, she was interrupted again, this time by a slight pounding sound.
What the heck
The
is
charm
this?
of living amongst nature had worn off faster than she expected. Carmi pulled up a white noise video on her phone to see if that could drown out the sound. After a few minutes, Carmi was fading back to sleep until she heard a giggle.
Uh-oh.
She paused the video and listened. She looked through her door's peephole. No one there.
Somebody's
She looked
laughing.
out her window. Nothing. The sound was coming from the other side of the room, the side that had a 100-foot drop. The scratching began again, then the pounding, scratching, pounding, scratching, pounding, all the while a mysterious disembodied giggle echoed outside. Carmi followed the noise until she pinpointed the spot on the wall where it was all coming from. She placed her ear over the spot and listened. The scratching stopped.
Why is it scratching?
And
What
then-
what does it want? Ah! Oh, it stabbed. It was a glory hole.
The Benice derives its name from the Cebuano word that means to giggle. It's a giant, one-eyed humanoid monster with tusks protruding from its mouth. It's not a malevolent creature, but it's not very bright and doesn't know its own strength. Unfortunately, Carmi was the victim of its innocent curiosity.
She
It
got
makes me
stabbed
wonder,
in the ear.
how often are we harming others without even realizing it? If you don't want nightmares tonight, subscribe to my channel and like and share this video. Submit your own stories to storieswithsapphire@gmail.com. For more spooky, supernatural, and spiritual stories, listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this independently run show, head over to patreon.com/storieswithsapphire. Until we meet again, sleep tight.
Volume 2, Dangerous Activities.
Ooh, what is this?
Hi, audience. Welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. Most people will find it surprising that caving is actually a low-risk activity. The number one cause of death and injury is being unprepared. But even with the odds in your favor, there are some things you simply cannot prepare for because you never thought it was possible. Sisters Paula and Esme are about to have the vacation of a lifetime. And now, it's story time. Paula and Esme decided to take a break from the rest of their family on their vacation. So they wandered around the park until they stumbled upon the opening to a cave. Whoa.
Oh, are they
you
going
have
inside
to
the-
go inside,
That's how you
Paula
die.
said. Esme's bright red braces glistened as she tried to hide her fear. Is it safe? Caves are literally just rock. We'll be fine. Before Esme could object, Paula dashed through the entrance. Marco! Polo! Paula did that a lot, but Esme was used to it. Armed with nothing more than their cell phones, they made their way into the cave. It was incredibly spacious inside. Every step they took echoed around them. Esme shone her phone up at the roof and snapped photos of the beautiful hanging stalactites. The usually chatty sisters were in silent awe of how gorgeous this place was. They had reached the other side of the entrance, where the path continued through a narrow passageway. Paula, in her usual scurry, hastily slinked her way inside. Hey, wait up! Where are you? Marco! Polo. With the cave entrance far behind them, they had nothing to guide them but the light of their phones. As they scanned the walls of the cave, their light fell upon a section of paintings. Wow, how old do you think these are? At least 10,000 years. Aren't you glad you didn't chicken out? Come on, let me take your picture.
10,000
Esme held her hand up and
years.
posed next to the paintings. As she walked away, her hand accidentally brushed the wall. A bit of red pigment now stained her finger. They both looked back at the wall. Maybe these aren't that old. They heard a
Uh-oh.
loud clunk echo around them.
Is that this the
Esme
red
scoured
pigment
the other
blood?
side of the cave with her light, trying to find the source of the sound, but with no luck. The thunks were getting closer. Then, from an opening on the opposite side of the cave, a large staff appeared, hitting the ground. It was held by a hefty hand with big, gnarly knuckles. Paula and Esme were frozen, petrified, as a figure emerged from the opening. Most of its body was cloaked in shadows, but the girls could see its eyes, glistening with rage. It raised its staff and slammed it against the wall. The entire cave trembled. Bits of rock began to rain down. The cave dweller quickened its pace, slamming into the wall over and over. The cave was collapsing around them, and Paula and Esme were running out of time. With the ground shaking beneath them and holding their phones out with one hand, the girls kept tripping on themselves as they scrambled to make their way out of the crumbling cave. Paula continuously called out to her sister so she could follow her voice. They finally reached the sunlit opening of the cavern, and they breathlessly climbed out. The adrenaline coursing through Paula's veins pushed her to keep running. She didn't stop until she tumbled into a dip in the ground. After she caught her breath, she stood up and looked back. Marco?
Oh
There was
no,
no sign of Esme.
the
Paula
sister.
sprinted back towards the cave entrance. She could not comprehend what she saw next. At the opening of the cave was now a large sign with tour times and prices. A line of snap-happy tourists wove around ropes. She was just inside that cave. Where did all these people come from? Paula approached a young woman with a name tag. Excuse me, have you seen a girl with black hair and red braces? You'll have to purchase a ticket and wait in line like everyone else. What? After waiting over an hour, Paula's group was finally let into the cave. The entrance was no longer spacious, but blocked off by large hunks of rock that had fallen. Paula's mind was racing. Where the hell was Esme? The tour guide led them to an opening in the rocks, blocked off by rope. This cave collapsed an estimated 400,000 years ago. But what makes
Did
this
they
place
time
so
travel?
unique was this recent peculiar discovery. The bones of what might have been a teenage girl were found in this opening.
Oh,
The
oh.
skeleton is completely intact, indicating that this girl might have been trapped when the cave collapsed and died a slow, laborious death in this ditch. Paula pushed past the other tourists and looked down into the hole. She's been dead for 400,000 years, and yet she has the structure of a Homo sapien, and on her teeth, a striking similarity to red dental braces. Near her head is a rectangular object, of which archaeologists are still trying to determine its ancient function. Who was
A phone?
this poor girl, and how did she end up in such a horrific situation?
She time traveled. What was that story?
Megan walked into her homeroom class one morning. Her black nails, Ouija planchette necklace, and horror pin-covered backpack set her apart from her other classmates in uniform. Her friend Rachel had her back turned to her. Megan grinned, slowly crept up behind her, and let out a deep, fake growl in her ears. She jumped. Megan started laughing, but Rachel was not in the mood. God, what's with you today? They found something on Tessa's computer this morning. It's been all over the news. Tessa Rodriguez, a junior at State Regent High, has been missing for the last 7 days. But this morning, authorities have made a discovery that might offer clues to her disappearance. This was the last website Tessa visited before she went missing. It lists a set of rules to follow. According to the website, if done correctly, you will be transported to either heaven or hell, depending on where you will end up. Oh my God. Do you think that ritual actually works? Rachel shot her a disgusted look. A student is missing, Megan. You clearly don't need to do the ritual. You're obviously going to hell. Hey. Well, what if this was just a setup? Like, whoever took her made it look like this website was what got her. Who knows? I just feel really bad for her parents. Her brother dies, and now she's missing. Oh, right. Did they ever find out how it happened? Total freak accident. He had a heart condition or something that just randomly acted up. The bell rang, and it was time to head to class. Megan couldn't stop thinking about that website and about that ritual. After school, Megan came home and locked herself in her room. She pulled out her laptop
She's gonna
and
do it.
searched where heaven and hell intersect.
That's how you
News
die.
article after news article popped up, speculating the disappearance of Tessa. Megan scrolled page after page until finally she found the original website. The black background with neon green text made it look incredibly outdated and insincere. She began to read the rules. Number 1, go to an intersection in the street. It has to be 3 a.m. and you have to be completely alone. If any cars drive by, it will not work. Number 2, close your eyes and cover your face with your hands. Number 3, walk across the intersection chanting this phrase. 10, 9, 8, 7.
Oh, what the heck?
Guide me
You
on
walk.
my way to heaven.
You walk in the
6,
intersection,
5,
you're gonna
4,
die.
3, unless the other realms for me. 2, 1, it has begun. Number 4, do not open your eyes until you've crossed to the other side of the street. If you have performed the ritual successfully, you will now find yourself in either heaven or hell, depending on where you will go in the future. Do not be fooled. It will look very similar to Earth. Number 5, you must leave the realm before 5 minutes or risk being stuck. To return, you need to repeat the same process, but starting from the other side of the intersection and walking backwards. Megan closed her laptop. Her eyes fell on her wall, where the program for her cousin Beth's memorial service from 2 weeks earlier
Is
was
she gonna
pinned.
do it?
She had been found dead in her room after an accidental medication interaction. It happened very suddenly, and Megan never got any closure. Megan pulled out her phone, set her alarm to 2:50 a.m., and laid on her bed. Megan sat up and silenced her alarm. Slowly, she crept past her parents' room and out the door. She walked past her neighborhood park and a couple more houses down until she reached an intersection. She looked up and down the street to make sure there were no cars and no people. She set a timer on her phone for 4 minutes. When she felt it was safe, she covered her eyes and began to walk and chant. 10, 9, 8, 7, guide me on my way to heaven. 6, 5, 4, 3, unless the other realms for me. 2, 1, it has begun. She was still in her neighborhood. Everything looked the same. She let out a deep sigh of disappointment and began to walk back to her house. As she passed the park, she heard voices coming from the swing set. A pair of twins she hadn't noticed before were laughing loudly now. She continued to walk.
Oh no,
"Hi, neighbor."
twins.
A man walking his dog across the street called out to her. Megan waved politely and began to quicken her pace. She entered her house and caught her breath. She walked to her kitchen to grab a glass of water. She flipped on the light and stopped. Someone was sitting at the dining table, crying. Megan turned to see who it was. At the table was Beth, the cousin she buried weeks ago.
Oh,
Megan couldn't believe it. The
she did not-
ritual had worked.
she did not
Beth,
return
I
in
can't
5
believe
minutes.
you're
She's
here.
also
I have so many
stuck
things
now.
I need to ask. How
Ah.
did you end up here? I found out about this ritual and I wanted to try it to see if I could see you and Brady, he died from a heart condition. See, it wasn't our fault. We didn't do anything. Why are you telling me this? I thought you would want to know. You were
There's-
so
oh,
worried that
really?
something
What-
was
what
gonna
movie
happen
is
to
it?
us, or people would think what? That we killed him? We didn't kill anyone. His heart killed him. You were my favorite cousin, Max. I was willing to do whatever you wanted, but you took it too far that night, and I couldn't live with the guilt. It was a harmless prank. You're still going to deny it?
Ooh.
Even now that you're here? You really are unbelievable. But I'm not really dead. Wait, where am I? Footsteps and voices calling her name
she's
began
dead
to
now.
flood the house. Megan ran to the living room and frantically tried to open the window. The voices were getting closer. She managed to slide the window open and popped out the screen. She threw herself out onto the front yard and rolled onto the grass. Once she got back on her feet, she ran towards the intersection where she came from. Her mind was racing as she tried to remember what the rules were for returning back home. She passed the park, now filled with children, all making a beeline towards her. Her chest hurt.
Oh
her
no,
legs
the children's
begged for
gonna
rest,
get her.
but she didn't stop until she reached that intersection. She started on the opposite side as before and walked backwards across the street. So when she reached the other end, she felt dozens of hands grab her all over her body and pull her to the ground. Another student from St. Regent High has been reported missing. The disappearance of junior Megan Redwood makes this the second mysterious disappearance from this school. Authorities are looking into the situation, and if anyone has any information on Megan's whereabouts, please notify the police.
She got taken.
For Priyasha's last day before moving out of the country, she wanted to go scuba diving with her best friend, Sharanya. Priyasha was very experienced, but Sharanya was pretty terrified. Rightfully so, since she hadn't finished her training yet. Priyasha assured her that she would be by her side the
Let me get some
entire
water,
time.
one moment.
She even knew of a spot that would let her dive without her completed certification, because she knew the owner. As Sharanya suited up, she couldn't help but notice how janky their underwater radio and equipment looked. But she didn't want to offend Priyasha or the owner. Then, Sharanya kept overhearing this strange word from the other divers, and her nerves continued to heighten. Hey, what's a bok? Is that something I need? Relax, you're safe with me. Everything is going to be fine. I'm really gonna miss you, Pri. Seriously, no one could ever replace you. They boarded the boat and headed out into the water. The boat came to a slow stop. The divers climbed over the side and submerged themselves into the ocean. Every worry Sharanya had floated away as she soaked in the beautiful sights of coral and fish. Priyasha signed, "Told you so." They heard the faded crackle of the boat driver's voice from their radio, which meant it was almost time to return to the boat. That's when a strong current suddenly shoved Sharanya and Priyasha several feet. Maybe more, it's impossible to tell underwater. Priyasha signed to Sharanya to relax and go with the current until it calmed. But the current didn't calm. In fact, it only got stronger as the young women were tossed even further away from the boat, the voice on the radio getting fainter and fainter. When the water finally settled, they found themselves encased in darkness, their headlamps the only source of light. Priyasha checked her compass. The needle was spinning out of control. That never happened before. She checked their oxygen. They only had about 5 minutes left of air. They hadn't been in the water that long. How was that possible? Sharanya began to panic, and then realizing she was using up even more air made her panic even more. Priyasha put her hand on her shoulder, motioning for her to steady her breathing slowly in and out. As Sharanya finally relaxed, the two friends embraced. As they pulled apart, Sharanya's headlamp began to flicker, as did Priyasha's. As the light came in and out, Sharanya spotted something swimming towards them. They began to wave frantically, thinking it was another diver who could help them find their way back. As the figure got closer, they realized that's not what it was. There was no sign of Priyasha anywhere. Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Sharanya pressed the signal button to let them know she was within range. Swim up. Sharanya fought
What's
her
happening
fatigued
to them?
arms and legs and pushed harder than she'd ever pushed in her life until she could see the bottom of the boat. The other divers helped pull her aboard. Priyasha, she's still down there. I think something took her. Hey, it's okay. She's all right. She's right here. Oh my God, what the hell happened? How'd you get up here before me? What was that thing? Relax. You're safe with me. Everything is going to be fine. All right, we've got everyone. Let's go. The boat driver started the engine and they all made their way back to shore. Sharanya was bewildered upon seeing just how far out they had been thrown. Glad that the worst of it was over, she sat next to Priyasha and rested her head on her shoulder.
Is she actually dead already?
The boat slowed down. Sharanya looked up to see what was going on. Something had floated into their path. As they got closer, Sharanya's heart sank right back into the ocean. There was Priyasha's lifeless body.
Oh, who is she?
Floating towards them. Sharanya turned to what she had thought was her friend. It's a Bak!
Oh, it's a fake one. Oh.
A Bak is a demon in Indian folklore that is believed to lurk near bodies of water. After it lures you into the water and takes your life, it will then take on your appearance so that it can travel onto land and continue to kill. So pay close attention to your family or friends who have come back from a trip near water. They may not be who they say they are. Today's story featured
It's a
Sharanya,
Bak.
who won the cameo contest on my Instagram. Follow me at Awkward Sapphire to see how you can win the next one. If you don't want nightmares tonight, like and share this story and subscribe to my channel. Submit your own stories to storieswithsapphire@gmail.com. For more spooky, supernatural, and spiritual stories, listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast, wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this independently run show, head over to patreon.com/storieswithsapphire. Until we meet again, sleep tight. Hi, Oddings. Welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. We often hear horrifying stories of wildlife attacking humans. But can we really blame these creatures when we are the ones invading their space? In this week's story, Carmi learns that even the most benevolent creatures can cause harm if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. And now, it's story time.
It's story time.
Traditions are lost and not passed on. A final lesson.
Carmi was the manager of a brand new hotel on Cabuscan, a previously uninhabited island in the Philippines. The idea was to blend the hotel into the natural surroundings so that the wildlife and visitors could coexist peacefully. Because of its remote location, the job required Carmi to live on site. In her
Yan,
own
sir.
way,
How are you? How
about
are you? Hello, hello. Happy Halloween.
Carmi had managed
You got an
plenty
actual
of
dog.
resorts before, but nothing like this. The owner handed her the keys and told her that there would be odd sounds here and there in the room, but to ignore them. It's just the birds and other critters that can't tell.
Happy
it's not a
Halloween.
real
I'm glad to
intrusion.
see you here.
As Carmi moved her things in and unpacked, she heard the scratching the owner had mentioned. She cracked open the room's one window to take a peek
They're
at the
scratching.
bird pecking at the tree.
Just dropping up.
She
Saglit.
smiled.
Oh, you just woke
She
up.
thought it was a really unique
Good morning to
experience
you.
be so integrated with the wildlife. Night fell, and it was about time for bed.
It's actually morning already.
Carmen
It's
was
2 a.m.
just about to drift to sleep when the loud scratching awoke her. She covered her ears with her pillow, made a mental note
What's
to herself to
scratching?
buy earplugs, and tried to fall back asleep. After a few minutes, she was interrupted again, this time by a slight pounding sound.
Oh wait, we watch this.
The
This is
charm of
this is
living
the
amongst
bungis-ngis,
nature
right?
had worn off faster
Yep,
than
we-
she expected. Carmi
shit.
pulled up a
Wah,
white
nang
noise
shit.
video on her phone.
We
to see
already
if that could
we
drown
already
out the
saw this
sound.
one. Let me see where we are now. Oh, here we have.
Hey, Oddings, if you want to support the show and receive 15% off sweets,
That
with the
scared the
stash,
shit out
then
of you.
click the link in the description below and use
Wah,
the
nang
code
shit.
STORYTIME.
Hi, Oddings. Welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I'm your Ate Sapphire. When my grandpa was about 25 years old, the tree outside his home in the Philippines was always swarming with bats. So he went out with his gun to see if he could scare them away. He fired one shot, but the bats seemed unfazed. He fired another. Still, nothing. But then there was a
Uh-oh.
cuss. That's when the bats flew away. My grandpa believes that the sound was coming from an aswang. And like the bats, he got the hell out of there.
Oh hell
An
no.
aswang is one of the most feared creatures in the Philippines. This is my interpretation of one of the most popular legends surrounding them. And now, it's story time.
Si Maria Labo. Let's go, people.
Decades ago, a woman named Maria lived in Capiz, a province in the Visayan region of the Philippines. She lived there with her husband, Jose, and their 2 children. Maria had just lost her job, and her husband couldn't support the family on his policeman's salary alone. So Maria made the decision to find work overseas and send money back home. It was a difficult decision to make, one that many Filipinos have made. But Jose assured her.
Oh yeah, I
that it would
remember
be
Maria
best
Labo.
for
This
the
is
family. We will talk
what they say
every
is the
week.
origin of that
And he
one.
won't be gone forever, just until I get a higher paying job or until you can find work again. We can do this. And so Maria moved to Canada and found a job as a caregiver to an eccentric and very wealthy elderly man named Harry. Maria had been a caregiver to many people before, but this man
whoever's in
was
Canada.
definitely interesting. He requested that after sundown, Maria lock his bedroom and not enter until the sun rises the next morning. He handed her a set of keys, one key for each of the 6 locks on the door. Maria thought his need for privacy was a bit excessive. But what if you need me in the middle of the night? I won't. Are you some sort of vampire? Come now, Maria.
Yes.
Vampires aren't real. After the old man had been locked away, Maria called her family. Because international phone calls were very expensive, Maria limited herself to one conversation with her family per week. She told Jose about the old man's strange request. It worries me. What if something happens to him while he's locked up and I can't get in?
Maybe he's just a light sleeper and doesn't like being disturbed.
What do you think the police will do if they see that he died in a room that I sealed? They will arrest me. I don't know if this is a good idea.
You'll be fine. He's paying almost 3 times what others would. We need this, Maria.
So, Maria carried on. She assisted Harry in the bathroom, she prepared his meals and medication, and even played card games with him. And although he was very old and frail, his mind was bright and alert. Harry told Maria stories about his 3 kids. One was a doctor, another a lawyer, and one a teacher. When he spoke of them, his face lit up, as only a proud father would. How often do you see them? Oh my, I don't even think I can recall the last time I saw them in person. They do not visit you? That's terrible, Maria exclaimed, a heaviness forming in her chest. But Harry seemed completely unbothered. They have their own lives. That night, when Maria called her husband, she told him about what Harry said, about not having seen his kids in years. I've only been away from you and the kids for a few months. I can't imagine what not seeing you for years would feel like. He acted like it was normal. I feel so sorry for him.
In other countries, I think
You
that's
don't know
normal.
what their relationship is like. I'm sure there is.
Here in Asia, yeah, we're very close to families and we actually
He was
live
rather
together.
clueless. Why hadn't his children visited him?
Yeah, in
so long?
Western countries,
Perhaps they had a falling out.
the
of
children
some
live
kind.
at 18, right?
But what kind of fight would lead to abandoning your elderly father forever? Harry seemed like such a kind and gentle man. A little weird, sure, but he was agreeable. She wondered, what if it had something to do with him locking himself up at night? Maria's curiosity was piqued. She had to know.
No,
That
this is how you die,
Maria
Maria.
helped Harry into bed like every other night. But when she closed the door, she didn't fully close all the locks. She waited a few hours to make sure he was asleep, before carefully removing the locks one by one. She took
Some
a
leave at
deep
18,
breath.
others stay to help their
She
parents.
slowly turned the doorknob and gently pushed the door open. inch
Yeah,
by
here
inch.
we
The
mostly.
light from the hallway seeped
Well, in my
into the
case, my
room,
parents lived with
piercing
me.
the darkness. The
When I
light
bought the
fell on
house,
bed.
my parents are with
The
me.
empty bed. Harry was gone. Maria reflexively
We have
turned the
strong
bed
familial
on.
bonds here.
Harry wasn't in his bed. She began to panic. She felt around the covers under the bed. That's when she heard a soft breath coming from behind her. She carefully turned around. Standing in front of her was a 6-foot, slimy-skinned humanoid
That's what you
creature.
get. You did not fuck.
Its power
Always
and
listen to your employer,
hot
whatever
breath
they say.
falling off of her face.
How's
The
it
creature
going?
lifted an arm and
What are we
motioned with its
watching?
long,
It's
bony finger.
Stories by
Maria came
Sapphire.
Closer.
It's
Unsure if
some
following its orders was
horror
right
or
not following it.
spooky stories.
Maria settled on the former. Step by step, she moved closer to the being. It unhinged its jaw and opened wide. Back in Papi's,
How are you,
Jose
Gary?
was on his way home from a long shift. When he opened the door,
What
he
are
was
your plans for
confused as to
Halloween?
why the door was already unlocked. A delicious aroma hit his nose from the kitchen. He followed the smell to find Maria, cooking dinner. He was so happy to see her, he rushed over to embrace her. He was surprised by how
Ooh,
much
what are you
earlier
drawing?
she felt in his arms.
That's gonna
She
be
excitedly
exciting.
told him that dinner was almost ready and motioned for him to take a seat at the table. Jose took a seat and stared at the woman at the stove. Is everything okay, dear? I'm
Oh
just
yeah,
tired
here
and
too. It's
hungry from
already
my trip."
November 1
She
for
pulled a
us.
large tray out of the oven and hastily placed it on the table. Let's eat. Maria sat down and began shoveling food onto her plate.
Doc Franku
Jose
Fishmers,
called
hello
out for
Villain.
the kids to
How are
come
you? How
join
are
them,
you?
but there was no response. He turned to Maria and asked her where the kids were. Her mouth was so full of meat that it muffled her response. What did you say, dear? Maria swallowed and raised the bone she was holding and gestured to the tray. They're
Oh,
right here.
I remember this.
Jose
She cooked their
froze.
children.
Maria said nothing. Jose pulled out his bolo knife and slashed Maria's face, leaving a long gash from her brow to her cheek. She shrieked in pain, "Get out of here and never come back, you monster!" Maria ran out the door. It is said that Maria still roams the town of Capitan. So beware of any women with a slash across your face. You might become a monster. In Filipino folklore, there are many ways one can become an aswang. In this particular story, Harry was an aswang and transferred his curse to Maria by opening his mouth and letting the black chick inside him hop out of his stomach and into hers. In passing his power along, Harry also lost his immortality and passed away shortly after. The story of Maria Labo resonates with Filipinos because it's a fear many have. It's common for Filipinos to move to another country to provide for their family. This means not being able to see their family for months or years. In some cases, they never see them again. Being away for so long is stressful. You don't know if they're going to return, or if they do, if they'll return as the same person you once knew. What would you do if someone you loved suddenly became?
Yeah, what would you do? I would probably get eaten before I know.
If you don't want nightmares tonight, like and share this story and subscribe to my channel. Submit your
You're
own
gonna eat the
stories to
aswang.
storieswithsapphire@gmail.com.
Eat them before you
For more spooky,
they do it.
supernatural, and spiritual stories, listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast, wherever
To be
you listen
proactive.
to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this
You would be
independent
behind
run
bars.
show, head over to patreon.com/storieswithsapphire. Until we meet again, sleep tight. Welcome to Stories with Sapphire.
They have
I'm
more flavor
Veronica
on.
Sapphire. Have you
Just
ever been
just
in a
don't eat the chick
long-distance
or you'll become the
relationship?
aswang.
They can be extremely challenging, especially when there's an evil entity making everything worse. Jean and Kevin will have to learn this the hard way. And now, it's story time.
No, don't eat the chick. Oh, they have no more cards. They're dead already.
Jean had just moved to Cebu City in the Philippines, leaving his boyfriend Kevin alone in their apartment in Manila. The gig is only a couple of months, Jean assured Kevin over video chat. You have to video call me every day after work, okay? You promise?
That's very demanding.
Promise.
Every day,
A week
really?
had gone by, and Jean kept his word. They talked every single night. He didn't love that Kevin was so needy, but he knew that he was going through a lot and was working on it with his therapist, and knew that this relationship was worth holding on to. One night, Jean and Kevin were on a video call, as usual. Jean was on his computer in his room, his back turned to his bedroom door. He was telling Kevin about the long shoot he had that day, when Kevin's brow wrinkled. Babe, I thought you said you lived alone. Yeah, I do.
Uh,
Then who just walked past your doorway?
Uh-oh.
Gene swiveled his chair around.
I wouldn't
you're
want to do
probably seeing
to
the
know
tree
that.
outside. One sec. Gene left the room for a minute and returned. Kevin's heart began to pound. There's this tree outside that casts
Somebody's
weird shadows,
telling you
but I
that
closed
somebody
the
was
curtain
there.
So it won't bother you anymore, okay? Kevin's silent face stared back. Show me the tree. Are you serious? Show me the tree. Gene let out a heavy sigh and picked up his laptop. Kevin watched intently as Gene aimed the camera at the windows. He opened the curtain, revealing a barren, eerily shaped tree. He then pointed the camera towards the doorway, where a humanoid shadow appeared.
Uh-oh.
Kevin hung his head in shame and chuckled. Kev, if this is going to work, we need to trust each other. I know. Sorry. I'll be better, I swear. Kevin held his pinky up to the camera. Gene did the same. The next night, Gene and Kevin hopped on a video call. Gene was filling him in on how his shoot
What
went
the heck, a
when
70?
somebody crossed the doorway behind him. Gene was so focused on telling his story that he didn't even notice the shift in Kevin's expression. Kevin continued to nod and pretend to listen while he secretly began to record their video call, both hoping and not hoping to see the person walk by. A half hour had gone by, and Kevin's focus had never left.
You feel cold out?
Are you okay? You've been kind of quiet. Yeah, sorry, I'm just kind of tired, that's all. Okay, well, I miss you. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Just as Gene ended the call, Kevin caught something moving in the doorway. He quickly replayed the recording.
Mimir, the fellow. Hello, is that the fake evil size? Heinz Doofenshmirtz? Yeah.
A single frame of what was clearly a man
And we have here
standing in his
an
doorway.
Kuma's an OK agent. How are you, Mimir?
The next day, Kevin's anxiety was at an all-time high. Gene had been lying to him, and now he had proof. But how was he going to call him out on it? Kevin was giving himself a stomach ache thinking about it. He decided that when they got on their nightly call, he would just
How are you doing this fine Hallows Eve? Doing good.
7 p.m.
We talked about Filipino supernatural beings at the start of the stream. And now we're doing our weeklies.
He shared his
While listening to
viewing the
some
screenshot
spooky
of the
stories.
video from last night. I don't get it. What is that? You've been lying to me, Gene. Why would you do this to me? Kev, I swear, I don't know who that is. I swear. He held his pinky up to the camera. We're done, Gene.
You thought someone was calling?
I'm gonna start looking for my own place. Have fun with your friend. Oh, look, there he is.
What
The man entered
the heck?
his bedroom. Kevin ended the call and cried into his hands. After a few moments, he collected himself and pulled up the recording of the video call he just
So there's a
recorded.
demon and
Show me your face, you bastard.
he thinks that
He scrubbed the video
the
into
girlfriend
the
was cheating.
The man entered the bedroom.
The messenger call
Gene
making your
turned
brain
around,
buzz.
fell out of his seat and screamed. As the man got closer to camera, Kevin's eyes got wider. The man
Isn't a man.
appeared to have a gaping hole in
What
his chest.
the heck?
He then grabbed Gene's face, and the call ended. Kevin sat in silence.
Your girlfriend is dead now.
Whatever he saw could not have been human. He began searching the man's description on the internet. A few articles.
It's a hollow.
Walay kasing kasing, the man with no heart. According to multiple websites, Walay kasing kasing was once a man. He never found love in life. and became
Oh.
bitter. When he passed, he became a ravenous spirit, just as bitter as he was in life, seeking out fragile relationships.
A bitter
and
demon.
them so that everyone can be miserable like he was. Once he's gained enough power from the negative energy they produce, he consumes the couple and moves on to the next. Kevin couldn't look away from his
So
son.
salty ruins other relationship. Yeah.
This was all his fault.
So he's also gonna get
Quickly booked a
eaten.
ticket to Cebu City and headed straight for the airport. A few hours later, he found himself outside of Gene's apartment. Gene was not answering the buzzer or his phone. It was too early in the morning for any of the other tenants to walk out and let him in. Kevin looked around the building, trying to come up with a plan. And that's when he noticed the familiar, creepy intro. There was only one set of windows immediately next to it. Kevin raced over to the window and managed to push it open.
Kevin's gonna
He
die.
climbed inside the apartment. It was quiet. Kevin called out for Jean. No response. Across the apartment was a room with light emanating from the open doorway. Kevin carefully made his way toward it. As he got closer, he heard a very odd sound. It was familiar, but he couldn't place it. He crept up to the doorway and slowly looked inside the room. At the desk was Jean's limp, lifeless body. He was in the arms of a skinless, hellish creature
Ew.
who was devouring Jean's chest. Kevin let out a horrified gasp. The creature lifted its head with bits of Jean's heartstrings still dangling from its mouth and lunged at the doorway.
He was next.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel and like and share this story. Submit your own stories to storieswithsapphire@gmail.com. For more spooky, supernatural, and spiritual stories, listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this independently run show, head over to patreon.com/storieswithsapphire to learn more. Until we meet again, sleep tight. Hey, it's your Ate Sapphire. Did you miss me? Welcome to Stories with Sapphire. I've been doing the show as a podcast for the last year. It focuses on real paranormal stories and dives into spirituality. But every other week here on this channel, I'll also be sharing stories that lean more towards fiction, although sometimes the lines between fiction and reality are blurred. If you like what you see and would like to support this independently run show so I can create more videos, consider becoming a member of my Patreon. You'll find the link in the description below. And now, story
Thank you
time.
for the follow, Mimir. What is this story now? Cut the card. Actually, cut the list. Chilla's fan, thank you.
It was around 2 a.m. in a small apartment.
Welcome to the
near
stream. Please grab a
University
blankie,
of
cookies,
Tokyo
and milk.
When Aiko was video chatting with her boyfriend, Riku. Her roommate Hinata burst out of her room with a giant rolling suitcase behind her and a bulging backpack around her shoulder. Aiko shot her a confused glance and asked what all the bags were for. I'm heading to my mom's in Kawasaki for a while. I told
Oh,
you
it's a
that.
Japan
What?
story.
No, you can't be traveling right now. Haven't you been watching the numbers? COVID cases are the highest they've ever been. You absolutely can't leave. Whoa, you need to calm down. Me and Riku haven't seen each other in weeks, and we're 10 minutes away. But you don't see us complaining about it, do you? Hey, Hinata. Riku's voice echoed from Aiko's laptop. This is for our own safety. Hinata looked away for a moment. My mom's, she's not getting any younger. If something were to happen to her and I wasn't there, she trailed off and looked away. Aiko exhaled deeply and apologized. Hinata reassured her that she had plenty of hand
Or
sanitizer,
the little gremlins on the bottom of your screen. It's those are different Kuma cosplay stickers.
I'll see you once everything calms down a bit. Hinata hobbled through the living room with her
People can
bags.
redeem them, or
Just as
whenever
she reached for the door,
people get first, they
Aiko
can
added,
put a sticker.
"Oh, and
It resets every month. It's gonna
beware of
reset
Kuchisake
tomorrow.
Onna."
They're edible.
Hinata turned to her. Riku sighed.
Well, everything's edible if you try hard enough.
Sometimes just let her leave. Wait, Kuchisake Onna? That's like some super old urban legend, right? So you know the story then. Ignore her, Hinata. After what happened to Naomi, Hinata needs to know. Naomi was not killed by Kuchisake Onna. It was a total freak accident. If you're going to be traveling alone right
What the
now,
Kuchisake
you
Onna?
need to know the story of Kuchisake Onna. A long time ago, in the Heian period, lived a samurai and his beautiful wife. She was so beautiful, in fact, that anyone who saw
Girly
her
Pop
couldn't
muted
help
her.
but stare at her enchanting brown eyes, her smooth skin, and flowing ebony hair. She would walk around town and coyly ask those who stared, Am I pretty? While fluttering her lashes flirtatiously. She loved the attention, but her husband did not. She would reassure him that it was all completely harmless. Aren't you proud to have such a beautiful and desirable wife?
Oh, is it the ghost
Her
that
husband did his
asks you if
best to
she's
subside
pretty and
his
she'll kill you
jealousy.
if you said
But
no?
one day,
But also
he
kill you
discovered
when
that
you
she
say
was
yes?
a liar, and that she was being unfaithful to him, just as he had suspected. So one day, when she was brushing her hair,
Girl,
he stepped
no, if you're
behind
acting
her
like that.
and grabbed her head. He drew a knife and
Ooh,
dragged
we have
the
done our
blade across
weeklies.
her mouth from cheek to cheek, leaving her with a horrendous gaping wound, a permanent red smile. Who will think you're pretty now? He said.
She has the Joker
She
origin
ran out of
story.
the house in tears. Everyone stared at her, but this time in disgust.
Oh, we have finished
She
our
pleaded for their help,
weeklies.
but no one
Now I'm gonna
would
do my
come near
Final
her.
Fantasy dailies.
She ran far away from her village until she could run no longer. She laid on the ground by the river, blood flowing from her mouth just as the water next to her. This is where she died, completely alone. After her death, there
Yep,
were
she doesn't know
rumors
what
that
she
had
wants to be
returned
called.
to the village, but as a vengeful ghost. They called her
This Joker's long lost cousin.
Kuchisake Onna, the slit-mouthed woman.
Slit
Villagers
mouth
claimed
woman.
to see her wounded face in the streets at night when they were completely alone. Well, those who were lucky enough to get away in time. Centuries later, people still report seeing Kuchisake Onna. They say that she blends into the crowds wearing a trench coat and a surgical mask to hide her
Whoa,
twisted grin.
she has a mask
She
now.
targets those who are alone. She will approach you and ask you a question. Am I pretty? If you answer yes, she will remove her mask and reveal her disfigured face and ask you again, am I pretty now? And if you don't answer yes again, she will— crap, I'm gonna be late for my train. Hinata interrupted Aiko's story and
Sudden
made her way
interruption.
toward the door. Aiko called after her.
Oh,
but
is
Hinata
she
was
gonna
on
see
the
the ghost and she won't know what to answer
The streets were dead quiet.
because she did not finish
Hinata
the story.
chuckled to herself at the thought of Kuchisake Onna being real. Just then her phone
This is
rang,
how
causing
she
her to
dies.
skip a step. Hey you. Ugh, I thought she'd never get off the call, said Riku's voice
Oh.
on the phone. I'll see you in a little bit.
She cheat.
Not
Oh,
unless
she's
Kuchisake Onna
cheating.
gets you. She finally reached the train station and waited at the platform, which was completely empty, just as she expected. She boarded, took out her disinfectant wipes, and wiped down her seat
She's
before sitting
cheating.
down. As the train began to move, she pulled off her mask and placed it in her bag. She pulled out her phone and began playing a mobile game.
Let her be taken by the ghost.
At the next stop, she noticed, out of the corner of her eye, someone get on the car adjacent to hers. She looked up and saw a woman with long black hair down her back. Her trench coat collar was popped up a bit, and her surgical mask hid most of her face. Plenty of people wear trench coats, Hinata thought to herself. She looked back down at her game, but she couldn't stop thinking about the woman in the
Karma
next
is a
car
fish.
over. She lifted her head again to look at her and saw her pressed up against the window of the car, her dark brown eyes looking right at her. Hinata jumped in her seat. The woman opened the door and came inside. Hi, I'm so sorry. Can I ask you a question? I think I got on the wrong train, but I'm not sure. Are we going north or south? North. Hinata
Oh, it's a
replied,
regular
still
person.
catching her breath from being startled. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. The woman bowed and sat down across from Hinata. Hinata pulled her phone out again. Her eyes may have been on her game, but her focus was entirely on the woman sitting across from her. I'm so sorry, the woman spoke again, leaning towards Hinata. Can I ask you another question?
Oh no, this is the question. You're gonna die.
Of course. What's up? Well, the woman stood up. I'm on my way to see my boyfriend. She took a step closer. We haven't seen each other since the lockdown, and gosh, this sounds so silly, but she took another step closer.
Is the ghost updated?
Every muscle in Hinata's body was completely tense. How do I look? Like, do I look okay, or? The woman was a foot away from Hinata, silently waiting for a response. I think you look great. Mask and all. Oh, good, thanks. I appreciate that. But just to be sure,
Uh-oh.
she crouched down until she was face to face with Hinata. Do you think I'm pretty now? The woman peeled the mask off her face to reveal a mouth completely cut open at the sides, revealing all of her rotten teeth. The woman let out a loud and pungent breath.
The ghost is
Hinata's
updated
face
with modern
as
times.
Hinata's screams echoed inside the empty train car. At the Tabata station, Riku was waiting at the platform. He checked the time on his phone every couple of seconds. Finally, the train arrived, and Hinata stepped out, mask on her face.
She got more dialogue options, yeah.
She didn't say a word. She slowly walked over to Riku and fell into his arms. He removed the mask around her face
She's a girl's girl.
and gasped. Her mouth had been slit open, ear to ear.
She's
Hinata
happy
collapsed
now.
onto the ground. Riku dropped to his knees next to her and cried into her neck. He heard footsteps coming from the train. A pair of black boots approached him. He looked up. The masked woman in a trench coat was standing above him. Can I ask you a question?
You're next.
Submit your own stories to storieswithsapphire@gmail.com.
He was next.
For more spooky, supernatural, and spiritual stories, listen to the Stories with Sapphire podcast, wherever you listen to podcasts. If you like what you saw and would like to support this independently run show, head over to patreon.com. Hey, I'm Sapphire. Want to hear something scary?
Is this also Sapphire's one? Oh, it is her.
One night when I was 16, I spent the night at a friend's house. Neither
What?
of us had tried
Can I
Bloody
say
Mary
something?
before,
What is
and
it?
we decided that tonight was the
What do you
night
wanna
that we
say?
would. If you've somehow managed to miss that part of your childhood, Bloody Mary
Oh,
is the
where
urban
is it?
legend that claims if you
It
stand
disappeared.
in front of a mirror in the dark, spin around and chant Bloody Mary 3 times, she will appear in the mirror and claw your face. So, my friend and I went to the bathroom, turned off the lights, lit some candles, and spun around, chanting, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. We opened our eyes, and there, in the mirror, was a
Sapphire's voice starting to annoy you a
blood
bit.
that was just completely
What
red.
happened?
We screamed and ran out of the bathroom.
You just
and
hear
never
her
went
too
back in
much.
for the rest of the night. When it was time for bed, my friend's father came in to tell us goodnight. Hey girls, he said, are any of you on your period by any chance? No. Why do you ask? Oh, okay, well, there's blood on the bathroom floor, so I'd like you to clean it up when you get a chance, please. The Philippines is full of incredible mythology and fantastic creatures. My grandpa has always been a believer of
It
this
didn't
myth.
work. I wouldn't
That's
risk it
because he's
even though
experienced
it
them.
doesn't
This
work.
is what he told me.
I don't want to invite that negativity in my life.
I lived in a rural town in the Visayan Islands of the Philippines. I was in my mid-20s and working late one night. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning when I began to walk my way to the bus station, my way lit only by the full moon. I've walked this path many times. I passed by this house that had a dog in the yard that would always bark at me when I passed.
Why?
It just stared and just watched as I walked by. And that's when I heard it. A very strange sound in the distance.
The video screen. Oh,
I had heard of the tikwi, sometimes known as a
What?
walk or aswang. It separates
Yeah, why
from
is
the
it
lower
stuck?
half of
Wait.
its body to fly around at night, searching for any living
There we
soul,
go.
to rip out their hearts with their talon feet and feast. And when you hear its call,
there you
know
go.
it's hungry. So I
Thank
continued
you for
walking
letting me
towards
know.
the bus station, and I could still faintly hear the sound. And I saw that there was a security booth with a guard inside. I didn't want to wait at the station alone, so I slipped inside the booth and waited with the guard. I still wasn't sure if I was imagining the sound, but from the look in the guard's face, I'm pretty sure he heard it too. So we both just sat there, motionless. Finally, the bus arrived, and I ran out of the booth and onto the bus and rode all the way home, the sound of the tikwi growing fainter and fainter. The next day, I told my coworkers what had happened, and that's when one of them told me, tikwis are master tricksters. The further away they sound,
Tikwi, is it
the closer they are.
the tick tick?
This is a story that was
It looks like
happened
Jose
when I
Rizal.
was younger, and it still gives me chills to this day. Let me tell you about the man who was a little too curious.
The keyhole.
I
Ooh.
was driving home from a business trip and decided to stay the night in a motel that I found on the roadside. After checking in, I walked down the hall to my room, but on my way I noticed a door that was all boarded up and covered in police tape.
Oh,
As soon as I passed
is this
it,
the one
I
where
sworn I heard someone singing from inside the room.
when
There was
you
one spot of the
peek,
door that was still
somebody
uncovered,
was peeking
a
back at
giant
you?
keyhole, big enough to see through to the inside. So I knelt down and peeked inside the hole. All I saw was this pale little girl singing to herself. It was so strange. Why was she there by herself? Anyways, I stood up and went to my room and went to sleep. The next morning, on my way to check out, I passed the door again. I still couldn't believe what I saw the night before, so I decided to take another peek. So I knelt down and took another look inside.
You're peeking again.
But this time,
It's gonna peek at
all
you.
I could see was red. Nothing but red.
It's
Did
the
she
girl's
notice me
eyes.
looking last night and cover the hole up with something? It was all very strange. I went to the concierge to check out, and I decided to ask her. So, what's up with that room? The one that's all boarded up? Well, she said, a while ago, a family checked in. A mother, a father, and their young girl. But that poor girl never checked out. Her parents murdered her in that room. Oh, I'll never forget them. They had incredibly pale skin and deep blood red eyes. So this is a story that
People in
my
horror
aunt
stories
told
are
me
dumb,
happened
yeah.
to her when she was in her mid-20s. She was living in the Philippines at the time, and she had a niece who was a freshman in high school. So one day, the high school called her and said, "You need to get over here right now. Your niece is acting really weird." And my aunt had no idea what they were talking about. And so when she got to the school, her niece was sitting on a chair, and she looked really out of it. And if anyone tried
What happened?
to touch her, she would
Is she
violently
possessed?
put their hand away and yell at them in a cold, deep voice that clearly wasn't hers. So they had no idea what
She's
to do.
hangry. Yeah, we
So
need
they
to feed
called
her.
the sheriff of the town to see if he had any ideas. And so the sheriff got there, and it was pretty clear to him that she was probably possessed by something. And so he asked her, "What are you doing to this girl?
You're not you
Why
when
are
you're
you
hungry.
here?"
She hurt my children. She stepped on my house
Wait, how is that
Oh.
even possible? Where is your house?
outside of the school.
So there's this Filipino superstition that you shouldn't step on ant hills or termite hills.
Yeah,
Basically any
the anthills and
dirt
termite
in your
hills are the
because
punso
there's
that
a
you shouldn't
creature that
destroy.
lives in them called the duende. Duendes are sort of similar to elves or goblins, and they're invisible to most people, but they do show themselves to children or some adults that they choose. They mostly just leave you alone, but if you mess with them,
The Philippines
you
are our
receive
Naros.
a lot of bad luck and misfortune, and in the worst case, death. And right outside the school is filled with anthills. So
Oh.
unfortunately, my aunt's niece did not know about this rule. So the sheriff started pleading with this spirit inside the girl. She's just a kid. I'm sure it was just an accident. What can we do so that you will forgive her and leave her alone?
Get bananas, oranges, and salt and bring it to my house.
So they went to the store and they got a bunch of fruit and salt, and then they placed it all around the anthills that were outside.
That's a
the
good
school.
deal. Just
And when
oranges
we
and
went back
salt.
inside the school, my aunt's niece was totally normal. Like, she didn't even know what had happened. And she didn't remember speaking in any weird voice. She just thought that she fell asleep. My aunt is a super sane person. I have no reason to believe that she would ever lie to me about this. Something that makes this story a little weirder for me is that this is not the first story about a duende that family members have told me. So my mom's side of the family used to live in Hawaii when she was younger. When my uncle was 3 years old, one day he sort of just went missing for a few hours, and so everyone was looking for him. A few hours later, he just showed up at the front door, and they're like, "Where did you go?" And he said, "Oh, I was playing with the little people."
Uh-oh.
So my family is pretty convinced that the little people that he was playing with were duendes. So a few years ago, there was a pretty well-off family that lived in a really big house in Newport Beach, California. A mother, a father, and two small kids.
Ew,
And
clown.
one night, the parents decided that they wanted a night out for themselves, so they hired a babysitter. She was maybe about 16 years old.
Where's the clown?
So the babysitter got there, the parents gave her a little rundown of what to do, and the mom pulled her aside and said, once you finish tucking the kids in, do you mind watching TV in our bedroom? The kids have been having nightmares lately and waking up screaming, and our room is right next to theirs, and so it's a lot easier to get to them. Yeah, sure, I can do that. So the babysitter and the two small children waved goodbye to their parents. So after a few hours of watching TV, it was time for bed, and as she was tucking them in, one of the kids
Oh,
said,
the title said the
"Please
clown.
don't let
Oh.
the clown get us."
Oh.
Of course I'm not gonna let anything happen to you.
What
So she
the
turned
heck?
off the lights
The clown?
and went next door to the parents' room. Like
Is this
mom
the
had asked.
the
But
clown
second
statue
that
on
she
the
stepped
bed?
Inside, she froze. In the far corner of the room was a clown statue. Just a really light.
Oh yeah, this urban legend.
Creepy ass statue. No wonder these kids have been having nightmares, she thought to herself. So she went and sat on the bed and tried to watch some TV, but she kept looking over at the statue. Was the statue looking at me like that before?
Now, listen
It
to
was
until the
way too creepy
ending.
for her, so she decided to go downstairs to the living room and watch TV there until the parents came back. So she's watching some TV for a while, and then her phone rings, and it's the parents just checking in.
Hey, we're on our way home. Just wanted to check in and see how things are going.
Everything's great. The kids are all asleep and in bed. I hope it's okay, but I decided to watch TV downstairs instead. Your statue was really creeping me out.
I'm sorry, what statue?
The clown statue in your room, it's really creepy, so I decided to leave the room.
Get the kids now.
Wait, what?
Get the kids and get out of the house now. We don't have a statue.
Girl.
Just then, she heard screams. She dropped the phone and ran up the stairs. The bedroom seemed so much farther than it did before. She opened the door, but she was too late.
Oh no, the clown got the
So
children.
apparently there was a little person serial killer that would dress up as clowns and break into people's houses and murder people. So this story is 100%
What
creepy
the heck?
and 100% true. So my aunt, my cousin, and her youngest sister, Genesis, who was maybe 3 at the time, were in their townhouse in Glendale. My aunt and my older cousin were talking outside of the master bedroom, and Genesis was playing inside of the room by herself. And out of nowhere, they hear Genesis start to scream. So my aunt and my cousin go inside the room to see what's wrong, and they see Genesis crying hysterically and grabbing books and toys and pillows and just throwing them in this one corner of the room. And they ask her, Genesis, what's wrong?
Tell the little red girl I don't want to play with her.
Little red girl.
So my aunt and my cousin grab Genesis and they get out of the house and they head to McDonald's to go get a Happy Meal so that they can calm her down.
Sorry you saw a ghost
They
meal.
remembered that Genesis made a huge mess in the room, so they went to go clean it up. But when they went inside the room, everything was already
Yeah,
put away.
child ghosts are scarier.
We're leaving again, so they left the house again. So my aunt was telling her neighbor at the time about what had happened and what Genesis said she saw, and her neighbor told her that a little girl had actually died in that complex 15 years earlier. They moved out like 6 months later. I was maybe like 7 when my cousin told me that story, and I remember being like,
I
"Yeah,
would
I'm
too."
not visiting you guys ever again. I was actually talking to my cousin Genesis about this recently over the holidays, and she said that she actually used to play with that little girl a lot. So I guess that little girl like wasn't always scary to her. I guess maybe it was just that one time she just like didn't want to play with her. This is part of the reason why I don't.
Yeah,
want to.
that's a question.
Because if
The
my
real estate
kid-
agent
Seriously, if my
lied by
kid
omission.
started like talking to nobody, I'd be like, nope, I'm out.
Black-eyed
Have
children.
you heard of the Black-Eyed Children? It's not an early 2000s cover band consisting of infants. It's a phenomenon that's been increasing in popularity over the past few years. The basic story is always the same. You're in your house, and then in the middle of the night, you hear a knock on your door. And if you open the door, you'll see 2 young children with completely black eyes. They'll ask if they can come in. Whatever you do, don't let them in. Whether they actually exist or not, this is the creepiest encounter that I found online. This woman
Yeah, why
made a
would
mistake
you
of
get
letting her
random
children in. This
children
is what happened. So this woman and her
into
husband
your
live
house?
in a rural town in Vermont, sort of in the middle of nowhere. And one snowy night, they are awoken at 2 a.m. to a really loud banging on the door. So they open the door and they see a young boy and a young girl, and they're definitely not appropriately dressed for the snow. They're avoiding eye contact and just staring at the ground. There was something really uneasy about these kids. And so they asked them, "Where are your parents?"
They'll be here soon.
Uh-oh.
Can we come in?
Nope.
So this woman and
No,
husband
no
just
coming
looked at
in.
each other, and
Shut the
despite
door.
all of their instincts telling them not to, they decided to let the children in.
Uh-oh.
So the woman went into the kitchen to make everyone some
That's
hot
how you
cocoa,
die.
and her husband went into the living room and was sitting there with the kids and trying to get more information out of them. And that's when she noticed her cat.
They
was
have
being really weird.
no sense of
Usually the cat is
self-preservation.
friendly and likes to approach any guests that come into the house. But this time, he just hid underneath the kitchen table and was staring at the children and growling very lowly. So the woman took the hot cocoa and went into the living room, and she noticed that her husband had his head in his hands. "I feel really dizzy." The woman went to hand the cocoa to the children, and that's when they looked up at her for the first time. Their eyes were completely black. No white, just black.
Maybe use the restroom?
And the kids left for the hallway.
No.
The woman turned to her husband and said, "Did you see their eyes?"
If my began
Her husband looked at his
began
head,
tweaking,
and his
yeah,
nose was bleeding.
it's a sign to
Just
dip.
then, the power went out. She couldn't help but think
Oh, it's a
that the
near
presence
raid.
of these children had something to do with this. And so the woman stumbled her way over to the bathroom to see if she could get a tissue. And the two children were just standing there in the hallway.
Our parents are here.
So the kids went to the front door, left it wide open, and the woman saw these two really tall men in dark suits standing at the edge of their driveway. The woman waved at them, but they didn't react at all and went in their car, and all four of them drove away. The power came back on about half an hour later, but not everything went back to normal. A few days later, 3 of their 4 cats went missing. And one night,
Not the
one woman
cats.
found their cat dead in a puddle of its
It
own
took
blood.
their cats.
Her husband continued to have nosebleeds, and when he went to the doctor, he was diagnosed with a very aggressive type of skin cancer, a type that's linked to overuse of indoor tanning beds, which he's
What?
never
The
used.
children gives
She also
cancer? What
claims
the
that
heck?
She started getting nosebleeds and feeling really dizzy randomly, and even some unspeakable things that she refused to disclose in her story. So this is another story from my cousin, because she's the worst. She was about 16, and she was over
My
at a
cousin,
friend's house
she's
for a
the
slumber
worst.
party. And her friend has a collection of really expensive porcelain dolls, like all along the shelf. She also had a Ouija board, and she really wanted to try it out.
I don't know why people
If you
play
don't
with
know what a
Ouija
board is,
boards.
it's basically a board with a bunch of letters and some words like yes or no.
Even though it
And
might
there's a
not be real,
planchette, and
why
so
risk it?
Everyone who's playing places 2 fingers on the planchette lightly, and you ask the board a question, and supposedly, if there's any spirits around in the room, the spirits will move the planchette along with your fingers and spell out their answers to your question. So if you don't believe in spirits, there's actually a really scientific explanation to how
Yeah,
Ouija boards
what?
work, and it's called the ideomotor effect. If everybody is focused
Their
on the
family is
answer,
weird.
everyone's fingers will start moving that direction. And because there's so many other fingers other than yours involved, you don't think that you have anything to do with it. It feels like you're not moving it at all. So if you're using a Ouija board to talk to the spirit, supposedly you are opening a door to their dimension. And that's why it's really, really, really important to always properly say goodbye at the end of your session. Otherwise, you're just leaving the door wide open for whatever to come in. So I've seen plenty of videos debunking Ouija boards. I know all about the ideomotor effect. I know that there really isn't a reason that I should be afraid, but I will never fuck with a Ouija board.
Yep.
Because of stories like this one.
Never.
So all the other girls at the party were totally down to play with the Ouija board, but not my cousin, and so she decided to just stand off in a corner and watch. So they lit some candles, and they started asking questions. Is anybody here? Yes. Are you a spirit? Yeah. Are you a good spirit? No.
No.
So some of the girls are pretty convinced that somebody is controlling Snapchat. And so they asked my cousin, why don't you ask it something? Something that no one here knows the answer to, and then we'll know if somebody's using it. What animal am I thinking of? T-U-R-T-L-E. And they all looked over at my cousin, and she was just wide-eyed in shock. And that just made all the other girls even more excited. So they continued to play, and eventually they asked, where are you? C-O-L-L. Just then, all of the dolls, one by one, turned their heads to the right. And
Not
they
that
jumped
doll.
off the shelf, and the candles blew out. Everybody screamed and was scrambling to get out of that room in the darkness without properly ending the game.
Oh.
Was running out of the room.
They didn't end the
She
game.
felt a tiny little hand clawing at her foot. Obviously, none of the girls slept in that room that night. So the next morning, they grabbed trash bags and started tossing all of the dolls into
Good
the
luck
trash
to
bag.
them.
And my cousin's friend's mom came over and was like, what are you doing? You love these dolls. Not anymore, Mom. Love can be a very scary thing. This is an old ghost story from Japan about sweet revenge. It was first told in the form of a kabuki play in 1825. There once was a man named Iyamon who was married to a loving and devoted wife named Oiya. He was a ronin, a samurai who no longer had a master because he had a murderous past. And now, he was a poor umbrella maker. Since they were no longer financially stable, he grew to resent his wife. Then, his neighbor lured him into an evil scheme. My daughter Alume is in love with you. If only you weren't already married, you could be with her and be wealthy beyond belief. Iyamon was a garbage human, and so he liked the sound of that.
A garbage
so he started
human.
plotting ways to kill his wife. He didn't want to be charged with the murder, so he had to figure out a way to make it look like natural causes. He decided that he would
Indeed, he's a garbage human.
So the next night, they sat at the dinner table together. Then, he offered her a spoon. It's medicine to help you get stronger, for you and our baby. She was a little hesitant, but poor Oiya was so trusting that she took the spoon and drank the poison. At first, nothing happened. But then, her hair began to fall out into clumps. Her eyes drooped and began to fill with blood. She fell into a coma, which really pissed Iyamon off because he wanted her to die already. Days later, she awoke.
Sir's married, but money's money. He's really a garbage human. His wife is pregnant and he just wants some money.
And her baby. Iyamon still tries to keep up his concerned husband act. Let's go on a walk to your favorite place, he said. So they walked to the edge of a cliff, overlooking the entire
He's gonna push her to the
It really
cliff.
was a beautiful view. And while Oiya was trying to take it all in with her blood-filled eyes, he pushed her over the edge. Iyamon arranged an elaborate funeral for Oiya to throw everybody off his scent. But now that she was out of the picture, he began to plan his wedding with his new bride.
Garbage human.
Now I'll be rich again and everything will be perfect, he thought to himself. Iyamon thought he had seen the last of Oiya. He could not have been more wrong. He began seeing Oiya's distorted face everywhere. She appeared
Deserve.
on her so he shattered it. She appeared in a mirror, which shattered that too. But he wouldn't let
The
Oiya
guilt.
ruin his new life with Olume. On the day of his wedding, Oiya had not appeared. The ceremony went perfectly. Iyamon turned to his new wife, but it was not Olume who looked back at him. It was Oiya. He drew his sword and
He killed his new
everyone
wife.
stared in horror as the head of Olume rolled down the aisle. Iyamon couldn't believe what he had done. He ran outside, out to the edge of the cliff,
Serb.
and cried. The wedding attendants ran after him, just in time to see a woman push him over the edge. Ring, the second follow-up to the horror film The Ring, came out earlier this month.
The Serb.
And so I wanted to share with you the urban legend that inspired the original film. This
Ooh.
is the story of the cursed videotape.
Oh,
So three
it's
high
also
school
just an
girlfriends
urban
were having
legends
a
before a
sleepover
movie.
and decided
I
they
didn't
wanted
know
to
about
rent a
that.
horror film. This is back in the day when you actually had to leave your house, go to a physical store, pick out the tape you wanted, and return it in 3 days. But when they got to the store, it was already closed. But just as they were about to leave empty-handed, they noticed a small little hole-in-the-wall store that none of them had noticed before. They decided to go in. So the girls are browsing through the shelves, but they can't come to an agreement on what to rent. So they go to the counter and decide to ask the lady working there, "Do you have any horror movies you could recommend us?"
Dum-dums.
"I have just the thing," she said, and she went into the back room to get it. That's when one of the girls noticed a tape on the counter. There was no label, no box, and it was a little bit dirty. Curious, she picked it up. The woman came running back and snatched it out of her hand. "That's not something you girls should be watching," she said. "Why? What's on it?" "It's just a horror movie." "Now let me go get you something that I know you will enjoy." After they checked out, the girls went home. That's when one of the girls pulled the videotape out of the purse. "We have to watch it. Aren't you curious to see what's on it?" Once you
Yep,
get into the other
they
room,
didn't
she
listen.
went to
They're,
play the tape.
that's how you
Just as
die.
she placed it into the
Not
VCR,
listening into.
the power went out. Except for the TV. On the screen was a woman, tied to a stake and engulfed in flames. She was surrounded by people yelling, "Burn the witch! Burn the witch!" Then the woman spoke. "All who witness my death will meet the same fate in 3 days."
Oh.
The tape started sputtering and the TV went black. The girls were terrified, sitting in the darkness, wondering what the hell they just saw. "We need to return this video now." They got into their car and drove back to the store. But when they got there, it was gone. There was no video store, just a boarded up old building. Do you think it's real? Do you think we're really gonna die in 3 days?
Goodbye.
The girls showed up at school the
You
next
get what
day.
you
They didn't leave their
deserve.
bed. They didn't get any sleep that night. The girls hadn't eaten or slept in the past 48 hours. One of them called the others up.
This is ridiculous. Come over to my house tonight. We're going to destroy this videotape.
All 3 of the girls were found dead, charred to a crisp.
Oh, they
While
burnt.
investigating their mysterious deaths, police found a trash can outside of one of the girls' houses. It was smoking and looked like the contents had been lit on fire recently. When they looked inside, all they saw was a pile
They
of
look like
ashes
burnt chicken.
and the videotape. It's kind of funny to think how people were scared of VHS tapes, especially since nobody watches them anymore. But then again, in a way, you did watch the tape. I showed it to you. If I were you, I'd be careful this Friday. Has anything crazy happened? Let me know in the comments because I am super curious. Like this video if it gave you the chills, and don't forget to subscribe to Snarls and check out our other videos.
Yeah,
Until
imagine.
next time, until next
I
time,
remember some
until
of the new horror movies trying that, evolving the urban legends to be switched to the internet. I think Europeans didn't learn anything from watching what happened. Indeed. Oh wait, why did it stop? Oh, there's. Let's.
Hey, I'm Sapphire. Want to hear something scary? Don't look at her or speak to her. She isn't human. We live in the age of information. Answers to everything and anything are available to us in an instant. And yet, there are still so many things in this universe that cannot be explained. In these next few chapters, I'll be sharing the most puzzling, creepiest, unexplainable events that really happened, from unsolved crimes to common paranormal experiences. Our first story is about a young woman who checked into the Cecil Hotel and never checked out.
Ooh, the Cecil
The
Hotel.
Cecil
Isn't that the
Hotel
one in
downtown Los
Shining?
Angeles has been around since 1927, and since its doors have opened, it has had a very dark history. At one point, it housed famed serial killer Richard Ramirez, who murdered his victims in his hotel room. There have also been numerous incidents of guests jumping out windows and other unsolved deaths, just like
The
the
Shining.
one I'm about to tell you.
What's the
In
seasoning?
January 2013, a young woman named Elisa Lamb flew to Los Angeles from Canada.
Did I say the
and checked
seasoning?
into the Cecil Hotel. She was first placed in a hostel-style room, which she shared with another guest. But after 2 days, the front desk got a call.
Hi, I'd like to make a complaint. The woman I'm sharing a room with is acting very odd. I don't feel comfortable. Is there any way you can help her?
So Elisa was moved to a room of her own, and that was the last time anyone saw her. During her trip, she kept in frequent touch with her parents back home. But when they didn't hear from her when she was supposed to be leaving Los Angeles, they became worried and called the LAPD. Around the same time, the front desk kept getting more complaints.
The water pressure in the shower is so low. The tap water is all black.
So
Is
the
she
hotel
complaining
staff
as a
member
ghost?
Went up on the roof to inspect the water tank.
Oh, she's in the water
Open.
tank.
He looked inside, and that's when he found Elisa floating in the tank. To this day, nobody knows how she got in there undetected. But there are a lot of theories. See, Elisa had bipolar disorder and depression, and was on prescription medication to help keep her in balance. She kept a blog where she wrote about her struggles with her illness and seemed to be very open about it. The most logical conclusion is that Elisa was off her medication, broke from
Yeah,
reality,
people showered.
and
Made.
drowned herself in the water.
Imagine brushing your teeth with that water.
Is that she was playing the elevator game. The elevator game is a ritual that originated on a Korean website. When performed properly, you can supposedly be transported to another dimension. In order to play, you need a building that has at least 10 levels. It's best played at night since you need to be completely alone. You enter the elevator and go to different floors in a particular order. Once you reach the 5th floor, a woman will get on with you. Whatever you do, don't look at her or speak to her. She isn't human. When you reach the 10th floor, you exit the elevator and enter a new dimension. You will still be in the hotel, but only you exist. Be careful. In this dimension, your cell phone won't work, and you may feel disoriented and even faint. If you wake up without taking the proper steps to come back to our world, strange things may happen. So what does the elevator game have to do with Elisa Lamb? After news spread of her bizarre death, a surveillance video from one of the hotel elevators went viral. It showed Elisa acting.
Oh, it's this one. I remember
pressing
this
random
video.
buttons, talking to seemingly nobody. Was she playing the elevator game? The Cecil Hotel has since rebranded itself to Stay on Main. They can change their signs, but they can never change what happened within its walls. This isn't real, this isn't real, this can't be happening.
I'm
We
not sure if
all
it's
have
real, but
horrific nightmares
yeah,
at
that
some point
video
in our lives.
exists.
And just when it feels like there's no hope for you, you wake up safe in your bed. But what if
There's
waking
still,
up wasn't
and I think
enough?
that case really happened.
What
They're
if the
still wondering
demon
how
was
it
still
happened.
there? In this next chapter, I will be sharing a true experience that a friend of mine had. So Mike was attending law school and lived by himself in an apartment in Fullerton, California, apparently one of the most haunted cities in Orange County. In the first few months of living there, he started seeing things and feeling things. When he watched TV, it felt like someone was watching him. When he'd walk into a room, he'd see someone standing there just before he turned the lights on to find the room empty.
Oh,
Living alone is
you
probably
didn't become a
just messing
lechonk.
with me, he thought to himself. Then one Friday night, Mike was washing dishes in his kitchen when he suddenly got the very strong feeling that someone was standing behind him. He looked in the reflection of the butter knife he was washing. It was his grandmother. She had died 5 years before. She looked incredibly concerned and was pointing towards the door. He turned around, but there was no one there. Creeped out, he decided to spend the weekend at a friend's place. When he came back home on Monday, he had forgotten about his grandmother's visit, and later that night, he had a terrible dream. He found himself in a dark alleyway, face to face with this woman, whose face was completely covered in shadows, and yet he could still make out her black eyes. She kept pointing toward this old building in the distance, like she wanted him to follow her there. But he kept hearing his grandmother's voice in the back of his head. Leave! Get out! So he started to back away from the shadow.
Oh, grandma saving him.
Then she lunged at him, grabbing his wrists so tight that they stung like cold knives. The moment she touched him, Mike could somehow see all the evil things she had done in her past. He managed to kick her off of him just as he woke up. His heart was racing and his wrists were still stinging. Before he could catch his breath, the shadow-faced lady appeared again, grabbed his wrist, and pulled him out of bed. This isn't real, this isn't
Welcome
real,
back,
this can't
Answer.
be happening, he kept thinking to himself. He threw her off of him and she slammed into the couch, so hard that it moved out of place, along with some other furniture. Slowly, she stood back up, looked at him with her soulless eyes, winked, and began to vanish from her stomach.
Why not
outward.
pray?
He fell back.
Maybe he
onto
does
his
not
bed.
believe.
He laid there awake until the sun rose. Still in disbelief, he sat up and looked over at his living room
She
furniture.
winked.
Everything was still knocked out of place. It definitely was not a dream. He
Oh,
went to
hope
the
you feel
church,
better,
got some blessed
Answer.
crosses, and placed them around his apartment.
I understand the
woman
struggle.
never
I also
appeared
have
again.
asthma.
To this day, he isn't sure what attacked him that night, but he knows that his grandma was trying to warn him.
Yeah, I hate the weather, actually.
Who are the people they were talking to? Our whole lives, we've been taught to believe that time is a line, constantly moving forward and never looking back.
The weather right now,
But what
yeah,
if
it
we're
triggers
wrong?
my asthma too.
Just because science hasn't found a way to make time travel possible, doesn't mean nature hasn't. All over the world, there have been accounts of people experiencing time slips, the phenomenon where one is all of a sudden temporarily transported to another period of time. In
Ooh,
this
teleportation.
chapter, I'm going to share 2 real-life incidents of this bizarre occurrence. Bold Street in Liverpool, England has become notorious for time slips. One theory is that the city is built on sandstone, which creates a strong magnetic field and can affect the human mind. Whether that's the case or not, something strange happened in July of 1996. Frank, an off-duty officer, was shopping with his wife
What
in
happened?
Liverpool. Frank ran into an old friend, and so he stopped to say hi to him, while his wife continued without him and headed towards Dillon's, a large bookstore. After they had their chat, Frank said farewell and headed toward Dillon's on Bold Street. The store was right across the street from him when he noticed something was different. The sign now read, Crypts. That can't be right, he thought to himself. He took a step closer and jumped back just as a box fan raced past him. Frank was surprised by how old-fashioned it was. And that's when he noticed the
It's
people.
when
Everyone
your
was
body
dressed
forgets
as
to
though it was
breathe.
the 1950s all over again. Did I walk into some sort of parade? Why is everyone dressed
Wait,
like this? He
I had no
continued
idea. How
walking
do you
towards
do that?
Dillon's, or at least where he thought Dillon should be. When he got up to the store windows, he didn't see books like there should have been, but women's handbags and clothes. Frank began to feel confused. Did I go the wrong way? What is happening? Then he noticed a young woman wearing a lime green tank top. Amidst all the poodle skirts and suits, she looked extremely out of place. And that made him feel safer. She walked inside the store and he decided to follow her.
Right, why?
The moment he stepped inside the store, he was surrounded by books. It was a bookstore. He was so startled that he grabbed the young woman's arm. Did you see that? He asked. Yeah, I thought this was a new women's clothes store. My mistake. And she left the store before he could ask her any questions. Frank's wife came over to him. Are you okay? Something really weird just happened. After doing some research, Frank learned that Chris
I keep dying on this train. I don't understand the
that existed in that exact location in the 1950s. He had no previous knowledge of that store, so if he was imagining things, that's a pretty big coincidence. There are countless stories of people having similar experiences, and I'll admit, I wasn't a believer until my friend told me what her grandmother and aunt experienced. They were on their way to Myrtle Beach when they stopped by a gas station. It was very authentically retro, though they did find it a little peculiar that everyone around them was dressed in an older fashion. While they were filling their tank, the other customers struck up friendly conversation with them. They left the station, and when they got to the beach, they told their friends about the adorable gas station they stopped at. So on the drive back, they were just about to point it out when they realized it wasn't there. Instead, it was just an old gas station that probably hadn't been operating for years. How could they have both imagined the same thing? How did they fill up their gas? Who are the people they were talking to? Begone, Satan! Children can have pretty wild imaginations, so no one bats an eye when a kid starts playing with an imaginary
What
friend
the
of
heck?
theirs. They'll tell
I
you
saw
all
no
about their
girls'
exciting
face.
adventures, and you smile and nod and say, "Oh, that's great, honey." But sometimes, those stories can be oddly specific and detailed. What I'm about to tell you is a true story that happened to a family friend. Decades ago, a baby was born
Oh,
in a
this one.
small
I don't
village in the
understand
Philippines,
this.
2 months earlier than she was expected. Because she was so small, they nicknamed her Baby. Baby and her older cousin were very close, practically sisters. When Baby was about 4 years old, she would go off on her own a lot. "Where were you?" her cousin would ask her. She was about 7 at the time. "Playing with Sven," she'd reply. "Who's Sven?" "My friend." Her cousin assumed it was an imaginary friend because they lived in a very small village up in the mountains, and she was pretty sure there were no children named Sven nearby. But she did find it a very odd name choice.
Filipino ka pala.
So, what did you and Sven do? "We went in his flying machine with a spinning top. It makes a lot of noise. We flew in the sky and went over the water." "Sounds fun," her cousin replied. She had no idea what she was talking about. The next time Baby disappeared, it was for a longer period of time than the last. "And where were you today?" "With Sven. We have these clothes that you wear underwater so you can breathe and you don't get wet. I saw lots of pretty things." "Sounds fun." Again, she had no idea what she was talking about. Then one
I'm gonna
day,
die.
Baby and her
I'm
cousin were
die.
walking down the street, and Baby pointed at a tree. "That's Sven's house. He took me to visit his mom and dad. They have a really nice house. And they have this snake, and he can paint really pretty designs with his tongue on these plates." And that's when her cousin knew something wasn't right. See, some Catholics believe that the snake is a sign of the devil. And so she went to Baby's mom and told her
Sarado
all
ko pin.
about Baby's stories. "They must be Encantos,"
Thank you for it.
Baby's mother said.
Ooh, Encantos.
Are the enchanted ones, beings that only show themselves to people they like. Baby didn't have books or TV to give her the type of details that she was saying in her stories. So her family believed that she must be possessed by some sort of spirit. They decided that Baby needed to be taken to the church to receive the rite of exorcism. Thanks to horror movies, exorcisms have been portrayed as rituals to expel demons that are possessing a human being. But they were also performed to protect an individual who might be susceptible to the devil. "Begone, Satan, inventor and master of all deceit, enemy of man's salvation." After the ritual, Baby no longer went missing for periods of time. When asked about her friend Sven, she had no idea what anyone was talking about. Did she grow out of her face? Or did the ritual actually remove something from her? Years later, when Baby's cousin was much older and was living in the US, she saw a National Geographic magazine for the first time. And that's when she saw the flying machine with a spinning top and the clothes for being underwater.
Oh, wrong call.
If you ask her today, Baby has absolutely no recollection of those adventures she went on, or her friend Sven, but her family sure does. So if Baby wasn't friends with an Encanto, how does she know about helicopters and wetsuits? Things she had never seen before. Who or what would have done such a thing? There are some creatures so powerful and malicious that even speaking about them will make you their target.
Skinwalkers.
So little is known about the Skinwalkers, the legendary creatures of the Navajo Nation. Yinalduchi, another name for the Skinwalkers, translates to he who walks on all fours. They are said to be witches.
Skinwalkers
who
are
have gained the
scary.
power to shapeshift. They will wear the skin of the animal they wish to take the form of, and once the transformation is complete, they will have the strength and powers of that animal. But this isn't done just for the fun of it. The intent of the Skinwalkers is pure evil. They can use mind control.
Where's the hot
and
dog
vicious
costume?
to make them hurt others.
It's still here, but I decided to become
One of their
Doofenshmirtz.
initiation rituals is to murder a family member. It is also said that if you make eye contact with a Skinwalker, it will absorb your soul and steal your body. This may seem like another urban legend, but to the Navajo, it is very real. In 1878, about 40 people were purged by tribe members
there we go.
who accused them of practicing malevolent witchcraft. And then, there was the curious case of Sarah Saganito. In June of 1987, Sarah was working the night shift at the Flagstaff Medical Center in Arizona. It was her first time working the late shift, and her family became worried when she didn't come home. They went to the medical center the following morning, and that's when they found the body of a woman whose face was so bruised she was almost unrecognizable.
What
But
the
they
heck?
knew that it was Sarah. Her torso had numerous stab wounds, and her left breast appeared to have been bitten off. There was also a broken stick, oddly left on her neck, as well as a clump of grass from a graveyard in the distance found near her car.
Who am I calling you out?
Who, or what, would have done such a thing? The police believed it was George Abney,
Burnt chicken
a
dreams.
former professor at Northern Arizona University. He had apparently been telling his friends about strange dreams he had been having, where he was witnessing Sarah's murder. I was receiving prophecies from God, he said. But his defense lawyers had another theory. That broken stick, the clump of grass, this is the work of a skinwalker. Nobody was buying this defense, and George was found guilty. However, a year later, his case was reopened by Sarah's family. They believed he was truly innocent, and George was acquitted of all charges. He apparently even became a close family friend to the Saganitos. So did George take advantage of the Navajo's belief in the skinwalkers to get away with murder? Or was he in fact innocent? Until there is definitive proof, I guess this will just be another unexplainable event. Do you believe skinwalkers are real? Let me know in the comments. But be careful, you might be drawing their attention to you. Like this video if it gave you the chills, and don't forget to subscribe to Snarls and check out our other videos. Until next time, sweet dreams.
Wag na, baka malonely pa. Oh. Middle. The Serb. It's middle again. Kaya Roblox stream? I don't have a Roblox account and I don't think that game is for me.
Hey, I'm Sapphire. Want to hear something scary? There's no place like home, especially if it's haunted. In this next volume, I'll be telling tales of homes that might have a few too many residents. These stories are all about old houses with sinister histories and spirits that just aren't ready to move out yet. For the first chapter,
Ghosts in the houses.
story that my mother told
At
me.
least cute.
When my mom was about 11 years old, her 3 siblings, and their parents moved to America from the Philippines. My grandma was friends with a woman named Francine, who lived in Hawaii with her husband, Decoy. She told them they could stay at their house until they got settled in. It was a fairly small house. There was one master bedroom where Francine and Decoy slept, one other bedroom where my mom's family stayed, and a living room area. My mom has many fond memories of living in
Eyeball
that
is such a move.
neighborhood, like learning how to ride a bike and playing by the nearby stream. But she also has many
The
strange
bolt.
For instance, Francine and Decoy owned the psychiatric institution that was right next door to the house. And my mom remembers seeing some of the patients running outside completely naked. Although surprising at
Happy
first,
lurking.
her and her siblings got used to it. But none of them could explain away what happened on the night of Decoy's ex-wife's death anniversary. So Decoy was a moncadista, a member of
What's a
Filipino
moncadista?
Crusaders World Army, which was a cult started by the politician and mystic Hilario Camino Moncado.
Wow.
His followers
I
believed
didn't know
he
about
was a
there's a
prophet
cult
with
like this.
supernatural powers. He claimed that
What
he had
the
the
heck is
ability
this?
to heal the sick. You can always spot a moncadista because of their long hair and beards, as it was against
Post
their beliefs
28.
to cut it. My mother remembers Decoy being very strong for his age. Perhaps that was due to the skeleton he kept underneath his bed, which according to the moncadistas, the bones of the deceased would give you strength. I heard that the skeleton under his bed is his ex-wife, some people said. But my mom
Did
never
he kill
saw
his
the
wife?
skeleton. Decoy kept the master bedroom locked at all times, with a giant padlock on the outside. Who was he trying to keep out?
Oh, it
Or in?
comes to me.
One night, my grandparents were about to leave the kids in the house by themselves. It was the death anniversary of Decoy's ex-wife, and they were going to go to a celebration in her honor. The kids were a little scared to be left alone for the first time, and so Decoy's granddaughter left her little dog with them. "Don't worry, he'll protect you," she said, jokingly. So my grandparents drove away, and my mom and her siblings were left alone in the house. They were watching TV when all of a sudden, a chill shot up my mom's spine. The TV went white, and the power in the house
Almost
went
got caught staying out.
Then,
Yeah, it's already
the dog
3
ran
a.m.
over to the bedroom door and started barking and running around in circles.
Where
The
do we
door
go?
to the locked bedroom
Oh,
began
there.
shaking
It's like
violently.
pachinko.
Nothing else in the house was rattling, and there were no windows open and no wind blowing. It looked like someone was trying to get out. "It's Decoy's ex-wife!" They screamed and ran out of the house, right when their parents were pulling into the driveway. The kids were crying and trying to tell them what happened. Decoy's granddaughter tried to calm
Oh,
them
no,
down
no, no,
and
no,
went
no,
inside the house
no.
to
Run,
get
run,
her
run,
dog.
faster.
She didn't come back out for a few minutes, but when she did, she was in tears. "I just saw my grandmother." If it was truly Decoy's ex-wife in that house that night, what did she want? What was she trying to say? This is a true story from a friend of mine who spent 3 months living in a haunted house. When Lauren was 4 years old, her dad got a new job in West Virginia. They bought a nice
West
plot of land where they
Virginia.
planned to build their house. It was going to be a while before they would be able to move in, and so they looked around for a house they could live in temporarily. They needed to find a place fast, and so they were excited to find one that was incredibly cheap. They pulled up to a large house made of old dark wood on Kenwood Place. The front yard had a tree from which a rickety old swing swayed in the wind. In the backyard was a pool. This house was built in the 1800s.
The horror stars got me hooked meat.
So are you interested? The realtor said, shoving the contract.
I can't
on
stop
them.
listening to
They
them.
barely had a chance to look at the entire house, but Lauren's parents were so desperate to find a place that they weren't even taken aback by how insistent the realtor was. "It is a really good deal," Lauren's mom said, "and it'll only be temporary." "Yes, we'll take it," Lauren's dad told her. "Oh, thank God. Congratulations!" From the moment they moved into the house, everyone in the family had an uneasy feeling. But because they were desperate, they chose to ignore it. Odd things happened every now and then, like showers turning on and off when no one was in the bathroom. Lights would turn back on after being turned off. Lauren's parents would accuse her of playing with the switches, but Lauren was much too short to reach them. They also kept hearing weird, muffled sounds, like groans
What the
and
heck?
crying,
Somebody groaning.
all coming from the one room they hadn't had a chance to look
So
at,
ito na nga.
the basement. "It's probably just old pipes," her dad would say.
Somebody
A week
groaning,
had
it's
passed
old
since they
pipes.
moved
What
in,
the
and they
heck?
decided to celebrate by taking a dip in their new pool. Lauren couldn't swim, so she
Ooh,
stayed
they
on
have a
the edge
pool.
right by her mother. Then the phone inside the house began to ring. "Honey, can you keep an eye on Lauren?" And no more than 1 second after she stepped out of the pool, she heard a loud splash. She turned around to find Lauren in the other end of the pool, sinking deeper and deeper under the water. Lauren's mother jumped back in and swam towards her daughter and pulled her out to safety. She has no idea how Lauren ended
There's a
up on
building.
the opposite side of the pool in such a
I
short
got
amount of
yeeted by a building.
That wasn't the only time something unexplainable happened to Lauren. She never used to have trouble sleeping alone until she moved to that house. Some nights,
There's another
before
building.
She went to bed, she would hear a woman say, "Good night," right as she turned off the lights, and it wasn't her mother's voice. The sounds from the basement continued until one day, her dad decided to go down there and investigate. He opened the door, turned on the lights, and screamed. Lauren and her mother came running, and her mother told her not to look, but of course she did. There, in the basement, was an antique electric chair. As it turns out,
An electric
this
chair?
house
What
was
the
used
heck?
as a torture site in the 1800s, and many people suffered and lost their lives within these walls. Over the next 3 months, strange things continued to happen. Lauren's dad had a serious cut on his hand that wouldn't heal. Her mother almost suffocated from choking when she wasn't eating. They finally decided to sell the house and stay in a hotel until their new house was finished with construction.
What?
The day they left,
Why would you
Lauren's
buy
family was waving goodbye to them on the front steps.
an old
It wasn't
house
until they
that's
moved out of that house
previously
that they
a
learned that the previous owners
mental
also had
institution?
fans and And the man who bought the house after them was arrested for being in possession of torture weapons, which he swears didn't belong to him, but were part of the house. Whether or not the people who were killed in that house deserve to die, they've made it very clear that they don't want to be the only ones to suffer there. In this next chapter, I'll be taking you down south to the French Quarter of New Orleans, Louisiana. Let's explore one of the most haunted locations in the entire city, the LaLaurie House. In 1832, Dr. Louis LaLaurie and his wife Delphine moved into their beautiful mansion at
they got
1140
scammed.
Royal Street. The house was made for extravagant parties and elite social gatherings. Madame LaLaurie was considered one of the most intelligent and beautiful women in the entire city. Every woman wanted to be her.
I forgot how this
Beautiful as she was
works.
on the outside,
I think this
people
one
were
is
beginning to
the
suspect that
color.
something ugly was going on behind closed doors. Like most
You do
wealthy
the
families
opposite.
during that
Was it
time, the
do the
LaLauries
opposite?
owned
No, do
slaves.
the same.
They prepared the meals and made
Black.
the fancy parties possible. But rumors began to stir. Madame's slaves seem to come and go
White.
quite often, don't you think? What do you mean? Look around. Do any of these workers look familiar to you? It seems like she changes them so often. Huh. I wonder why that is. Suspicions had been rising, but with no proof to back any of them up. Until one day, when a neighbor was
there's a
climbing
giant
her
thing.
stairs, she heard a
There's
scream
another
coming
giant
from
thing.
the LaLaurie house and looked over to see Madame chasing a little girl with a whip.
Ah!
There was nothing she could do but watch
I
in
got
horror
pushed.
as the little girl climbed to the rooftop with Madame following close behind. With nowhere to go, the little girl jumped. Even though slaves were barely considered human back in those times, there were still laws that prohibited exceptionally cruel treatment. So the neighbor called the authorities.
What the Scurby's
who had
adventure
the LaLaurie's
from
slaves
challenge points
impounded
to?
and sold at an auction.
It summons
But Madame was
Kirby.
sneaky. She arranged for her relatives to buy her workers and sell them back to her. After that incident, Madame's reputation began to change. People were no longer eager to attend the parties at their house, nor even interact with the family. Eventually, they were alienated by the Creole society. And in 1834, things would only get worse. The Madame kept the cook chained to the kitchen by her ankle. For whatever reason, Madame had threatened to take her to the upstairs room. This terrified the cook. Whenever anyone went up to that room, they never
What
came
the
back.
heck is
The
this?
cook decided she would rather die by her own hand than to suffer by Madame LaLaurie's. So she set the kitchen on fire.
White.
It spread throughout the entire house,
Black.
and not a part of the mansion was left unscathed.
White.
Neighbors came rushing over to help fight the flames, but after the smoke had cleared, they made a horrific discovery in the attic. What I'm about to tell you is possibly one of the most graphic and horrendous scenes in American history. You have been warned. The fire had burned down the door to reveal the upstairs room, filled with dozens of naked slaves. Some were strapped to what looked like an operating table.
Uh-oh.
A few were chained to the wall. Others were crouched in small cages. One woman had her stomach slit open and her intestines wrapped around her waist like a cruel corset. Another woman's mouth was sewn shut, after first having been filled with animal feces. A man had a hole
What
drilled
the
into
heck?
his head with a stick inserted, presumably used to stir his brain.
Stir his brain? What the heck?
And some were unfortunately not. Madame and her husband were both doctors, and some theorized they were practicing risky medical operations on their slaves. But
Disgusting.
the inhumane condition that they were in suggests that their reasons were less medical and purely sadistic. After the news of the LaLaurie's torture room spread across the city, a mob ransacked their mansion and destroyed every last bit of property they owned. They even tore up the backyard, where they discovered dozens of buried skeletons, including that of a small child, presumably the young slave who jumped off the roof. The mob chased the LaLaurie's out of town, and that was the last anyone had ever seen of them. Ever since that day, that house has had trouble getting tenants to stay. Residents claim to hear constant sounds.
There's gonna be a
of wailing.
building underneath
Children
again.
said they were chased by a woman with a whip. Year after year, the house would be bought just to be resold again. Today, the mansion is owned by an oil
Not sure if I'm
tycoon
safe
who
here.
doesn't allow anyone inside.
I am.
I wonder what he's hiding. Paris, the city of lights. But what happens after the lights go out? In today's chapter, I will be telling a true story from my friend Leia, whose grandpa lived in a flat in France. In 2001, 14-year-old Leia, her brother, his girlfriend, and their parents traveled to Paris, France to visit Leia's grandfather. He lived alone in a 3-bedroom flat a block away from the Luxembourg Gardens. The apartment was covered in antiques, from old paintings to vintage furniture. Her grandfather loved collecting items with a history. Leia and her mother stayed in one of the bedrooms together. Their first night in that room, her mother fell asleep before her. Once her snoring had stopped, she began whimpering. It looked as if she was crying in her sleep. Leia wasn't sure what to do, but it looked like her mother was hurting, so she lightly tapped her on the shoulder. She woke up with a gasp, assured Leia that she was fine, and went back to sleep. On the second night, Leia was awoken by what felt like an earthquake. She tried to turn to her mom to ask her if she felt it too, but she couldn't move. She could see her mom right next to her in the corner of her eye, but no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't move her head. She tried to scream, but nothing came out. After what felt like hours, Leia was awoken again
Finally.
by her mother nudging her shoulder. Leia's brother and his girlfriend
Do we
Jen
have this?
stayed
Yes,
in a
we
different
do.
room.
We have
Jen
this.
was a very devout Catholic.
We don't have
She wore a
this.
cross around her neck
We have
and wrapped
this.
one of her purses with a large
Don't have
rosary.
this.
One night during
Don't
the
have
trip,
this.
she woke up and saw a blonde woman standing over her. Jen couldn't move.
Already
After
have
minutes of struggling,
this.
she woke up, clutching the cross around her neck. The blonde woman was nowhere to be found. She sat up to catch her breath and looked over at her purse. The rosary had been removed. The next morning, everybody met in the living room while Leia's grandfather prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Jen was looking at some of the decor in the room and gasped. She pointed at a small painting hanging on the wall. That woman. I saw that woman in my dream last night. Leia and her mother walked over to the painting. Oh my God, I saw her too. The first night we were here, I woke up in the middle of the night and she was in
Wait,
our
I don't
room.
have the 2B
She was
card
standing
yet.
over you and said, "Can I touch her?"
Ooh, now I
And I
have
kept
it.
trying to tell her no, but I couldn't move. And then you woke me up. I think I saw her too, Leia said. I was brushing my hair in front of that old vanity in our room, and it started to feel like someone was standing behind me. The mirror is a little splotchy, but I could have sworn I saw a face slowly start to form in the mirror, but I ran out of there before I could find out. Leia's grandfather walked in carrying a tray with coffee. Grandpa, who's the woman in this painting? Oh, that's Marie. She owned this place before passing away a few years ago. The room that you and your mother are sleeping in was hers, actually. Why do you ask? They decided not to tell him about their experiences since he lived alone and they didn't want to scare him. Later that day, Leia and her family began to pack their things and prepare for their flight home. Her grandfather pulled her aside.
But
and
shouldn't
said,
the
"I'm
grandpa
gonna show you
also know?
She followed him into a room where he pulled out a beautiful jewelry box. Inside was a collection of intricate ivory hair pieces and combs. Do you want them? I feel like you'd really like them. They belong to Marie. Please, take them. His insistence weirded her out a little bit, and she politely declined. After that trip, Leia's mother came up with a theory that Marie really took a liking to Leia, and it was probably her who was subconsciously telling her grandpa to give her the jewelry box as a parting gift. So, the next time they visited the flat, her mother spoke to Marie. Hi, we're here. Look, we enjoy visiting, but we won't come back if you keep doing things to scare us. And ever since then, no one in the family experienced anything strange in that house. Marie seems like a harmless spirit, but it is sort of odd how everyone in Leia's family had a terrifying episode of sleep
We
paralysis
can play with
while
Lin
staying
Uvari.
in that house. Do you think Marie was causing it? Or was this all just a big coincidence? If I were you, I'd lock my doors before listening to our final chapter.
What's
This
the final
is the story
chapter?
of Donna, a young girl who was left home alone one night for a little too long. There once was a 15-year-old named Donna. Her mother died when she was very young, and it was just her and her dad ever since, living in a peaceful suburb. They had grown incredibly close over the years. They would always know what the other was thinking, and even feel when the other was near. Some joked that they were psychically connected. One morning, Donna and her father were having breakfast. "I've got a meeting later today," he said. "I'll be home late, so don't wait up for me." He left some cash for her to order dinner, kissed her on the head, and headed out the door. Later that day, Donna came back home from school. Usually her dad would be home from work at this time, so it was weird coming home to such a still and quiet house. So she sat at the kitchen table and started to do some homework. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her neck. It went away as quickly as it came, so she decided to ignore it. Ow! Her neck stung again. The pain was getting more and more intense. She ran to the freezer to grab an ice pack and placed it on her neck. The pain began to fade away. I wonder what that was all about, she thought to herself. It was now 8 o'clock and still no word from her dad. She figured she could wait up a little longer for him and decided to order some pizza. Hi, I'd like to make an order. Yeah, sure, I can hold. The subject is still on the loose. The police are recommending everybody lock their doors and windows and not answer the door for anybody, especially at night. Hi, can I get a large pepperoni pizza? It was getting pretty late.
You have
and
no
she
door
began
on.
to doze off
Oh
on
wait,
the
my
couch
door is
and
open.
dream.
Wait, let me lock my
She
door.
was a little girl again, in the house she
While
used
I
to
get
live in
water.
when her mom was still alive. Donna was sitting at the kitchen table, and she looked over at the stove where a woman with her back turned was making breakfast. Mom? The woman turned around. It was her mother. She walked over to the table and placed a plate of eggs in front of Donna. She whispered in her ear, "Don't open the door." What? Suddenly, she found herself standing on the side of a busy highway, cars flying past her. She could hear someone calling her name in the distance. Donna! 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 Across the highway, she began to make out a figure. It was her dad. Donna, don't open the door. Dad, I can't hear you. Where are you? Don't open the door. Donna sat up on the couch. What a weird dream. Felt so real. The doorbell rang again. Oh, my food's here. She stood up and started walking towards the door, but stopped when she passed a window. It was a lot darker outside than she remembered. How long was I asleep for? She looked at her phone. It was 1 a.m. She called up the stairs. Dad? Are you home? The doorbell began to ring more persistently. Dad, is that you? She went to the door and looked through the peephole. It was her dad. Finally. She went to slide the lock open, but quickly locked the door again. Something wasn't right. She didn't have that feeling when she knew her dad was nearby. Then she remembered her father's voice from her dream. Don't open the door. She looked through the peephole again. Dad, are you okay? Did you forget your keys?
Don't open the
Is someone
door.
there with you? Dad, why are you acting really weird? The doorbell kept ringing. I need you to answer me. I'm not opening this door until you answer me. The ringing went on and on and on.
Don't open the
She
door.
didn't know what to do. Eventually,
Keep-
she collapsed on the floor.
Keep
in
ringing
tears,
the doorbell.
Ended up falling asleep next to the front door to the seemingly never-ending bell. Donna woke up the next morning on the doormat. The doorbell had stopped ringing. Dad, are you home? No reply. She looked inside the peephole. Her dad was still there, staring at her just as he had the night before. She carefully opened the door and froze. Her father's head stared back at her. On the ground was a note. I know you're all alone now. Thanks for watching. Do you have any ideas for future
What
volumes?
the heck?
I'd love to hear them in the comments. Want something scary for your phone? Make your home screen haunted with our new wallpapers available to download now for free. And for a limited time, you can now purchase a Something Scary poster. For more information, click the link in the description below. Like this video if it gave you the chills. And don't forget to subscribe to Snarls and check out our other... Hey!
So if she
Sapphire,
opened the door,
wanna hear something scary?
was it her father or somebody who has her father's head? What?
The shows you watch as a kid can have a lifelong impact on you. In this next chapter, I will be sharing a forum thread about a mysterious
Imagine you don't
show
have a
that
door.
aired in Ohio in the 1970s. Enjoy this classic
Why don't you have a door?
written by Chris Straub.
Does anyone remember this kid show? It was called Candle Cove, and I must have been 6 or 7.
At least
I
it's
never found reference
it's
to it
not the
anywhere, so
the
I
room
think
door.
it was on a
It's
local station around
the actual
1971
house
or
door.
1972. I lived in Ironton at the time.
Did you
I
get
don't
caught
remember
doing
what
something?
station,
That's why you
but
have no
I do
more
remember
door.
It was on at a weird time, like 4 p.m.
It seems really familiar.
What did you do?
I grew up outside of Ashland and was 9 years old in 72. Candle Cove. Is it about pirates? I remember a pirate marionette at the mouth of a cave talking to a little girl.
Yes. Okay, I'm not crazy. I remember Pirate Percy. I was always kind of scared of him. He looked like he was built from parts of other dolls, real low budget. His head was an old porcelain baby doll, looked like an antique that didn't belong on the body. I don't remember what station this was. I don't think it was WTSF.
Somebody's attacking our base.
Sorry to resurrect this old thread, but I know exactly what show you mean, Sky Shale. I think Candle Cove ran for only a couple months in 71, not 72. I was 12
No school
and
means I don't go out. Oh.
It was channel 58, whatever station that was. My mom would let me switch to it after the
Oh, wait.
news. Let me see what I remember. It took place in Candle Cove, and it was about a little girl who imagined herself to be friends with pirates. The pirate ship was called the Laughing Stock, and Pirate Percy wasn't a very good pirate because he got scared too easily. And there was Flyabouts.
No. Guys, help.
Memories flooded back when we mentioned the Laughing Stock of Channel 58. I remember the bow of the ship was a wooden hammer with the lower jaw submerged. It looked like it was smaller than steel and had that awful Ed voice and laugh. I especially remember how jarring it was when they switched from the wooden plastic model to the foam puppet version of the Ed that talks.
Yeah, I remember now too.
No, Kirby, no!
You have to go inside.
Stop it, Kirby.
I got a chill reading that. Yes, I remember. That's what the ship.
Yeah,
always
that's
told
what
us.
Kirby does.
There was a spooky place you had to go in, like a cave or a dark room where the treasure was. And the camera would push in on Laughing Stock's face one each time. You have to go inside. With his two eyes askew and a flopping bone jaw and a fishing line that.
Hello, Mitchell. How are you?
It just looked so cheap and awful.
Happy Halloween.
He had a face that was just a handlebar mustache above really tall, narrow teeth.
I honestly thought the villain was Pirate Percy. I was about 5 when the show was on. Nightmare.
That wasn't the villain, the puppet with a mustache. That was the villain's sidekick, Forrest Horrible. He had a monocle too, but it was on top of the mustache. I used to think that meant he only had one eye. But yeah, the villain was another marionette, the Skin Taker. I can't
What
believe
the
they
heck is
still let
this
us
show?
watch back then.
Jesus H. Christ, the Skin Taker. What kind of kid show was it on? I seriously could not believe the Skin Taker showed up and just descended out of nowhere. Wearing that brown
The
top
Skin
hat,
Taker, what the?
black eyes,
Wasn't his top hat and clothes all sewn up crazily? Was that supposed to be children's skin?
Yeah, I think so. Remember his mouth didn't open and close? Like his jaw just slid back and forth. Or remember the little girl said,
I'm glad to see you here now,
"Why do you look
Mitchell.
like that?" And the Skin Taker didn't look at the girl but at the camera.
Any
He
plans
said,
for Halloween?
"Right."
I'm so relieved that other people remember this terrible show. I used to have this awful memory, bad dream I had where the opening jingle ended, the show faded in from black, and all the characters were there, but the camera was just cutting to each of their faces, and they were just screaming. The puppets and all screaming. The girl was just moaning and crying like she had been through hours of this. I woke up many times from that nightmare. I used to wet the bed when I had it.
I don't think that was a dream. I remember that. I remember that was an episode.
That's an
No.
episode, what the heck?
No, not possible. There was no plot or anything. I mean, literally just standing in place crying. It's a cool show.
Maybe I'm
I think this is a
manufacturing
creepy
said
pasta
that,
about
but I swear to God,
a
I
fake
remember
show.
seeing what you described.
It
just
was Halloween
screamed.
yesterday in New Zealand.
God,
Ooh.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
the little girl, yeah.
It's already
I remember
tomorrow
seeing
here
him,
as well.
and the Skin
It's already
Taker
November
screaming through
1st.
his gnashing teeth, his jaw careening so wildly I thought it would come
Yeah, I
off
think
his
these
wire.
are creepy pastas
I
about
turned it off,
a
but it was
fake
the last
show.
time I watched. I
Yeah,
tried
we're
to
in the
my brother,
future.
and he didn't encourage to turn it back on.
Visited my mom today at the nursing home. I asked her about when I was little, in the early 70s, when I was 8 or 9, and if she remembered a kid's show, Candle Cove. She said she was surprised I could remember that, and I asked why. She said, because I used to think it was so strange that you said, I'm gonna go watch Candle Cove now, Mom. And then you would tune the TV to static and just watch dead air, 30 minutes. I had a big imagination for a really private show.
Legend has it that there are websites on the deep, dark web where you can pay to watch a live murder. These are called red rooms, named after a popular Japanese urban legend. Why is it called a red room? Let this story by username Violet Stimulating explain. It was my rare day off. A day where I didn't have to worry about all the traveling and the chaos that usually accompanies my work. A day where I can just relax. Most people might spend it doing something active, going out camping, or to an event, or to play sports. I like to spend my break by being sedentary.
I don't know why, but I think I like the spooky urban legends more than
I was doing
creepypastas.
the second thing on my list when something strange happened. I have a pretty new laptop with the newest operating system, so when the pop-up came up on my screen, it was a bit surprising. Not just because I have pop-ups disabled, but because the format and the style of it was of the older operating system. I frowned. hoping
Yeah,
that
some
I didn't have a
creepypasta are
virus or
weird.
something. My first thought when anything goes wrong with my computer. The message on the pop-up was written in Japanese, and it read, "Do you like it?" The text was in black and the background was a bright red. There was
Do you
nothing
like it? What
to
website are you in?
I scrunched my face in confusion, but I figured that it was just one of those "congratulations, you win a new game console" type of things that messed up. The website that I was on wasn't the most legitimate looking. I shrugged it off and clicked on the big red X in the corner to close it out. I left the site as well for good measure and decided to get some tea before streaming some shows. I was only gone for 10 minutes, but when I came back into my room, the ad was there again. Now I was more worried about the possibility of a virus. I didn't have anything open on my computer, so it definitely wasn't just some pop-up. I closed out of it again and went to run a computer scan.
Yeah.
when
Stop
it
clicking
appeared
random
again.
links, children.
Except this time, a voice followed it. Do you like it? It was a high-pitched child's voice.
Do you like
The
it?
voice seemed to echo as if someone was talking in a tunnel. It rang in my ears, so I reached to turn the volume off. But my computer
you
was
like
already
it?
muted. I felt goosebumps travel up my spine. I closed out of the pop-up again, but it simply came right back up, the voice louder. I immediately closed my laptop. Nope, not today, I muttered out loud. I went to go out of my room, but my door wouldn't open. I frantically pulled on the knob. There was no lock on the door. There was a pinging noise behind me and I jumped. I looked at the computer on the table with bated breath.
Do you like the red?
The voice now asked. At this moment, I knew what this was. How could I not? It was a very popular urban legend in Japan. This was the Red Room. I ran to my window and threw open the curtains. I pushed at the frame, but it was no use. It wouldn't budge. I looked out and hoped that someone would be outside, as it was still in the middle of the day. But the street outside was sparse. Behind me, the child's voice was growing louder. The question now in a continuous loop.
Do you like it? Do you like it? Do you like it?
I felt tears of frustration running down my face as it grew harder and harder to hear my own thoughts. But I needed to get out. My phone was in the kitchen, so I could
What
call for
the
help.
heck?
I looked for something I could use in my room. I grabbed my
Thoughts on
chair
Happy
and
Tree
used it
Friends?
to try to break the window. It took a few tries, but
It's
I could begin to see the cracks.
what traumatized our
I also
generation.
noticed that my room was growing darker.
A lot
Even
of
though the sky was clouded
cartoon killing.
the chair
I remember they are gonna collab with Dumb Ways to Die soon.
broke off the rest of the glass to escape, but a foreboding feeling in the pit of my stomach prevented me from moving. That and the breath on the nape of my neck.
Do you like the red?
That's a collab that I didn't expect that will happen.
Of course I like the red room.
I'm not sure if it would be this year or next year.
This room is not red. I have to fix that.
Imagine being fine. Yeah, it looks so cute, but then suddenly everyone's dead.
Hands isn't enough. I need more. Have to make sure not to waste a single drop. The banging at the door woke me up. Who did it? I recognized that voice. It was my coworker, Sora. I groaned. What is he doing here on my day off? I slowly opened my eyes and almost passed out as dizziness suddenly hit me. There was a splintering of wood, an intake of breath. What happened in here? I barely caught his question as my vision went black for a second. What are you doing here? I managed to mumble. I looked up into his face and realized that I was
Let me
sitting in
guard
the middle of
this.
my room. You didn't come into work today, so I came to check up on you. Right on time too, it looks like. My head
Collab
was
we
starting
didn't
to
know we
clear and I
need.
felt stinging pain from all over my body.
Yeah.
It's my day off.
I think that's why all of us are
Sorry,
cynical
David.
because of Happy Tree
That was
Friends.
yesterday. I looked down in confusion, too tired to hold my head up, and saw my hands. They were covered in blood. My eyes traveled up my arm where cuts were engraved in almost every part of my skin. I had apparently taken off my clothes as well, and my legs were in the same state as my arms. I looked up at Sora.
There's a new
fearfully.
one over here.
Let's get you to the doctor. He gently wrapped a blanket from my bed around me and carried me. It was then that I noticed the state of my room. Red. There was blood all
Red.
over the walls. My blood.
Uh
I pulled on
oh.
Sora's clothes. My laptop. Check my laptop. Setting me down gently on my feet, he opened my laptop. There was a single window open. A single screen with black text framed in a bulky old-fashioned window.
Yeah, the animation.
Do you like the red room?
They like the red room. Nope.
And now we close this volume's final chapter with a story written by username Amethyst Lock. My friend Shelly sent me an email last week about her trip to Arkansas, where I'm from. We have been close friends since kindergarten, but she recently moved away for her career. Hey Sarah, I hope you're doing well. I know you're into all that horror shit, so I wanted to tell you about this haunted
All
house
that horror
we went
shit?
to recently when we were in Arkansas. It's by some old guy named Mr. Wilkinson. He and his family decorate the house, and it has some awesome scares. Randy found
Oh,
this
is
on
that-
Yelp and has almost all 5-star ratings by like over
Let me
100
guard
people.
what we
The
have.
house is
Oh,
very
nope.
small though, but I
Let me get
promise
this.
it'll freak you out. Bring along your chicken shit friend, Mindy. Address is 1124 Cherry, Highland, Arkansas. Let me know how you liked it. Love ya! Of course I was interested, so I called her up for more details.
First, there are going to be some cheap
A short
home
collab app.
decorations
Oh, it
outside
already
and some
happened.
violent,
Ooh.
scary stuff inside, where you'll see some people standing completely
I think it's
still
gonna be
or
too
looking
violent
down.
for stream.
If you walk slow, they will jump at you. It's a great scare, but if you get scared easily, just power walk through the house. It's not very hard to get through and exit. to
I'm
the
gonna check that
backyard.
out.
Watch out for that fake blood stuff on the walls. It's hard to remove from your clothes later. When you're in the backyard,
Oh, we won,
that's
yes.
when the best scares begin.
Rawr.
Once you get there, you'll notice that there aren't any exits. So after 1 to 2 minutes of walking around, the backyard lights will
Ooh,
go
I
out
helped a
and
lot
pitch
there.
black.
I occupied a
A
lot.
very large clown with bloody red teeth will show up soon and take you somewhere. And then I don't want to ruin the rest of the scares for you, so you'll have to see for yourself.
So my friend Mindy and I get to this house on Cherry Road. We pushed the door open and it made a
Oh, nope.
loud creak. We saw the cheap decorations outside the house, which were very lame and made me wonder why even bother with these. Once inside, we noticed it was a medium-sized room and we couldn't
we're
see a
at
whole lot
98.
except the carpet area because it was very dim. The only thing giving light was the television set.
Trick or
There
treat.
was an obese man laying on the floor with vomit all over him.
What
Next
the
to him
heck?
was a mannequin with lipstick and no clothes on. We slowly started to
Bobo
walk
choices
past him,
binigay.
but the only thing on my mind right now was the clown with bloody teeth. We kept walking and followed the bloody trail on the carpet, which told us which direction to go. As we walked past the man, he made a very loud belch, which made me almost crap my pants. I grabbed Mindy and made a power walk over to the loud, staticky television set. It had 2 small red handprints on them. Next came the long hallway in which I could see the exit door to the backyard up ahead.
Sanay naman
Shelly
akong
wasn't kidding when she
loko.
said it was a small
Oh
house.
no.
As we slowly walked in the hallway, the clown kept appearing in my head, smiling with his crimson-drenched teeth. We passed a closed door with blood smeared all over it. We heard screaming inside that room and then a loud gunshot. The sound really hurt my eardrum, to be honest. They have had to use a real gun for this sound effect. We kept walking and saw a bucket of red and yellow paint on the floor with no paintbrush in it. So far, this house was excellent. I couldn't wait to get to the backyard. But a part of me didn't want to go because I didn't know what to expect. This clown with the bloody teeth was in my nightmare last night, and he's been on my mind ever since. We heard a maniacal laugh from the room we just passed. The loud and deep voice spoke while laughing. Then we heard the sound of loud boots walk towards the door, and the handle slowly turned. Mindy and I were just
No,
about ready to scream and
hell
ran
no.
for it. We opened the door to the backyard and literally jumped the 3 wooden steps onto the grass. This was it, the moment of truth. I was literally shaking as if it was 10 below. The door which we came from shut behind us with a very loud thud. It was Shelly. I was shocked and happy at the same time, knowing that I had signal back here.
So, did you like it? Pretty creepy shit, huh?
Shelly, I'm gonna have to call you back. We just got in the backyard. But yes, this was one of the best scares I've had so far. So can I ask you, where is this clown going to take us?
Oh no, you're gonna find that out for yourself. I don't want to ruin it for you. Well, call me back when you're done with the house. Bye.
There's a clown. I don't want that.
Minute had gone by very
Hi,
quickly.
are you?
We can hear the
That's
crickets
why a
chirping in
science
the
sketch
distance.
up.
2 minutes, 3.
Yeah,
4,
I am.
5. We were really getting restless on where this clown was. I hope he wasn't gonna jump scare us from behind, so I kept looking back.
I'm building a hot
I
doginator.
called Shelly back. Hey Shelly, we're still waiting for the clown to show up.
A machine
but
that will
while I
give
still have
everyone
signal,
hot
Minnie wanted
dogs.
to know once we get back on the street after we're done, from Cherry Road, do we make a left or a right on Hillview to get to the freeway?
Did you say Cherry Road? This house is on Cherry Lane. What house are you in?
Uh-oh. So they're not in a horror house.
What better way to celebrate Snarl's new gaming channel, Slay Tricks, than with a story about a video game with a deadly secret? This is the story of Pale Luna by Ed. In the last decade and a half, it's become infinitely easier to obtain exactly what you're looking for.
Cocomelon, no?
The internet has made it all too simple to use a computer to change reality. An abundance of information is merely a search engine away, to the point where it's hard to imagine life is any different. Yet, a generation ago, when the words streaming and torrent were meaningless, save for conversations about water, people met face-to-face to conduct software swap parties, trading games and applications on Sharpie-labeled 5¼ inch floppies. Most of the time, the meets were a way for frugal, community-minded individuals to trade popular games amongst themselves. However, a few early programming talents designed their own computer games to share amongst their circle of acquaintances, who in turn would pass it on until it had its place in the collection of aficionados across the country. Think of it as the 80s equivalent of a viral video. Pale Luna, on the other hand, was never circulated outside of the San Francisco Bay Area.
Pale
All known
Luna.
copies have been long disposed of. This fact is attributed to a number of rather abstruse design choices made by its programmer. Pale Luna was a text adventure in the vein of Zork and The Lurking Horror, at a time when said genre was swiftly going out of fashion. Upon booting the program, the player was presented with a screen almost completely blank, except for the text. You are in a dark
Thank you for the
room.
head pat.
Moonlight shines through the window. There is gold in the corner, along with a shovel and a rope.
Why?
There is a door to the east. Command. So began the game that one writer, for a long-out-of-print fanzine, decried as enigmatic, nonsensical, and completely unplayable, as the only commands
Completely
that the game could accept
unplayable.
were pick up gold, pick up shovel, pick up rope, open door, and go east. The player was soon presented with the following. Reap your reward. Pale Luna smiles at you. You are in a forest. There are paths to the north, west, and east. Command. What quickly infuriated the few who've played the game was the confusing and buggy nature of the second screen onward. Only one of the directional decisions would be the correct one. For example, a command to go in a direction other than north would lead to the system freezing, requiring the operator to hard reboot the entire computer. Further, any subsequent screens seemed to merely repeat the above text. Worse still, the standard text adventure commands appeared to be useless. The only accepted non-movement related prompts were use gold, which caused the game to display the message, not here. Use shovel, which brought up, not now. And use rope, which prompted the text, you've already used this. Most who played the game progressed a couple of screens into it before becoming fed up by having to constantly reboot and tossing the disc in disgust, writing off the experience as a shoddily programmed farce. However, one young man by the name of Michael Nevins decided to see if there was more to Pale Luna than what met the eye. 5 hours and 33 screens worth of trial and error and unplugged computer cores later, he finally managed to make the game display different text. The text in this new area read, Pale Luna smiles wide. There are no paths. Pale Luna smiles wide. The ground is soft. Pale Luna smiles wide. Here. Command. It was another hour still before Michael stumbled upon
Coco
the
Martin.
combination of phrases to make the game progress any further.
The immortal
Dig
Coco
hole,
Martin.
Drop gold, then fill hole. This caused the screen to display. Congratulations! After some deliberation, Michael came to the conclusion that the numbers refer to lines of latitude and longitude. The coordinates led to a point in the sprawling forest that dominated the nearby Lassen Volcanic Park. As he possessed much more free time than sense, Michael vowed
Ongoing pa ba? I have no idea.
the next day, armed with
Ongoing? Still ongoing? What the
he
heck?
navigated the park's trails, noting with amusement how each turn he made corresponded roughly to those he took in game. Though he initially regretted bringing the cumbersome digging tool on a mere hunch, The path's similarity all but confirmed his suspicions that the journey would end with him face to face with an eccentric's buried treasure. Out of breath, he was pleasantly surprised by a literal stumble upon a patch of uneven dirt. Shoveling as excitedly as he was, it would be an understatement to say that he
The
was taken
unending
aback
show.
when his heavy strokes unearthed the badly
How many
decomposing
seasons
head
is it?
of a blonde-haired little girl.
Batang Quiapo na continuation.
Pick up rope,
Ah, it's no longer Provinciano, it's now Batang Quiapo.
then Phil Pale Luna smiles at you. Michael promptly reported the situation to the authorities. The girl was identified as Karen Paulson, 11, reported as missing to the San Diego Police Department a year and a half prior. Efforts were made to track down the programmer of Pale Luna.
Provinciano ended with 300 plus episodes. Trick or treat! My goodness, I have Perry's hat, so yeah. Happy Halloween, happy Halloween, Lionetta!
The rest of Karen's body was never found. Like this video if it gave you the chills, and don't forget to subscribe to Snarled and our new gaming channel, Slaytrix. And if you dare to follow me, my links are in the description below. Until next time, sweet dreams. Hey, I'm Sapphire. Want to hear something scary? From creepy humanoids to evil creatures, this next volume is
It would be
all
awkward to
about
dress up as Perry.
unsettling things
I'll
that
be
are
like a
just
himbo
not
version of
quite human. Our first chapter is about one of my greatest fears, a possessed doll. Ever since I was a little girl,
Kuma-
I've absolutely
Perry got reassigned, I have
anything that
Kuma
looks
guarding
even
me.
the slightest bit lifelike. Puppets, animatronics, and especially dolls. There's just something incredibly disturbing about looking into the eyes of something that is so close to being human. Movies like Child's Play and Dolls only made my paranoia worse. And with more
Keep an eye on your
movies
candy
like
buckets.
The Conjuring and Annabelle, it's clear that many people still find dolls to be horrifying.
Yeah,
In this
I don't
chapter,
like dolls.
I'll be
It's so
telling you
creepy.
the true story behind a very famous doll. In 1970, a young woman named Donna was turning 28, and for her birthday, her mother gave her a seemingly harmless Raggedy Ann doll that she purchased from a secondhand store. Both Donna and her roommate Angie were nurses, and so they were out of the house most of the time, leaving the doll in the apartment alone. They didn't think much of their new roommate until strange things started happening. One night, after a long shift, Donna came home to find the doll sitting on her bed in her closed bedroom, which would have
They
been
milked
perfectly
it.
fine if that's where Donna had left her. Other nights, Donna would
What
find
Cebu
the doll sitting on
milker?
the couch with her legs crossed
A
and
literal
forward,
dog show.
or standing upright in the kitchen. Both Donna and Angie were rational young women and believed there had to be a reasonable explanation for this. Maybe
Why
they
is
were
there a
just
Halloween
remembering
dog
things
show?
wrong. But Lou, Angie's fiance, thought otherwise. He did not trust that doll one bit and wanted them to get rid of it, or at least consult a medium to see if there truly was something inside it. But Donna and Angie didn't believe that was possible. So they
Do the
carried
dogs
on as
have
usual.
costumes?
Then they began finding handwritten notes around the house. They were written in pencil in childlike handwriting on pieces of parchment, a type of paper that no one in the house owned. They read, One night, Donna came home and found a mysterious red liquid on the doll's hands and chest. It looked like blood, but it was coming from the doll itself. That was the push that Donna and Angie
What's
needed,
the winning
first
dog's
with the fact
costume?
That there was something wrong with this doll. They brought in a medium and performed a seance. A long time ago, the medium said, before this apartment complex
Sounds
was built,
tasty. No,
there
don't
was a
eat the
field
dogs.
on the property, and it was here that the body of 7-year-old Annabelle Higgins was found, and it is in this doll that her spirit now lives. She trusts you and just wants to be around you.
Oh, hell
Donna
no.
and Angie felt sorry for Annabelle and decided to let her stay in the apartment with them. Lou was not happy
Oh,
about
bad
that.
dog.
One night, it was just Lou and Angie in the apartment, packing up for a road trip they were leaving on in the morning. Lou was walking to the kitchen and past Donna's room and heard shuffling coming from inside. Donna wasn't home, so who could it be? Lou threw the door open. There was nobody there. Nobody human, at least. He walked inside and saw Annabelle, sitting in the corner of the room. As he walked towards her, he got the burning feeling as though someone were standing behind him. He whipped around to find nobody. He turned back to Annabelle and felt burning again, but this time on his chest. He lifted his shirt to find 7 distinct scratch marks singed into his skin. The following morning, they called a priest, who then called Ed and Lorraine Warren, renowned demonologists.
Aren't those the ones in the Conjuring movie? Tadhana playing in the back.
This entity was using this doll to manipulate you, moving it around the house so you would pay attention to it. Then tricking you into telling you that it was the spirit of a harmless
Did you talk to
girl.
them?
So, what does it want? Your soul.
Red
A priest
and
performed an
yellow.
exorcism on the apartment, and the Warrens took
So it's a
Annabelle
blue
home with
first.
them in a bag. Knowing what this entity
Blue.
was capable of, they made sure to avoid the highways on their way home, since Annabelle would no doubt try to
Pink.
sabotage their drive. And they were right. Along the way, the car's engine continuously stalled. So, is Annabelle truly dangerous? Or is all of this an elaborate hoax? If you're the type who needs to see to believe, you can actually visit Annabelle at the Occult Museum, a section of the Warrens'
Who would
private
visit
home where they store
Annabelle
haunted
though?
relics collected from the many cases they worked on. She's kept locked in a box with multiple warnings. One skeptical visitor made the fatal mistake of mocking the doll, tapping her glass case and daring her to do her worst.
What
with him.
the heck? Why would
When
you?
he left her home, he got into a terrible motorcycle accident and died 3 hours later.
Why did they taunt
Whether
the
or
doll?
not the Warrens created that story as a cautionary tale, would you really want to test it? What if there were creatures that could do your evil bidding for you? This next story comes from Arwish, whose older sister Jessie had the unfortunate honor of encountering such a spirit. One night, about
Time
7
check.
years ago,
It's almost 4
18-year-old
a.m.
Jessie was home alone. And when one is alone,
Make
one
sure you
tends to
guys
let
also
their
rest.
imagination get the best of them. So when lights started flickering and doors opened on their own, Jessie didn't think too much of it. It was probably all in her mind. Then,
No sleep. Make
some
sure
of
you
her
sleep.
friends decided to pay her a visit. Jessie did notice that the strange activity stopped when they were there. They stayed until about 10 p.m., and after they left, Jessie decided to watch some TV. The walls of her apartment were paper thin, and she could hear every word that her fighting neighbors were exchanging. Frustrated, she decided to get
I
some
forgot the
fresh air
mechanics of
out
this
on
one.
the
It should be
balcony.
opposite.
But right as she was about to place her hand on the doorknob, she heard a knock.
Ooh.
Coming from the other side of the door.
Who was live indeed?
Writing that off as her imagination, she opened the door and was immediately hit with a strong gust of wind. She covered her eyes to protect them from the impact. Then, she could see, in the distance, a pair of glowing red eyes. At that
What
moment,
the heck?
all the lights in the house shut off. Jessie turned back inside the house, closed and locked the balcony doors, and stumbled her way in the darkness to her bedroom. She could hear children's laughter echoing throughout the halls. She locked the doors and took cover underneath her blanket. Once she had calmed down a bit, she slowly pulled the blanket from her face. And that's when she saw it. It looked like a small boy with glowing red eyes.
Oh, hell no.
Its mouth curled into a mischievous grin when it saw that Jessie was looking at it.
Nope.
She quickly pulled the covers back over her head and heard an extremely high-pitched scream. And Jessie's ears felt pain like she'd never felt before. When Jessie woke up the next morning, there was blood all over her covers, all coming from her ears. Terrified of the previous night's events, she visited her grandmother and told her everything that happened. Luckily, her grandmother knew exactly what was going on. What you saw last night was a bok group, her
What?
grandmother said,
A bok?
as she continued to explain the history of these spirits. During the West Indies sugar trade in the mid-17th century, there were mass sugarcane plantations in Suriname, a Dutch colony in South America, where Jessie's grandmother grew up. The plantation owners imported slaves from Africa, Asia, and Indonesia. The Indonesians were very spiritual, as they believed that their faith would help them get through these terrible times. When a slave died, they performed a ceremony so that the spirit could be put to rest. But sometimes, the ritual couldn't be completed, and therefore,
At
the
least
deceased
happy.
soul became a restless entity. These
Ah,
are
got
the
pushed.
Bakru, spirits that are roughly half the size of a human child with enlarged heads. They are half flesh and half wood and cannot feel any pain. They can be controlled by those who practiced Obia, an Afro-American religion similar to voodoo or Santeria.
3
These
day
spellworkers
streaking.
would use the Bakru to cause harm to someone, and since the Bakru
Congratulations,
have no will
sir,
of their
3 day
own,
streak.
they carry out their master's wishes fearlessly. The Bakru will attempt to possess the body and mind of the victim, consume their soul, and take their life. If the victim is easily manipulated, then the Bakru will have no trouble carrying out its task. But if the victim is strong-willed, like Jessie, then they can stop it from taking over. Jessie believes that it was her ex-boyfriend who sent the Bakru after her, since he practiced Obia and was convinced that she had cheated on him. Because Obia is not a commonly practiced religion, Jessie has had no luck
Jollibee,
in
my
figuring
favorite
out
bee.
how to completely get rid of the Bakru. To be safe, Jessie's grandmother had a protection ritual performed for her. And while that has prevented the Bakru from possessing her, it hasn't stopped them from trying. Every now and then, she still hears the high-pitched whispers, the childlike laughter. Sometimes, she catches one in the corner of her eye. It's been 7 years since she first encountered them, but strange things still happen to this day. Recently, she saw what looks like a 5-year-old boy in a hoodie staring at her house. It was raining pretty hard, so she went outside to see if he needed help. But when she looked up, he was gone. She went back inside and forgot about him, until hours later, when she saw him again, still wandering outside her house. It was pretty late at night, so she went back out to talk to him, and immediately became nauseous and ran back inside, where the lights began flickering uncontrollably. Maybe that was all a coincidence, or maybe the Bakru is still after her. So, what do you think of Jessie's experience? Do you think it's possible for someone to send an evil spirit after you? And if so, would you ever use one? And even though the Bakru failed to possess Jessie, she now lives in constant fear that it will show up and succeed. So in that sense, hasn't the Bakru already taken over her mind? A very special thank you to Arwin from the Netherlands for sharing your sister's story with me, and I hope that she can get rid of the Bakru one day.
Hey, 4 a.m.
Artificial intelligence used to be science fiction, but technology is quickly catching up. As robots become more lifelike and realistic, will we one day live in a world where human and robot are indistinguishable?
6 hour stream? Yeah, 6 hour stream.
Of the creepypasta written by username RaidenGP1
Might be 7.
takes place in that world. Do not buy an RT. Let the fad die off, please.
Do not buy
I
a
know
what?
you're thinking. But Trevor, RTs have the potential to change the world. And yes, I do agree that the fantasy that IGT has been trying to pitch us for the last 3 years sounds pretty great. But in reality, it's disgusting, inhumane, and highly illegal. I have no concrete proof for any of my beliefs, so all I'm going to do is tell you the story leading up to this post and let you reach your own conclusions. I lost one of my legs to a soft tissue sarcoma last year. Since I'm both disabled and terminally ill, I'm more than qualified for
I
IGT's charity,
need
which provides free RTs to
7,
people
7.
who really need them. When I received a message from one of their PR people, I was ecstatic. Who wouldn't want the hottest, latest piece of technology for absolutely free? The package was delivered to me on a Monday, straight to my door. It was a 2060 Greta. Not the latest model, but about a few years old. The body and head were already in place, so all I had to do was attach the limbs and then activate the unit. I had to do that myself so that it could imprint. Imprinting is the most important part of the setup. The first person the RT sees upon its activation
go to sleep,
becomes
Yasser.
its, well, for lack of a better word,
Or the
its
spirits
master.
will make you sleep.
Upon turning the unit on for the first time, well, I guess after activation, it's not really it anymore, is it? Upon
Come
turning
over
the unit
here.
on for the first time, she began the imprinting process. Her instructions stated rather sternly
night, good
that I
night.
was not to
Well,
penetrate
good
the
morning.
skin layer of the RT
Rest
under
well.
any circumstances, and that upon malfunction, I was to bring her to an IGT certified repair shop only, or else I'd be voiding my warranty. I didn't pay it much mind though. So the imprinting was complete, and my RT's life, if you can call it that, began. That machine, which uncannily resembled a young girl, looked around, her artificial eyes flickering and moving just like real ones would. She asked me to name her, but I don't believe in choosing names for other people. But I'm probably just biased. When I was born, my parents named me Marissa, and when I legally changed my name to something more fitting, it felt empowering. So I told her she should pick her own name when she felt ready. It's funny.
Bing,
even at that
how are
moment, I
you? Happy
subconsciously
Halloween.
knew that she was more than just a computer
How are
and
you
a humanoid
today?
body, like IGT was advertising. Especially when she began dreaming. When RTs dream, their software is sorting through the data collected during the day, placing the most important bits
Why
on the
did
hard
you
drive
stop?
and deleting the rest.
You're getting
But
attacked.
my own RT, who had begun going by the name Laura, was dreaming about things she'd never seen before, like a camera having pictures on its memory card that you've never taken.
Give me candies.
It
I have
was
a.
always the exact
I give
same
hot
dream.
dogs instead
A
of
white
candies.
house with 2 floors looking like cubes stacked upon each other. I was positive I'd never seen this particular house before, and yet Laura recalled it flawlessly, down to the finest detail. After about the 6th time she recollected this dream, I was convinced that there was something very weird happening here. Worried that my RT might have a serious issue, I asked her to draw a sketch of the house and then sent that to IGT's customer support alongside
You're
an
egging.
explanation of the problem. This
Eggs
is the
are
response I
expensive. You wouldn't dare.
Dear Mr. Kingsley, I regret to hear about the issues you're experiencing with your artificial, but rest assured there is nothing wrong with your RT. During quality assurance, the engineers use stock photos to flash a unit's short-term memory.
Your
and
parents
ensure
would
its
smack
functioning.
you.
The image you have sent me shows an uncanny resemblance to one of the stock images we used for the process, which I have attached to this email. I downloaded the picture and, wouldn't you know it, it was the exact same house that Laura had drawn.
Then
Immediately I
they
thought,
would maybe. I.
conspiracy, they photoshopped this image. But
Yeah, eggs are
no,
expensive.
a
Do
reverse
not
image
waste
search
it.
brought up plenty of sites hosting that particular stock photo, which was apparently uploaded quite a few years ago. The customer support guy's story checked out, so then why couldn't I put this out of my mind? I asked Laura how she knew this photo was the same house in her dreams, and she told me that it just felt right.
Virtual egging.
She obviously had a connection to this house, and I wanted to find out why.
At least there wouldn't be a
After a lot
mess.
of research, I discovered that the house was built by architect and artist Nigel Winston. He'd built over a dozen houses during his career, each of which had some sort of quirk to it. The white one he called House of Cards, which was built in 2044. And for a time, Nigel lived in it with his family, but they moved out about a year ago. I
Wait,
gathered an
isn't
email
it
from
a
the real estate
chinchilla,
ad,
not
and
the
I didn't
hamster?
want my email to be ignored if I told him my research is
Who has a
perfect.
chinchilla?
So I to be interested in purchasing the house, and also asked more information about the house's history. I am pasting
Yep.
this response below in full and leaving the conclusions to you. Dear Mr. Kingsley, thank you for your interest in my house of cards. It's in a great location. A school and a hospital are both within short driving
All
distance
right.
away
Good.
from
Good
the
night.
house.
Good night. Rest
As a matter
well.
of fact, that's the reason I chose to build there. It's ideal for raising a child. The neighborhood is quiet and calm, and the reason we moved has nothing to do with the area. My youngest daughter disappeared roughly a year ago, and once the
How about you?
investigation was closed, we found that the house just
Your
held too
parents
many
would
memories.
come into your
If you
room
have any more
and see you
questions
still
or would like
awake.
to set up a meeting, feel free to respond to this email. And I would appreciate it if you can keep my Laura in your thoughts. With respect, Nigel Winston.
They're asleep. Soon they won't. It's 4 a.m.
Want something scary for your walls? We have a limited edition poster available for purchase. There's only 666, so get yours before they're gone. For more information, click the link in the description. Like this video if it gave you the chills, and don't forget to subscribe to Snarled and check out our other videos. And if you dare to follow me, my links are in the description below. Until next time, sweet dreams.
Oh, it ended already. What's the next one?
Hey,
Ooh, more urban legends.
wanna
Nice.
hear something scary?
I like it when it's the urban legends.
You've heard of the Slender Man, but have you heard of the tall, slender woman? This next chapter is a Japanese urban legend called Hachishaku-sama, which means
Hachisako?
8 feet tall. My grandparents lived in a small village in Japan.
Yeah, urban legends are
Every summer, my
scarier.
parents would take me there on holiday to visit them. The last time I saw them was the summer when I was 8 years old. My grandparents were inside the house, and I was playing by myself outside in the backyard. I heard a strange sound.
Wait, isn't this the
I didn't know what it was, and it was hard to
the
figure out
one
where it was
that
coming
takes
from.
children because
I
it
was
likes
looking around,
children?
searching for the source of the noise, when I noticed something on top of the tall hedges that enclosed
Yeah,
the
I remember
door.
it's a tall woman
It
that
was a
likes to
straw
take
hat.
children, right?
It wasn't resting on the
Yeah,
hedge.
it is.
It was behind it. That's where the sound was coming from. Then the hat began to move.
It's
It
Lady
stopped in a small
Dimitrescu.
gap in the hedge, and I could see a face peering through. It was a woman, but the hedges were high, almost 8 feet tall. I was surprised at how tall the woman was. I wondered if she was wearing stilts or some sort of huge high-heeled shoes. Then, a split second later, she walked off, and the strange noise disappeared with her, fading into the distance. Confused, I got up and ran back into the house. My grandparents were in the kitchen drinking tea. I sat down at the table and told my grandparents what I had seen. They weren't really paying attention to me until I mentioned that distinctive sound. They both froze. Grandma's eyes grew wide and she covered her mouth with her hand.
They
Grandpa's
know.
face became very serious and he grabbed me by the arm. "This is very important," he said, very intensely. "How tall was she? As tall as the garden hedge? Where was she standing? When did this happen? What did you do? Did she see you?" I tried to answer all his questions as best as I could. He rushed out to the hallway and made a phone call. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but after he hung up, he walked out the door. "Grandma, what's going on?" "There's something dangerous abducting children in this area," she said. "We call it Hachi Shakusama. It takes on the appearance of an extremely tall woman and says, in a deep voice.
Why is it saying
A
pen?
long time ago, it was captured by monks and they managed to confine it in a ruined building on the outskirts of the village. They trapped it using 4 jizo.
The background is
small
scary
religious
too.
statues that they placed at the north, south, east, and west of the ruins so that it could not escape. But somehow, it did.
It
The
escaped.
last time it appeared was 15 years ago. My grandmother said that anyone who saw it was destined to die within a few days.
Oh, what the heck?
It all sounded so crazy. I wasn't
Oh.
sure what to believe. Just then,
Your
my
dogs
grandpa
are
came
awake.
back, but with an old woman who called herself Keisan. They took me upstairs to my bedroom and began covering the windows with newspaper, with ancient runes written all over them. Keisan placed small bowls of salt in all 4 corners of the room and a small Buddha figure in the center.
Soon the sun will be setting, so listen carefully. You must stay in this room until 7:30 tomorrow morning. Do not open this door for any reason.
She placed a bucket in my hands.
Not even to use the restroom.
My grandparents and Keisan left the room, and I locked the door after them. I couldn't believe what was happening. Was I really going to die in a few days? I turned off the
Maybe.
TV to try to take my mind off everything, and eventually fell asleep. I was awakened around 1 a.m. by a tapping sound on the window.
Oh, it's trying to get
Probably
your
just a
attention.
tree or something, I told myself. Then came a knock on the door, and I heard my grandpa's voice. "Are you okay in there? If you're scared, I can come keep you company."
Oh,
Hearing
is
his voice was such a relief that without
is
thinking,
it
I
copying
rushed
the
over to
grandma?
door.
Oh no.
But something didn't feel right. I looked at the bowls of salt in the room. All 4 of them had turned black. And then I heard the sound again.
Uh-oh.
The tapping on the window continued. I knelt in front of the Buddha and began to pray. I was so terrified and caught up in my chanting that I didn't realize the sounds had stopped. I checked my watch. It was 7:30 a.m. Carefully, I opened the door and ran to my grandparents. We all got in a van and headed straight for the airport. Apparently, there were others who had escaped the grasp of Hachi Sakusama as long as they never stepped foot in Japan again.
What
So
the heck?
2 years ago, when my
If he-
grandpa got sick, he refused to let me visit him. He even left strict instructions.
So you
to
cannot
his will
return to
not
Japan
attend
anymore?
His funeral. I couldn't believe that this creature prevented me from saying goodbye to him. So when my grandma called a few days ago to tell me she had been diagnosed with cancer, I wasn't gonna let her stop me from visiting. It's been 10 years, Grandma, and nothing has happened to me. We don't even know if this
Oh,
thing
it's
is
still
real.
it's still gonna
I'm not
take
gonna let it
her,
stop me from seeing
even
you.
if she's no longer a child.
If you say so, dear.
I love you, Grandma. I'll see you soon.
It knows you're coming.
Have you ever been mistaken for someone
She
else?
dumb, yeah.
I know the feeling. When I was younger, I would constantly be confused for my older sister.
Oh, there's no next part
It
for
didn't
that.
help that my mom would dress us alike and give us the same haircuts. I was so used to being called the wrong name or having teachers claim they saw me elsewhere. Now, years later, I've heard numerous stories about people seeing a family member only to have the real family member walk in moments later, or people seeing someone in one place while witnesses swear they saw that same person somewhere else. Looking back on it now, I wonder, what if there really was someone other than my sister being me? In this next chapter, we'll be discussing a curious
Doppelgangers.
phenomenon, doppelgangers. In paranormal terms, a doppelganger is a ghostly duplicate of a living being. According to superstition, seeing a doppelganger is a bad omen and a messenger of death. There are several famous cases throughout history. In 1603, Queen Elizabeth I had walked into her bedroom to find herself in terrible condition. Soon after, she became ill and died in that very bed. In 1796, Catherine the Great was awoken one night by her servants, claiming that someone who looked exactly like her was sitting in the throne room. Confused, she got up and went to the room and was shocked to see herself sitting in the throne.
What?
She ordered her servants to shoot at the imposter, but their bullets had no effect, and the double dematerialized. Within a few weeks, Catherine had died of a stroke. After being elected in 1860, Abraham Lincoln looked in a mirror and saw not one, but two reflections. One was Lincoln as he was, and the other was pale and sickly. He and his wife saw it as a sign that he would be elected for a second term, but wouldn't live to see it through. And we all know how that ended. Maybe it's just a coincidence that all of these people had seen their doppelganger before their untimely demise. After all, not every case ends in death, like the story of Emily Sagy, a school teacher in France. Despite being kind and friendly, she had a difficult time keeping a job. She was fired 18 times from multiple schools.
18 times? What
because her
was she
doppelganger
doing?
Was terrifying everybody. On numerous occasions, staff members and students claimed to see a second Emily standing right beside her, mimicking her every move.
Oh, because of
But the
she has a
most famous
doppelganger.
incident
That's
was
why.
during a sewing class at an all-girls school. The room was filled with 42 students, with the supervising teacher sitting in the front. The room had giant windows that faced the garden, and everybody could see Emily, energetically and happily picking flowers. For whatever reason, the supervising teacher left the room. Suddenly, the students noticed that Emily's movements were slowing down, like her energy was being drained from her. Then, in the empty teacher's chair at the front of the classroom, a figure appeared. It was Emily. The girls couldn't believe what they were seeing. There were two Emilys, both in plain sight. They tried speaking to the figure in the chair, but she didn't respond. So one girl mustered up the courage to try and touch her. She slowly approached the apparition, reached her hand out, and passed her hand right through it. What does it feel like? The other girls asked. Like thick cobwebs. Then the doppelganger disappeared. The girls looked out the window to see the real Emily as she continued to walk through the garden as before. The horrified girls told their parents, who then complained to the school staff and had poor Emily fired.
That's why she
again.
gets fired.
Despite the
It,
many
even if
appearances
it
of the
wasn't her
doppelganger,
fault.
Emily herself had never seen it. Doppelgangers are also common in the Philippines, where they're called gaya-gaya. Chelsea Braganza shared this story about her dad, Floyd, and her uncle, Fred,
Yeah,
who had
that-
a puzzling run-in with one.
She doesn't even know
When
that
Floyd and
she's
Fred
getting
were
fired
in
because of a
They were at home
doppelganger.
one day waiting for their friend
That
Susanna to come
sucks.
over. There was a knock on the door, and there she was. Hey, you're early.
Poor
Floyd said.
Emily.
But she didn't say a word. Instead, she walked straight past him and into the bathroom. He thought it was pretty strange, but figured she just had to use the restroom really badly. Some time had passed, and Susanna still hadn't left the bathroom. Floyd needed to use it, so he knocked on the door. No answer. It had been at least an hour. Hey, is everything okay in there? Still no answer. They decided to pick the door open, shielding their eyes just in case they walked in on something they didn't want to see. But they didn't see anything.
Oh,
It was completely empty.
that happened in our
The bathroom
office
had
too,
no windows.
actually.
Where did she go?
Somebody
Did she
went
clearly-
in,
No.
and then we waited
Just
for
then
too
there
long,
was a
and
knock on
then
the door.
the same person
It
entered the
was
room.
Susanna.
And
Oh,
then we
we
checked
didn't
the
realize
bathroom,
you left
nobody
the
was
bathroom
there.
earlier.
That actually
What are you
happened.
talking about?
Actually, also happened in
Weren't
our
you here
office.
What?
We were
No,
surprised
I
because
got here.
the actual
To this
person
day,
suddenly came
we
in
still
the
have
room as
no
well.
idea what it was that walked
And
into
we
the
know that
house.
they were inside the bathroom,
Doppelgangers
and
have
then we
appeared
opened the
all over
bathroom,
the
no
world
one.
and all throughout
That's
time.
so crazy.
Maybe it's our minds playing tricks on us. Or maybe that's what they want us to think. And now we close this volume with a story from Megan in Scotland. Megan never believed in the paranormal until it begged for her attention. Megan and her boyfriend Mikey had just moved into a flat in Aberdeen, Scotland. It was small, but cozy. There were 2 large windows, one in the kitchen that faced the garden, and one in the bedroom that faced the street. They usually kept the blinds closed to hide their expensive musical equipment. One night, Mikey was attending a concert in Glasgow and wouldn't return home until 4 in the morning, leaving Megan all alone. After he left,
It's real
he spent the night
doppelgangers?
passing
Yeah,
out
I
her
believe in
favorite
doppelgangers
TV
because
show.
I experienced
She
it
fell asleep
firsthand.
with her TV on, but a sound jolted her awake around 11:45.
I was not scared because we were a lot.
There was a slow.
There was a lot of us, so we
She
were
got
just
out of her bed,
confused.
thinking that it was her upstairs
Rather
neighbor
than
asking
scared.
to turn her TV down, as it was still blaring when she woke up. She readied her apology in her head and walked to the front door. But when she looked inside the peephole, no one was there. She shrugged it off, thinking she must have been imagining the sound, and walked back to her bedroom. And then she heard it again. It was coming from the kitchen. She must have forgotten to close the blinds that night, because when she turned on the light, she was face to face with a woman in the window. She was wearing a dark overcoat, and her long red hair hung around her face like seaweed. Her mouth was twisted up into a terrifying grimace, showing the few rotten teeth she had left.
What
Megan
the
knew what
heck
this
is
was.
this?
Her grandparents told her the stories when she was little.
Ooh, what
That wasn't
story?
a woman. That was a banshee. In Irish mythology, a banshee is a female spirit
Isn't
who
it the
lives
one
by
that
the river.
that
They usually have
screams?
the appearance of an old hag, but are capable of making themselves as young and beautiful as they choose. In Ireland and Scotland, it is traditional for women to wail or keen at funerals. So if you hear the keen of the banshee, she's alerting you that death is nearby. Let me in, the banshee croaked,
Oh, nope,
her strained voice echoing in the walls.
not letting you in.
been hurt. But Megan didn't believe her. She was now tapping louder on the glass.
Nope.
I'm gonna get you some help. What kind of fucking woman are you?
What the?
Megan ran to her bedroom and dialed the police.
Became angry.
She sat on her bed, shaking and praying to every god she could think of. It was the most horrifying experience of her life. The banging on the window had stopped. Is she gone? Megan thought to herself. But then she noticed a shadow from behind her bedroom curtain. Little bitch. You think you're too good? There was nothing Megan could do but wait there while the banshee taunted her. Then she saw red and blue lights flash outside. Finally, the police were here. She went to the front door where she could hear the mumbled voices of the officers outside. She was just about ready to let them in when she heard... It's her. It's her. Megan didn't know what to do. She stood there, frozen in place, until the mail slot in her door slowly swung open.
Miss, is everything all right?
Megan told the police everything that happened and described the woman in detail. They thought she just might be a violent drunk, and so they told Megan that they would check the CCTV cameras in the area to see if they could find her and prevent her from harassing anyone else. Days later, Megan got a call from the officer.
So we checked the security cameras in your area, and yes, we did see a woman who matched your description.
You're starting to
What was
get
strange,
chills.
though, was that she only appeared in the one camera.
Don't be scared.
right outside your building. We couldn't see where she came from or went to. Like she vanished into thin air.
For the next few days, Megan tried not to think about that night. Maybe it wasn't a banshee. Maybe it really was just a strung-out old lady. Because if it was a banshee, that meant that someone close to her was going to die very soon. About a week after the incident, Megan's friend called her to tell her that her mother had passed. Whether or not it was just a coincidence, Megan didn't want
Hurry,
to tell her
close the
friend
door.
what she saw. What if there was something she could have done? Ever since that night, strange but subtle things continued to happen in that flat. Megan's wind-up music box would suddenly begin playing when no one was near it. Lights would flicker on and off. The water in the bathroom would randomly turn itself on. Centuries ago, when a well would overflow, it was a sign that a banshee was near. It didn't help that these things only happened.
Good
when
thing
Megan
we're
was
not in
home alone,
Ireland.
leading Mikey to believe that she had a wild imagination. And maybe that's exactly how the banshees want it to be. Have you or anyone you know had any run-ins with a banshee? Let me know in the comments. And a very special thank you to Megan Matheson for sharing this story with me. Like this video if it gave you the chills. And don't forget to subscribe to Snarled and our sister channels, Hissyfit and Slaytrix. If you or anyone you know have a unique paranormal experience, message me on Instagram and I might feature
This one is about teddy bear.
Have you ever played the infamous one-man hide-and-seek? Or owned a toy that hosted a spirit? What about Three Kings or The Devil's Mirror? This volume is all fun and games until someone gets hurt. Stories about people who've played around with the supernatural. Stories about playtime gone wrong. Our first chapter comes from Brooklyn, who owns a very unique stuffed bear. When Brooklyn was about 3
Is the
years
bear
old,
possessed
she
by
was
a demon?
diagnosed with a very serious heart problem. The doctors were always in a panic, horrified that her death would come any day. Brooklyn would constantly overhear nurses talking about how worried they were about a little girl. She thought that they might have been talking about her, but Brooklyn's mom calmed her down and reminded her that there were lots of patients in the hospital. Though it didn't help that whenever her nurse came into her room, her eyes were red and wet, like she had just been crying. It always made Brooklyn nervous. What was wrong? The night before Brooklyn was to undergo surgery, she asked her nurse, "You're always crying when you come in my room. Why?" The nurse froze. She slowly bent down and whispered in her ear, "You will understand when you see her."
Who's
At
her?
the time, Brooklyn didn't know what that meant. The surgery was a success, and Brooklyn now had a new heart. Being a young girl, she couldn't quite
You
get
hear somebody
past the gravity
I think
of
it's
what she had gone through.
in the video.
It didn't even cross her mind to wonder where the
Wasn't
new
it?
heart had come from. She was just happy to be alive and well. Before she left the hospital, her nurse gave her a small stuffed bear and told her to take good care of him. Years had passed, and Brooklyn was now about 8 years old. She loved to draw and would sketch cute and happy characters like Winnie the Pooh and Dora the Explorer. But one day, while she was drawing, she heard a voice. It wasn't malevolent or scary, but rather calm and peaceful. "It makes me happy when you make art." It was faint, but Brooklyn knew that the voice was coming from the bear. She knew how crazy it sounded, but there was no doubt in her mind that there was a spirit living inside of it that wanted to be her friend. Her name was Rosalita, and she would talk to Brooklyn all the time, and Brooklyn would talk back.
Rosalita.
The problem was that no one else could hear Rosalita. Brooklyn's parents became concerned that their daughter was always locking herself in her room and talking to herself. But Brooklyn didn't care. Rosalita had become her friend. Brooklyn continued to draw pictures for her to make her happy. And Brooklyn believes that Rosalita helped her become a better artist. Rosalita would guide Brooklyn's hand on the paper. It was like she was a part of her. But Rosalita became tired of the childish drawings.
Ooh.
"You need to make real art," she said. She told Brooklyn to walk
Is Rosalita
outside
a ghost
into the
girl?
yard, where she found the bones of a dead mouse. "Turn it into art," Rosalita said.
Did it possess her teddy bear?
So Brooklyn took the bones and glued them on a piece of paper, with Rosalita instructing her each step of the way. She hung it on her wall, and to this day, it's still there. It always made her parents uncomfortable, so they would always try and take it down. But whenever they would take it down,
Happy
they would
Halloween!
sit
Hello,
there
Yukibo. How
and
are
Brooklyn would
you?
hang it back up. Did Rosalita have something to do with that?
Thank
For the
you.
most part, Rosalita was
I'm
always
Doofenshmirtz
sweet and kind.
today.
But there was something odd that happened a few times that concerned Brooklyn. When their first family dog died suddenly, Brooklyn was heartbroken. Rosalita, however, was the
You
opposite.
sold your house.
Now
Ooh,
they
nice.
spend more time together.
When's the
And
move?
in the span of a few weeks, her other family
Congratulations.
member's dog unexplainably passed away. Did Rosalita have anything to do with that? Brooklyn is now 19 years old and still
Kaifer
sees the stuffed
Incorporated.
bear that pokes
Hello,
holes
hello,
in her
Morphe.
skin.
How are you?
Do you remember the nurse who gave this bear to you? Yes, I do.
You're in temporary housing. Gotta find your new place. Ooh.
She was always
I hope you
trying
find
to
a
get
nice
pirates
place to
into
move
the
in.
I was staying in the same hospital.
Congratulations on the sale.
Did anyone ever tell you we
Looking
were
very
friends?
handsome today. Thank you.
No.
Not you telling me I'm handsome when I'm Doofenshmirtz today.
Your life had meaning.
How are you today, Morphe?
Brooklyn began to cry.
Did you wake up early or you haven't slept as well?
You're so important to me. But, Rosalita continued, on your 21st birthday,
We are listening to some spooky stories by Sapphire.
I have to move on.
You haven't slept.
Oh. Why?
Understandable.
Rosalita paused.
I won't judge because
To go.
I'm still awake.
And I'm bringing my heart with me. Does that mean that I'll...
And I'm clothed this time.
Rosalita didn't say another word and wouldn't answer Brooklyn whenever she brought it up again. What did Rosalita mean by that?
Earlier we spoke
Guess we'll
about
find out
the
in years.
Filipino
A very special
supernatural
thank you to
beings, and
Brooklyn
now
in Missouri for
we
sharing her
continue all
story
the
and
spooky
photos.
stories.
Our next chapter is a creepypasta written by Perfect Circle 35. During my childhood, my family was like a drop of water in a vast river, never remaining in one location for long. We were living in a house just outside the bustling metropolis of New Vineyard, Maine. Population 643. The day after my 5th birthday, I came down with a fever. The doctor said I had mononucleosis, which meant no rough play and more fever for at
Oh,
least
no,
another
mono.
3 weeks. It was horrible timing to be bedridden. We were in the process of packing our things to move to Pennsylvania, and most of my things were already packed away in boxes, leaving my room barren. My mother brought me ginger
In college, you
ale
had a
and
few
books
ghost
several
stories.
times
Didn't
a
help.
day,
Small cemetery
and
was.
these served the
Oh,
function of
really?
being my
That's
primary form of entertainment
that's
for the next
spooky.
few weeks.
You
Boredom
live
always
near a
loomed just around the
cemetery.
corner. I don't exactly recall how I met Mr. Widemouth. I think it was about a week after I was diagnosed with mono. My first memory of the small creature was asking him.
Did
if
you
he
see
had a
actual
name. He told me to call
ghosts?
him Mr. Widemouth because his mouth was large.
Mr. Wide Mouth,
Everything
what the
about him
heck?
was large in comparison to his body. His head, his eyes, his crooked ears. But his mouth was by far the largest.
It
He was
looks
kind of
cute
like a
though.
Furby.
Furby? What's a Furby?
Oh, but
You
it
know,
talks. No.
the toy.
Uh
The
oh.
little robot with the big ears.
Oh hell no, nope.
You can pet and feed them almost like a real pet.
Oh, you don't need one of those. They aren't the same as having a real friend.
I remember Mr. Widemouth disappearing every time my mother stopped by to check in on me.
I don't like
I
him.
want your parents to see me.
No, never saw any
Friends
ghosts
will never
specifically.
say.
Ooh,
The third or fourth
At least
morning
you
after
didn't
I
see.
met him, he greeted me with a large smile on his
maybe
face.
you just felt the.
I have a new game you can play. We have to wait until after your mother comes.
You
to
like to
check
share?
on
Go
you
ahead.
because
Go
she
share
has
your
played it.
story.
It's a secret game.
After my mother delivered more books and soda at the usual time, Mr. Widemouth slipped out from under the bed and tugged my hand.
We have to go to the room at the end of this hallway.
I objected at first.
Oh,
as
why
my
are you
parents had
listening
forbidden
to
me
a-
to leave my bed without their permission.
A doll.
But Mr. Widemouth persisted until I gave in. The room in question had no furniture or wallpaper. Its only distinguishing feature was a window opposite the doorway. Mr. Widemouth darted across the room and gave the window a
No,
firm
Mr.
push,
Widemouth,
swinging
no.
it open. He then beckoned me to look out at the ground below. We were on the second story of the house, but it was on a hill, and from this angle, the drop was farther than 2 stories due to the incline.
So I said the cemetery was outside my door, but it was in a hot night and kept it open to let in some air.
And I jumped.
Ooh, something went
You
in.
jumped hard enough to bounce back up like a feather. I want you to try.
I was a 5-year-old with a fever, so only a hint of skepticism darted through my thoughts as I looked
Oh
down
no!
and
Stop
considered the
listening to Mr.
possibility.
Widemouth.
It's a long drop, I said.
But that's all part of the fun. It wouldn't
Well,
be
you
fun
had to go to the
if
restroom, left the room. When you came back, the
you
door
do
was
it that way,
closed.
you may as well
Oh.
just bounce on a real trampoline.
I toyed with the idea, but the realist in me prevailed. I don't know if I have enough imagination. I could get hurt. Mr. Widemouth's face contorted into a snarl, but only for a moment.
If you say so.
He said.
You tried to
We
open the
spent
door, it
rest
was
of the
being
day
held
under
shut.
my bed, quiet as a mouse. The following morning, Mr. Widemouth arrived holding a small box.
I want to teach you how to juggle.
He said.
Look at that
Here are
armor
some
of
things
that
you can use to practice.
character.
I looked in the box. It was full of knives.
Oh.
My parents will kill me, I shouted, horrified that
No, Mr.
Widemouth
Widemouth,
had brought
no.
knives into my room, objects that my parents would never allow me to touch. Mr. Widemouth frowned.
It's fun to juggle with these. I want you to try it.
I pushed the box away. Knives aren't safe to just throw in the air. Mr. Widemouth's frown deepened into a scowl. He took the box of knives and slid under my bed, remaining there the rest of the day. I began to wonder how often he was under me. I started having trouble sleeping after that. Mr. Widemouth often woke
Where did
me
the
up at
papers
night
come from?
saying he put a real trampoline under the window, a big one that I couldn't see in the dark. I always declined and tried to go back to sleep, but Mr. Widemouth persisted. Sometimes he stayed by my side until early in the morning, encouraging me to jump. He wasn't so fun to play with anymore. My mother came to me one morning.
They go
and told me I had
lock the
permission
door
to
so
walk
they can
around
print
outside.
their
She thought
work.
the fresh air would be good for me, especially after being confined to my room for so long. Ecstatic, I put on my sneakers and trotted out to the back porch, yearning for the feeling of sun on my face.
It was a strong wind, nothing more.
I have something I want to see.
He said. I must have given him a weird look because he then said,
It's safe. I promise.
I followed him to the beginning of a deer trail which ran through the
What
woods
the heck? Why is she following a
This is an important path.
He explained.
I've had a lot of friends
creepy
pass
ass
away. When they
creature?
were ready, I took them down this path to a special place. You aren't ready yet, but one day, I hope to take you there.
I returned to the house, wondering what kind of place lay beyond that
My
trail.
printer would print by itself
2
middle of
weeks
the night.
after I met Mr. Whitehouse,
Ooh.
the last load of our things had been packed into a moving truck. I considered telling Mr. Widemouth that I would be leaving.
Not you stitching
but
its
even
mouth
at 5
shut
years
and keeping
old,
it
I was
shut.
beginning to suspect that perhaps the creature's intentions were not to my benefit, despite what he said otherwise. For this reason, I decided to
Oh
keep
no,
the
who-
treasure a secret. My father and I were in the truck at 4 a.m.
Who's being
I saw
called?
Mr. Widemouth's silhouette in my
Hopefully
bedroom
not an
window.
X or anything.
He stood motionless until the truck was about to turn onto the main road. He gave a pitiful little wave goodbye, steak knife in hand. I didn't wave back. Years later, I returned to New Vineyard.
Not the
The piece of land our house stood
not
upon
the
was
ghost
empty
calling your
except
ex
for
or
the
something.
foundation, as the house burned down a few years after my family left. Out of curiosity, I followed the trail that led to
early
White
200s.
Part of me
What was your
suspected
what
him
was your
for
phone
lying.
early 200s?
But I felt
It's
that
your
Mr. Whitehouse was gone.
messaging pigeon.
Somehow tied to the house no longer existed. The trail ended at the New Vineyard Memorial Cemetery.
Your pigeon
I noticed that many of the
goes to
tombstones
somebody.
belonged to children. You can find instructions all over the internet for countless games much like this one, and each set of instructions is always prefaced with the same warning: do not play this game, which makes hardcore thrill seekers even more inclined to play. Like Caitlin, who played the game with a group of friends and didn't follow all the rules.
Oh, that's how you
Last
die.
summer, when Caitlin was 13, her friends were wondering what they could do for fun.
Only
One of her
being
friends
held by
suggested
CVS
a
receipts.
one-man hide-and-seek challenge. Caitlin was a bit hesitant. She'd heard of the game before and knew that it could potentially be dangerous. But everyone else was on board, so she reluctantly agreed.
I think it's a
They met up
drugstore,
at a park at 8
a pharmacy in
Together, the five
the
friends
US.
walked to a nearby abandoned house that had
It's
been
like our mercury drug.
There was dirty wallpaper hanging low from the walls, and bits of glass and wood
Or
covering the
Watson's.
floor. The house had a very heavy atmosphere. Caitlin was sure her friends could sense it too, but were putting on a brave face. They stopped in what appeared to be the living room, and her friend pulled out her backpack with all the supplies. Nail clippers, a piece of red thread, a sewing needle, a bag of uncooked rice, scissors, a bucket, bottles of water, salt, and of course, the doll. Caitlin couldn't even look at the doll without getting shivers. It was one of those old ones that looked like a real baby, except it only had one eye. Then they began to prepare the game. First, they cut open the doll and filled it with the rice. In most Asian cultures, uncooked rice is believed to attract spirits. Then, they each clipped a fingernail and placed it inside the doll. This step binds you to it. Next, they sewed the doll back up with a red thread, which represents blood vessels. They filled the bucket with water and submerged the doll. They each turned around and counted to 10. Then they took turns stabbing the doll with the scissors, repeating, "I found you, Charlotte. You're it," 3 times. By giving the doll a name, it makes the spirit stronger. And now, the game had begun. Everyone bolted and split into two groups. Caitlin and one other friend ran up the stairs and found a closet to hide in, where they sat in silence for what felt like hours.
Oh no, is the doll also gonna
It was
stab them?
starting to look like their suspicions were correct, and this game was just a
Because
bunch
kids
of
are stupid.
That's
You
when
gotta
they
go.
heard
All right.
another footstep.
Sweet Yukibo, oh, thank you for
The
sharing your
footsteps grew
story.
louder and louder, closer and closer, with each step accompanied by a metal scrape. The sounds
Oh no,
stopped
what
right
crawled on you?
outside of the closet.
It's Mr. Wide
They
Mouth.
covered their mouths to muffle their breathing. Caitlin felt a sharp pain on her foot. She screamed and pulled her foot back and saw the scissors sliding from side to side
Oh.
underneath the door. They screamed and prayed and pleaded it for it to stop. Silence.
The doll is hunting them.
Did that really just happen? Was that really Charlotte? Or was it one of their friends playing a prank on them?
It
When
was
they
your
finally
charger
convinced
wire.
themselves, they opened the door. No one was there, and they didn't want to stick around long enough to see if they were wrong. They ran out of the house and back to their meeting spot at the park, where their other friends were already waiting. If they were playing a trick on them, could they have possibly run back here before them? When did you get here? A while ago. We thought we heard footsteps coming down the hallway, so we jumped out a window and ran here as well.
Oh, they didn't follow the rules.
So, you've been here the whole time? You weren't playing a prank on us? No. Why? What happened? As Caitlin and her friend explained what they had just gone through, everyone was in shock. But now that they were out of the house, they figured they were safe, and the doll couldn't hurt them. Unfortunately, they were wrong. You see, there were a few rules they had forgotten to follow.
Yeah.
The only proper way to
Shouldn't
end
it
the game
end
is to
it
pour
right?
salt water on the doll when it finds you. But Caitlin and her friends ran out of the house before they could do that. So Charlotte
Uh-oh.
still thinks they're playing. And one day, she's gonna find them.
It's gonna hunt them down.
Want some Snarl swag? Head on over to our website at snarl.com. Want to see some more? Check out the video in the description below for more information about creations of Anya.
A very special thank you to Caitlin in England for sharing her experiences.
I hate baby
And I
dolls
hope
like
everyone
those.
watching is discouraged from playing this game.
I don't like
But
dolls in
if you
general.
already
They're
tried it,
creepy
let
to
me
me.
know what happened in the comments. Again, I do not recommend you play this game, but if you do,
Especially those
go
that close their
find
eyes when you lay them
If
down.
you're summoning spirits and don't know exactly what you're doing, you can invite something very dangerous into your life. Like this video if it gave you the chills, and don't forget to subscribe to Snarls and our sister channels, Kissy Fit and Play Tricks. If you or anyone you know have any unique paranormal experiences, DM me on Instagram and I might feature your story. Even if it doesn't fit in with the current theme, it might fit one in the future. And I do my best to read and respond to everybody, so please keep patient. Until next time, sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams.
Hey, I'm Sapphire. Want to hear some experience?
Almost 5 a.m. Yes. It's gonna be breakfast soon.
Our next chapter is from the No Sleep subreddit, written by
Ooh, no sleep. I used to hang out there just to read some stories.
favorite TV series. It had human actors, actors in animal suits, and funny educational clips in between. I don't want to name it because it was a really good show, and this story is not at all a fault of the show. I will just call it the M Show. The M Show was running for years, and I've been
It's
watching
more
it
of
as
horror
long as I can
stories.
remember.
But you know
I
that
always sat
they
down
are fake.
straight after school with my older sister Scarlett and my best friend Brandy, who lived next door. It was a ritual. Every day, the three of us sat together, and in the breaks of the show, we talked and gossiped about all those important issues in our lives.
But there's some of them are still
I
scary.
remember it was a warm summer Friday. Scarlett found a prize competition in one of her girl magazines. It asked questions about the show, and first prize was a trip with your parents to Disney World. But even better, everybody who sent the correct answers would become a member of the M Show fan club. The same day, after watching the M Show, the three of us huddled together on the couch to answer the quiz.
Is it
The
Mickey
questions
Mouse
were very hard.
Clubhouse?
We asked details about old episodes of the show. Without Scarlett, Randy and I would have never managed to answer all the questions. We sent our letters off, and every day we would rush to the mailbox to see if our badges had arrived. Winter came, and when the first snow began to fall, we stopped checking. Brandy was still passionate about the show and watched it every day, but Scarlett gradually lost interest. When Scarlett stopped watching, I too began to skip the show. It was now early spring. I remember there were tulips in the garden, and my mom reprimanded me for plucking a few to decorate the kitchen table. But right after her lecture, she handed me a small squared letter with my name printed on it. The back said, "Welcome to the M Show Mannequin."
Ooh.
There wasn't much in the envelope, only a short leaflet that welcomed me to the club and a small ID card with my name on it. Brandy and Scarlett both got their letters.
That's so cool to get as a kid.
From then on, every Friday, each of us received a leaflet about the show with photos, anecdotes, and background information on the characters. Occasionally, the leaflets also called on the club members to promote the show and to watch out for the M Show Tour. Ever since we became members, we didn't miss a single episode. Then, in mid-June, we all got 2 leaflets. The first was the usual one with the facts and photos, but the second was an ad. The tour bus is in town. This is your chance to become an elite member. The bus was coming next Sunday to our town. We were all allowed to go. We were beyond excited. The leaflet didn't have much information. This was before we had a computer at home. The tour bus would arrive at 1 p.m. and the main characters of the show would be there to welcome everybody and play games with us. Those that participated in at least 4 games would be upgraded to elite member status and receive a new golden membership card. Those 9 days of waiting.
Why is
for
this
the
M
Show
Club
tour was some of those
feel like a
longest in my
cult
life.
instead of
Scarlett, and I fantasized
something for a
every day
show?
about how it would go. That Sunday, around 12:30, Brandy came running to our house. She knocked on the back door, like she always did, and I let her in. Brandy was beyond excited. Her mom had volunteered to accompany the 3 of us, and she wanted to go early so that we wouldn't miss anything. At 12:45, Scarlett still hadn't shown up at my house. My mom said we should wait for her, but Brandy threw a tantrum. She was scared that she wouldn't be able to hug all the characters if it came late, so Brandy's mom decided to drive. I wanted to go with them, but my mother said that she would drive Scarlett and me. I felt like I was being punished for Scarlett being late. I begged, I cried. Nothing helped. Brandy went alone. Scarlett's parents dropped her off at 1:40. I was mad at her, but my mom said if I made a scene, we wouldn't go at all. I relented. We arrived around 20 minutes later at the big parking lot where the bus was scheduled to stop. We saw the crowds from the distance, parked the car, and walked over. They all held the M Show tour flyers, but it looked as if the crowd were mostly parents. They stood in a half circle towards the edge of the parking lot. Some of them looked concerned, but most of them were laughing and talking. My mom spotted Brandy's mother at the other end of the half circle, so we walked over to her. Brandy's mother was one of the worried ones. She told us that the bus had been there, together with all the animal figures from the M Show. They had a large bus with the M Show logo, and they handed out sweets. One of the animal figures had explained to the parents that they had built a set outside of town where we all could make our own short film with the characters of the show. They said they would drive everybody there. They took the children first. They were all so excited that few parents objected. The next bus was supposed to arrive within a few minutes to bring everyone to the set. When I heard that, I was excited like never before. I ran to the street to look around so I could be the first on the bus. I didn't see the worried expression when Brandy's mother talked to mine. I didn't understand why the police came not even an hour later.
Why is there police?
In Monday's episode of the M Show, one of the characters came on stage and told us to call our parents to watch the show. Our mom was already sitting with Scarlett and me. The character said that the M Show didn't have a fan club. That week, Brandy's parents cried a lot.
Oh
I
no!
was still sure that Brandy was okay.
It's
I
a
thought
fake
she
fan.
showed
I
so much
knew
fun
it.
that she
Something
didn't
was
want to
weird
come
about
back.
that fan club.
She must have had a lot of fun, because she never came back. Brandy's
Oh.
mother cried even more that Friday when the small parcel arrived. There was a new The M Show fan club membership card for Brandy. It was golden and said elite member in big bold letters.
Oh no, it
The
was
parcel also
fake.
contained a video. It was only a minute long. A minute of Brandy at the set of the M Show. She was wearing the same dress as when she came over to our house that Sunday morning. In the video, Brandy was smiling. An actor in a big animal suit stood next to her, silently.
Hi, Mom. I really like it here.
Said Brandy.
I really wish you could be here.
Then she laughed.
I'm sorry the others were late.
I'm sure they would have loved it too. The following is an abridged version of a story posted on the No Sleep subreddit by username Won't Think Straight.
Thanks for agreeing to this, Sarah. Are you comfortable?
Yes, I am.
Okay, why don't we start with how you're feeling right now?
Numb. Just like every other day. It never gets easier.
I understand. What you've been through is tough. Why don't you take some deep breaths and let's start at the beginning, okay? Is that okay with you? Let's start with Tom.
All right. What can I say about Tom? I really miss him, you know? God, I really do. It's the little things, you know? Like when I'd pull some clothes from the wardrobe and his cologne would still linger there. Luke was the only thing that kept me going.
Luke's your son, right?
Yeah, that's right. It was about a year after we had him that we found out that Tom had cancer. He hadn't been feeling well, but he had been putting off seeing a doctor. There was just so much to do in those early years, starting a new life together. The doctor
That's
said
what I
if
love
we
about
only
No
could stop
Sleep.
him sooner, they may have detected the cancer.
You feel for the
earlier,
characters, even you
but
know
it
it.
may not have spread. Then it may have been
It didn't
operable.
actually happen.
Then he might still be alive. It was hard seeing him waste away. He was so sure that Luke was going to be a sports star like his dad. He couldn't wait for Luke to be old enough for them to throw a ball around in the yard together. By the time Luke was old enough, though, Tom was already too weak to even lift a ball, let alone go outside. He would just lie in bed all day, too exhausted and weak to do anything. Instead of playing sports together, they played pen and paper games. Luke really loved playing hangman, though.
Yeah.
He loved guessing
I love
letters,
stories
silly
like
words
that.
or phrases his father would come up with. And he really loved drawing that little hangman figure. He drew that a lot. He was terrible at the game, but it didn't matter. All that mattered was his dad loved playing with him too. I would sometimes find them both asleep in bed, covered in paper. Tom would get tired easily and had this habit of dozing off. But rather than wake his dad, Luke would decide it was his nap time too. He'd crawl right next to Tom and fall asleep hugging him. That day came when Luke woke up, but Tom didn't. When I found them both, he was holding on to Tom, hugging him tightly. He was crying and pleading with his dad not to go. I love you, Dad. Please don't go. We still haven't finished our game yet. He cried.
Aw.
He became very quiet, sullen, kept holding on to that paper pad and wouldn't let it go. I once asked him if he'd feel better if we played hangman like we used to with Tom. He just shook his head. To him, it didn't feel right for anyone else to finish it. Yes, it changed. About 4 months after Tom's death, Luke bounced back to normal. I just thought it was
Oh, I see seeing a ghost of his dad.
I was cleaning his room one day and found his notepad. I flipped to the last page with that unfinished hangman game. Except he had completed it now. And it wasn't the last game anymore. There were dozens of pages filled with new games of hangman.
Oh, he's playing with
When
somebody.
Luke got home from school, I asked him about it. He was a bit angry and a bit scared, but he eventually said he'd tell me if I promised not to get mad and punish him.
Did he summon his
His
dad?
best friend at school had seen how sad Luke was about the death of his father, so he gave him a Ouija board. He told Luke it
Uh-oh.
was for speaking with the dead, and asked to talk to his dad. Luke told me he had been using it and has been playing hangman with his dad ever since. I didn't know what to think at first. I was skeptical, shocked,
Playing with the
horrified,
spirit.
all at once. Part of my mind was flashing warning lights saying it's dangerous to be playing with spiritual forces we don't understand. Another part was saying it's complete horseshit. But all that noise was drowned out by the only question I really cared about. Did it work?
Yeah,
I was desperate.
that's also my
I
question.
wanted to talk
Did it
to Tom
work
again
though?
so badly. I would have given anything for a chance. So after Luke had gone to sleep, I took out the Ouija board and set it on the dining table. I placed my finger on the glass ring and waited. I whispered, "Are you there, Tom? Please let me know if you're there." Nothing at first. Then the ring started to move. It moved to the hello in the corner. I gasped and let go of the ring. I must have just sat and stared at that thing for like an hour as if it was possessed. Well, I guess it was, kinda. I placed my finger on it again. I asked, "Is that you, Tom?" The ring edged up to the yes in the corner. Where did I get the scar at the back of my head? The scar was hidden under my hair. No one except Tom even knew about the accident that created it. VENICE. My eyes were so wet with tears. The impossible was happening. It was Tom, and we were talking.
Ah,
I
she's
told him
also
I loved
doing
him
it.
and missed him so much. My finger was still on the ring as it started moving.
They went Delulu.
MUCHTIME.
Not much
What did he
time.
mean? Was he trying to say we didn't have enough time together before he died? Or that he doesn't have much time before he needs to go
Delulu
again?
is the Solulu.
No, you left us too soon. Luke misses you too, I said. LOOKAFTERLUKE.
Look after
I am,
Luke.
and I will. It's been so hard without you here, you know? Or are you saying you've been looking after him? Because he says you've been playing hangman with him. I waited for a response, but the ring didn't move. I waited and waited, but it didn't respond to any more questions that night. Eventually, I went to bed. But you know what? For the first time for as long as I could remember, I was actually smiling. It may only have been a few words, but to me, it was everything. Of course I did. Every day I could.
Oh,
It was my obsession.
she really became Delulu.
Delulu. We talked about Luke and how he was doing in school. We talked about our honeymoon. We talked about the dates we
Yeah,
used to go on
she
together.
became to Delulu now.
YOU. We talked about anything and everything. It was sometimes surreal. Sometimes it was even passionate. There's some funny ones, you know. He once even spelled out, "I watch you shower."
What
Another
the
time,
heck? I
told
watch
him
you
that I
shower.
didn't want to go to sleep because the bed seemed empty without him.
I lie beside you when you sleep.
It was almost enough to make me go to bed.
What the heck? Is it the pervert ghost?
Oh, that. Yeah, I guess. That's what this is really all about, isn't it? That's why you're here? I figured we'd get to this part eventually.
If it's not too much to talk about.
Yeah, it's fine. I've gone through it 1,000 times before with the police. What's one more?
What happened?
Like I said, I'm numb now.
Why did you talk to the
It's still a
police?
blur, really. I finished making dinner and called for Luke to come down. He usually yells back to me to tell me he's coming, but he didn't respond that day. I eventually tired of yelling and went to his room to get him. He was lying face down on the floor. His neck was twisted at an odd angle, and his eyes were staring blankly at the wall.
What?
Near one hand was his pad and pen, and that damned cursed Ouija board near his other. I just kept screaming his name over
Did
and
the
over,
ghost kill him?
hoping he could hear me. I just held him in my arms. My baby. My poor precious baby. I was hugging him tight and kissing him. I refused to let him go. Not after losing Tom. I couldn't lose Luke too.
Oh no, she's becoming
My eyes
more
landed on the
Delulu.
pad he was scribbling on. He had been playing hangman again.
You were never alone. I am the hangman.
I had a sickening realization that it may not have just been Tom that I had been communicating with. At least not after that first night. A sharp chill began stabbing at my heart. The last game at the bottom. A completed drawing of the hangman figure scrawled beside it. It's the last thing I remember. Inside, I'm still screaming, you know? I don't think it will ever end.
Not the Delulu.
This holiday season, I was given an amazing gift. A Stranger Things themed Ouija board. And when I posted a photo of this gift online, many of you reminded me that I once claimed, I will never fuck with a Ouija board. Since that episode,
Yep.
my thoughts on these talking boards
She got
have
obsessed of
changed.
talking to her
So in
husband
this
that
final
should not
chapter, I wanted to do
look
something
after
a
the-
little different. I wanted to explore this fascinating game that evokes such a wide range of emotions
really
in
became
people
Delulu.
and attempt to answer the question, are Ouija boards inherently evil? To To understand the Ouija board, we must first understand how it came to be. The general use of the board today is to come in contact with those beyond the grave. Spiritualism, or the belief that the dead can communicate with the living, was huge in America in the late 19th century. And it's no surprise. Loved ones were dying left and right. The American Civil War had taken the lives of many young men. It was common for women to die during childbirth, and children died of diseases that had not yet been cured. Spiritualism gave grieving people a sense of closure. But some of the early spiritualist methods were too slow. Table turning, for example, required calling out each letter of the alphabet and waiting for a knock from beyond when the correct letter was said. Then, in 1886, a new trend was being spread amongst spiritualist camps in northern Ohio. They were called talking boards and were essentially what modern Ouija boards are today. A board with letters, numbers, yes, no, and goodbye, as well as a planchette. A man by the name of Charles Kennard saw a huge business opportunity in patenting these boards.
That's
and selling
how
them
it
to
was
those
created.
Who wanted a more efficient way of communicating
Business.
with the dead. Many people believe that the word Ouija was a combination of the French and German words for yes, but it was actually a word that came up during seance. In 1890, Charles gathered a group of investors to help brainstorm ideas.
Oh, I just
for
realized
what
that.
he
Yeah,
called the
it's
product. One of his
French and
investors was
German,
Elijah
yes.
Bond, who had brought along his sister-in-law, Helen Peters. Helen was an intelligent woman who also happened to be a strong medium. Why don't we ask the boys what it wants to be called? She suggested. They placed their fingers on the planchette and it spelled out O-U-I-J-A. They then asked the board, what does that mean? Good luck. Charles went to apply for a patent, but in order to gain one, he had to prove that the board actually worked. So he brought along Elijah and Helen, who had never met the patent officer before. If the spirits can tell you my last name, then I will give you a patent, the officer said.
Ooh, did it work?
Fingers on the planchette and spelled out his last name. The officer was stunned. Whether or not Elijah and Helen actually knew his name before the seance didn't matter. They were still awarded their patent in 1891. Although the patent never explained how it worked, just that it did. And the mysterious quality of the Ouija board only made them sell better. From then on,
Good morning.
Ouija boards were a hit.
Yeah, it's
One
over
was
5
used in
a.m.
an
now.
episode of I Love Lucy, and one even appears in a Norman Rockwell painting. Ouija was truly an American tradition. So then how did this playful game become associated with evil? In 1973, the horror classic The Exorcist was released.
Oh, it's because of
In
The
the film,
Exorcist?
a young girl becomes possessed by the devil.
Why does it
after
does it
playing
tell
with
you
the
the reset?
Captain Howdy, do you think my mom's pretty?
It was then that the culture of Ouija had changed.
Oh.
Only 45 years ago, evil was not associated with the game at
That's
all.
actually this is actually cool trivia though.
The young history of the Ouija board. It doesn't seem so scary, does it? But hold on to the moment where you pull out a board and give it a try. According to Dale Katzmarek of the Ghost Research Society, the board itself is not dangerous, but the form of communication that you're attempting often is. The most dangerous mistake that users make is asking the spirits in the room for a sign of proof that they are there. By doing so, you are inviting them into the physical world. Who knows what may happen afterwards? Of course,
Ayat
this is
says
if you
good
believe
morning
in
to
the
you.
presence of spirits in the first place. To be afraid of a Ouija board, or any summoning device for that matter, it means that you acknowledge the existence of spirits and demons, that you believe it can open a portal to another dimension. But even if you don't believe in spirits, there is actually something pretty magical that happens when using a Ouija board. In a recent study from the University of British Columbia Visual Cognition Lab, subjects were asked a number of yes or no trivia questions. On average, their accuracy was 50%. Then, the subjects were given a Ouija board and told that they were moving the planchette along with someone in another room, which they weren't. Their accuracy increased to 65%. Dr. Sid Bell, one of the researchers, hypothesized that the boards were allowing the participants to access knowledge they weren't even consciously aware they had. It's like if somebody asked you the capital of Malta, and you're pretty sure you don't know. But if a Ouija board was placed
What's the
in front
capital of
you,
Malta?
you might be able to dig deep into your unconscious mind and recall a time when you may have heard that information. So, do I think Ouija boards are evil? No, I don't. I think they are simply a tool that can be used in
Nope.
I've heard plenty of stories about unfortunate events happening after playing with Worm. Enough stories to make me stay away from them. On the other hand, I've
No
also
playing
heard
with Ouija
numerous
boards.
accounts of absolutely nothing happening, which is what happened to me. Both times I've used one. I thought maybe we weren't playing it correctly, or maybe we weren't in a place with much spirit activity. Either way, I'm not entirely sure that I want to keep trying, because then
Same.
I might be forced to change my mind one day. What are your thoughts on the Ouija board? Is it really just an innocent board game, or is there something much more mysterious going on? Let me know in the comments. Like this video if it gave you the chills, and don't forget to subscribe to Snarled and our sister
But that's a
channel, Kissy Fit
that's a
and
nice
Play Tricks.
trivia.
If you or anyone you know have any unique...
Hey, I'm Sapphire. Want to hear something scary? For these next 6 stories, we'll travel deep into the darkness, where twisted fairy tales take place and mysterious creatures lurk around every corner. So grab a flashlight and leave a breadcrumb trail as we read our first chapter. A Grimm's fairy tale that I'm sure your mother never read to you.
What Grimm's fairy tale is this?
Once upon a time, there was a sorcerer who disguised himself as a poor man, went begging from house to house, and captured beautiful girls. No one knew where he took them, for none of them ever returned. One day, he came to the door of a man who had 3 beautiful daughters. He appeared to be a poor, weak beggar, and he carried a packed basket on his back. He asked for a bit to eat, and when the oldest daughter came out to give him a piece of bread, he touched her, and she was magically transported into his pack basket. Then he hurried away with powerful strides and carried her to his house in the middle of a dark forest. Everything was splendid in the house, and he gave her everything that she wanted.
My dear, you will like it here with me. You will have everything that your heart desires.
So it went for a
What
few
is
days.
this? Is a creepy
And
fairy
then he
tale.
said to her,
I have to go away and leave you alone for a short time. Here are the house keys. You may go everywhere and look at everything except for the one room that this little key here unlocks. I
All
forbid
right,
you to
Roswell.
go
Wait,
there.
this is like
He
Beauty
also
and the
gave her
Beast.
an egg.
Take good care of this egg. You should carry it with you at all times, for if you should lose it, great misfortune would follow.
She took the keys and the egg.
The
and
Beast
promised
told that
take
to
good
Belle,
care
right?
of everything.
You can go anywhere
As soon as
except
he
the
had gone,
room
she
where
walked
the
about
rose.
house from top to bottom. The room
Restwell
was
Pavilion,
silver
thank you
and
for
gold. She had
staying
never
here.
seen anything more beautiful. Finally, she came to the forbidden door. She wanted to pass it by, but curiosity got the best of her. She examined the key. It looked like any other one. She put it into the lock, twisted it a little, and then the door sprang open. She gasped. A large, bloody basin stood in the middle, filled with the cut-up parts of dead girls. She was so terrified that she dropped the egg in the basin. She got it out again and wiped off the blood, but it was no use, for the blood kept coming back. She wiped and scrubbed, but she could not get rid of the stain. Not long afterwards, the man returned from his journey, and he immediately asked for the key and the egg. She handed them to him, shaking all the while as she watched him examine the blood. You went into that chamber against my will.
Yep.
And now, against your will, you shall go into it once again.
He threw her down, dragged her by her hair into the chamber, cut off her head on the block, then cut her up into pieces. and
What
blood
the heck?
flowed out onto the floor. Then he threw her into the basin with the other.
What is this story?
Now I will go get the second one.
And, disguised as a poor man again, he went back to their house. The second sister brought him a piece of bread, and, as he had done to the first one, he captured her by merely touching her, and carried her away. And everything went exactly as before. She let herself be led astray by her curiosity, opened the blood chamber, and looked inside. When he returned, he paid with the light. Then he went and captured the third sister, but she was clever and sly. After he had given her the keys and the egg, he carefully put the egg aside and then examined the house, finally entering the forbidden chamber. Her 2 dear sisters were lying there in the basin, miserably murdered and chopped to pieces. In spite of this, he proceeded to gather their parts together, placing them back in order: head, body, arms, and legs. Then, when nothing else was missing, the parts began to move. They joined together, and the two girls opened their eyes and came back to life. Rejoicing, they kissed and hugged one another. When the man returned home, he immediately demanded the keys and the eggs, and when he was unable to detect any trace of blood on them, he said, "You have got the test. You shall be my bride." He now had no more power over her and had to do whatever she demanded. "Good, but first, you must take a basket full of gold to my father and mother. In the meanwhile, I shall make preparations for the wedding." Then she ran to her sisters, whom she had hidden in a closet, and said, "No one is here when I can rescue you. The evildoer himself shall carry you home. As soon as you have arrived at home, send help." She put them both into a basket and then covered them entirely with gold so that they couldn't be seen. Then she called the sorcerer in and said, "Now carry this basket away, but you are not to stop and rest at all. Prepare for actually watching you through my little window." The sorcerer lifted the basket onto his back and walked away with it. However, it pressed down so heavily on him that the sweat ran from his face. He sat down, taking a breath, but immediately heard, "I can see that you're resting. Please watch me." He thought it was his bride calling to him from the window, so he got up again. But moments later, he sat back down, only to hear, "I can still see you. Stop." Every time that he stopped walking,
Mother Failure, how are
someone
you?
called out,
Hello,
and he had to
hello.
walk on until, groaning and out of breath, he brought the basket with the gold
Set
and
them
girls
free,
to
set
their
them free.
house. At home, the bride was making preparations for the wedding feast, to which she had invited the sorcerer's friends. Then she took a skull with grinning teeth, adorned it with jewelry and with a wreath of flowers, carried it to the attic window.
How are you
and placed it
today?
out.
How are you today?
When everything was ready, she dipped herself into a barrel of honey, cut open the bed, and rolled around in it so she looked like a strange bird, and no one would have been able to recognize her. Then she walked outside and directed the wedding guests to the house.
Well, where are
Finally,
you?
the sorcerer returned. "You, where are you coming from?" "I am coming from Fisher's house." "What is my young bride doing there?" "She has swept the house from bottom to top, and now she is looking out of the attic window." The groom looked up. Seeing the decorated skull, he thought it was his bride, and he waved a friendly greeting to her. After he and all his guests had gone into the house, the bride's brothers and relatives arrived. They had been sent to rescue her. After all the guests had entered the house, the sisters and brothers closed up all the windows and doors and set it ablaze. The
No.
sorcerer, together with his friends, all burned to death.
What the heck is this grim fairy tale?
Fairy tales are pretty savage.
Indeed.
Our next chapter is inspired by an encounter that Maggie and her family experienced. Maggie, her parents,
YouTube.
her
Oh,
older cousin
oh,
Brad,
this is where
and
you
two
get this.
friends,
I already
Ethan
have
and
it.
Angel went camping at Henry W. Coe State Park in California. It was her first time camping, so she was incredibly excited, but also a little scared. The thought of being out in the open, protected only by a layer of nylon, that's kind of creepy. But her family assured her that she'd be safe and they would have a lot of fun. People go camping all the time. What's the worst that could happen? They arrived at the park at night and set up their campsite. While her parents went to sleep, Maggie and her friends were still up, talking in their huge shared tent. At about 3 a.m., Brad decided he wanted a little adventure. "Hey, have you heard of the legend of China Hole?" "Ew, that sounds gross," said Maggie. "Don't be immature. China Hole is one of the more challenging hikes in the park. Along the trail is a creek.
China Hole?
Legend has it, a married couple were walking the trail when all of a sudden, her husband threw her into the creek. He held her underwater until she stopped struggling. She had been cheating on him, and he wanted to end her life. And now her angry spirit still resides in that creek and pulls down any men who look directly into the water. And the weirdest thing is, corpses will appear in the park, dead from drowning, but nowhere near the creek." "You're so full of shit," Angel said. "Our campsite isn't that far from the creek. Why don't we go find out?" Ethan, being the only other boy in the group, was not too thrilled about the idea of visiting a man-hating ghost, but he didn't want to look like a scaredy cat in front of Brad. "Let's do it." he said in his most convincing voice. I'm in, said Angel. All eyes were now on Maggie. Brad was always doing stuff like this. He loved messing with his younger cousin. And Maggie knew that if she said no, she would not hear the end of his teasing. Fine, let's go. Lit cell phones in hand, they quietly crept out of their tent and toward the hiking trail. The only sounds in the air were the light crunching of their sneakers on the dirt and a gentle wind blowing. So when a bush rustled, they all jumped and pointed their cell phones toward the sound. They stared in silence, waiting to see if it would move again. It was probably just a lizard or something, Brad said. Let's keep moving. They continued to slowly make their way toward the supposedly haunted creek. Brad suddenly stopped, causing Ethan, Angel, and Maggie to run into him. What are you
Look
doing?
at my weapon. Beautiful.
Brad was completely still. Brad, are you just trying to scare us?
What is that?
Do you guys see that?
What are you
Brad
seeing?
slowly lifted his cell phone higher and higher until, in the distance, they could make out the faint outline of a woman. They all screamed and bolted back towards the campsite. They hastily zipped up the tent and hid in their sleeping bags. Maggie was trying to rationalize what they had just saw. Maybe it was just a shadow that looked like a woman. Either way, she was glad to be back in the tent. Then, she heard what sounded like footsteps outside of the tent. Slowly, she lowered her sleeping bag. On the tent was the silhouette of a woman.
Ooh.
Maggie quickly retreated back into her bag. Eventually, she was able to fall asleep. The next morning, Maggie woke up to an empty tent. She heard voices outside, and so she went out to see what was going on. A few police officers were talking to her friends and parents. One of the officers saw Maggie and called for her to come over. Hi, miss. Can you recall anything strange happening last night? Maggie thought about the woman they saw on the trail and the silhouette outside their tent. No? What's going on? We need you to come down to the station. Maggie and her family were taken down to the police station where they all had to take polygraph tests about what happened the night before. After they all passed, the officer told them what was going on. The body of an elderly woman was found a few yards from their campsite. How did she die?
Ooh.
Brad asked. All the kids were wondering the same thing. Multiple stab wounds, the officer said. They all let out a small sigh of relief. The legend of China Hole wasn't real. But then, who was that woman they saw in the darkness? Was it the woman who was murdered? Or her murderer? And whoever killed that woman, why did they spare Maggie and her family? Needless to say, Maggie hasn't been camping since.
Yeah, I'm scared of camping too.
Tomorrow is Valentine's Day.
But not because
a
of
day
ghosts
that
or
brings
monsters,
joy
but
to many
because of wild
and
animals.
free to others. In honor of this holiday, I wanted to share one of my favorite stories about the scary things love makes us do. This is an abridged version of Hans Christian Andersen's famous tragic tale.
The actual Little
The
Mermaid
Little
is not as sweet as Disney's
Far out
version.
in the ocean, the water is as blue as the petals of the loveliest cornflower and as clear as the purest glass. But it is very deep, too. It goes down deeper than any anchor rope will go, and many, many steeples would have to be stacked one on top of another to reach from the bottom to the surface of the sea. It is down there that the sea folk live. There was the Sea Queen, along with her granddaughters, the Sea Princesses. They were 6 lovely girls, but the youngest was the most beautiful of them all. Her skin was as soft and tender as a rose petal, and her eyes were as blue as the deep sea. But like all the others, she had no feet. Her body ended in a fishtail. The Little Mermaid loved hearing stories about the human world above. Her grandmother told her all she knew about ships and cities and of people and animals. The flowers were fragrant up there, for those at the bottom of the sea had no scent. When you are 15, her grandmother said, you will be allowed to rise
dance
up out of the
that,
ocean
she hasn't
and sit on the
seen.
rocks in the moonlight.
You haven't
to watch the
seen.
great ships sailing by. On her 15th birthday, the Little Mermaid rose up
The
to
Lop
the
Hop.
surface and watched a birthday celebration being held on a ship in honor of a handsome prince. She watched in awe as he laughed and smiled and
What
shook
dance
people by
have
the
you
hand,
seen?
while the music rang out in the perfect evening.
Just gonna dance
She
for you.
couldn't take her eyes off of him. Then a violent storm hit, sinking the boat. The Little Mermaid swam towards the sinking prince and pulled him ashore. He laid there unconscious near a temple. She waited from a distance until a young woman from the temple found him. The prince regained consciousness and mistook the temple woman for his rescuer. He never even saw the Little Mermaid.
What dance do you want?
Distraught,
What the heck?
she dove back into the ocean. If men aren't drowned, the Little Mermaid asked her grandmother, do they live on forever? They too must die.
Manderville Mambo.
And their lifetimes are even shorter than ours. We can live
Don't
to
want
be
it.
300 years old, but when we perish, we turn into mere foam
Eastern
on the
dance.
sea. We have no immortal soul. Human beings, on the contrary, have a soul which lives forever, long after their bodies have turned to clay. It rises
Step
through
dance.
thin air up to the shining stars. Just as we rise through the water to see the lands on earth,
What
so men
exotic
rise
dance do
up
you
to the
want?
beautiful places unknown, which we
Tavernier.
shall never see. I would gladly give up my 300 years if I could be a human for a day and later share in that heavenly realm. You must not think about that. We are much better off than the folk up there. The Little Mermaid, longing for the prince and an eternal soul, visited the sea witch in a dangerous part of the ocean. The witch willingly sold her a potion that would give her legs in exchange for her tongue and beautiful voice. She warned her that once she became a human, she will never be able to return to the sea.
Oh, we need the
And she
Moogle
will only
dance.
obtain a soul if she won the love
I didn't know you
of the
wanted a
prince and married
specific
him.
one.
Otherwise,
Where is
at
it?
dawn
Moogle,
on the first
Moogle.
day after he married someone else, the Little Mermaid would die with a broken heart and dissolve into sea foam upon the waves. After she agreed to the arrangement, the Little Mermaid swam to the surface near the prince's palace and drank the potion. The liquid felt like a sword piercing through her body, and she passed out on the shore, naked. When she came to, the prince was standing above her. He asked her where she came from, but she couldn't speak. He pulled her up, and for the first time she saw her 2 new human legs. He walked her back to his palace to give her clothes, but every step
What
she
the heck?
took
Why is there a
was
naked
agony.
man here?
It felt like she was stepping on knives. It was horribly unpleasant, but she knew this was part of the bargain. Over time, the Little Mermaid and the prince became great friends.
What is this story? Why,
But
why
unfortunately,
is it showing a naked?
nothing more. When the prince's parents encouraged their son to marry, he asked for the
Oh, he's
temple
not naked.
woman's hand, for he thought she was the one who rescued him after the storm. So the Little Mermaid had no choice but to
Oh, it's
silently
this
witness
guy. I
the
hate
prince
this
marry
guy.
his new bride
He's also the one in
aboard
the
a ship.
other quest line.
After the ceremony, she looked to the east to see the first red hint of daybreak, for she knew that the first flash of the sun would strike her dead. Then she saw her sisters rise up among the waves. There was no sign of their lovely long hair that the breezes used to blow. It had all been cut off. "We have given our hair to the witch," they said, "so that she would send you help and save you from death tonight. She gave us this knife. Before the sun rises, you must strike it into the prince's heart, and when his warm blood bathes your feet, they will grow together and become a fishtail. Then you will be a mermaid again, and you can come back to us in the sea and live out your 300 years. Hurry! We miss you." The Little Mermaid entered the prince's room, where he and his bride lay fast asleep. Slowly, she raised the magic blade above his head.
Magic blade. Oh,
and
you're
she
gonna.
heard him speak his bride's name in his sleep. The blade fell from her trembling hands. "The prince's happiness is my happiness. Good night, sweet prince." She walked back outside, stood on the edge of the ship, and threw herself into the ocean just as dawn broke. Her body dissolved into foam, but instead of ceasing to exist, she turned into a luminous and ethereal earthbound spirit, a daughter of the air. Because of her selflessness, she was given the chance to earn a soul, and after 300 years of good deeds to humanity, she will rise up to where no mermaid had been before. If you love this story, I highly recommend watching the 1975 animated film from Toei Animation, and I dare you not to cry. Like this video if it gave you the chills. And don't forget to subscribe to Snarled and our sister channels Hissy Fit and Slay Tricks. If you or anyone you know have any unique paranormal experiences, send me an email at somethingscary@snarled.com, and I might animate your story. Even if it doesn't fit in with the current theme, it might fit one in the future. Hey, I'm Sapphire. Want to hear something scary? Before we head into our next chapter, make sure you subscribe to Snarled and turn on the bell for notifications. This next story comes from Zen in Colorado, who had a close encounter with a dangerous creature you may have heard of.
What is this?
When Zen was around 6 years old, she lived deep in the mountains of Colorado. Her family had no internet and no cell phone coverage. They
Alpha's
lived in
here.
isolation from the rest of the world, and liked it that way.
That's cute.
Zen
Where's...
spent
Oh,
most
there
of
you
the
are.
days outside, playing in
Hello.
the forest that surrounded her house. Her only company up there was her 2 huge Saint Bernards. One day, Zen was playing in the forest with her dogs. She realized she wandered a little too far when she looked behind her and couldn't see her house anymore. She found herself in a clearing where there were piles of strange sticks strewn around. Little did Zen know at the time that they weren't sticks at all. She looked up. Huge rain clouds had started to form and the wind picked up speed. A storm was coming and she needed to get back inside. Zen started to head in the direction that she thought was home. With every step, the wind's power increased. The leaves from the trees were swirling around her and little droplets of rain sprinkled on top of her. She walked for what seemed like forever. And then she heard it, rustling in the trees. It was coming from the trees in front of her. Zen became super uneasy. She felt like someone was watching her. Then her dogs started to growl and bark. They stood in front of her, protecting her.
Where is she?
A twig snapped and her dogs lost it. She had never seen them act this way. Then, a voice called out from the trees. It was her mother's. Zenny? The voice said. Zenny? Mom? Zen
Zenny?
wanted to be comforted by this. She should have been comforted by this. But she couldn't. That was her nickname and that was her mother's voice, but it sounded off. It's like when you pull on a record and the words are slow and mumbled.
Come here.
The voice shouted again.
Oh, it's a
That
skinwalker.
was definitely not Zen's mother. She began to run, her dogs barking the entire way. But she stopped when she saw those familiar sticks. She had run the wrong way. Zenny, come here. Come here, Zenny. Zenny, come
Oh
here.
no. She got...
The voice had followed her. She took off in the other direction, not stopping for a second.
She got
until
followed.
finally, her house! She ran inside and after she caught her breath, told her mother what happened. She assured her that it was probably just the wind howling in the trees and nothing more. It wasn't until years later, after Zen and her family had moved from that house, that Zen decided to ask her mother about that day. Mom, do you remember our old house and that day when I heard your voice in the forest? Oh, yeah. Her brow furrowed as she contemplated her next words. I guess you're old enough now to know the truth. The truth about what? When you told
Skinwalker.
me about the voices in the trees, I didn't want to scare you at the time because you were so young. That house was on Native American land.
Oh,
I
it
called the
is.
medicine man to come and cleanse our house and property. When I told him your story, he said that you were very lucky to be alive. You had narrowly escaped a Wendigo.
No Wendigo.
A Wendigo is a demonic spirit that possesses humans and turns them into cannibals. They have an insatiable hunger for human flesh and will stop at nothing to get it. Wendigos are vicious, but also very cunning and tricky. With their heightened sense of hearing, they can pick up the panicked heartbeat of a lost human from miles away. Then, with their long legs and supernatural speed, they run over to their prey and begin their twisted game. Sometimes they taunt their victims with their deep growls. Other times, they'll mimic human voices of loved ones to trick you into coming closer.
Come here.
According to legend, a Wendigo is nearly impossible to escape. Once it's made you its target, you're as good as dead. To this day, Zen still can't believe that she is one of the lucky few
Good thing she
to have
escaped.
escaped the clutches of a Wendigo. It was 2010, and Anastasia was 7 years old. One day, her father told the family about a lovely cabin in the mountains of Colorado, which his friend rented out year-round. It was pretty far from any major roads and tucked away in groves. There was a rushing
That's
river
why I
and
don't want
waterfall.
to
He wanted
stay
visit
in
the wintertime, and
an
her mother
area
thought it
where
was a
there's
great
no
idea
other
too,
people.
and so they planned a short vacation at the cabin. When they first arrived, Anastasia had a strange feeling about the house. Something just felt wrong. Like the feeling you have when you walk into the wrong room and then you realize you walked in on something you didn't want to see. Anastasia first noticed the fireplace in the lounge. Above it was a creepy portrait of someone with piercing blue eyes who looked very important. She shook the feeling off, telling herself that the whole haunted cabin story was just a cliche and nothing more. Up the stairs was the bedroom she and her sister would share. It had 2 bunk beds right next to one another, the ladders across from each other. The ladders were extremely heavy, so their mom tightly secured them so they wouldn't wobble. The only other rooms upstairs were the bathroom and the balcony. The bathroom also had a strange vibe to it, so Anastasia used the downstairs bathroom. And the balcony was completely blocked off, which made her a little curious. Nighttime came, and as she and her sister got ready for bed, Anastasia's bad feeling about the cabin got much worse. She went downstairs to find a different room to sleep in, leaving her sister alone. Anastasia decided to sleep with her mother in one of the extra bedrooms. It was the only bedroom that felt different from the rest of the house. No weird vibes or energy. She felt like she could fall asleep there. There was a scrapbook on the bedside table, and her mom picked it up and flipped through it. There were photos of the property before the cabin was built, along with progress photos of the construction. They made this entire place by hand, she mentioned, in awe, although Anastasia wondered why she had a worried look on her face. Anastasia was able to sleep comfortably through the night with no strange occurrences. And then the morning came. She and her mom walked into the kitchen to make breakfast and paused. Every single cabinet in the kitchen was open about 45 degrees. There was shattered glass all over the floor. and
Why
yet
45
none of the windows
degrees?
or doors were broken. The glass had seemingly come from nowhere. The snow flurried outside. Her sister was still asleep. What happened last night? They decided to sweep up the glass and close all the cabinets and forget about it. Although Anastasia noticed her mom had that same worried look as the night before. Later that night, Anastasia and her mom were getting ready for bed when her mom told her about what happened earlier that day. Her dad was telling her mom and sister to go check out the river because it was beautiful. They walked outside, and her mom was about 2 feet from the edge of the river. It was roaring violently. Suddenly, she felt a push on her back and stumbled forward. She fell onto the ground and clung onto the grass so she wouldn't be swept away in the current. She stood up, brushed the frost off, and yelled, "Why did you do that?" But when she turned around, no one was behind her. Anastasia's father and sister were already back in the
I was
cabin.
low.
Anastasia could see the same worry in her mother's eyes as she told her this story. They woke up the next morning to another strange discovery. There were peculiar
Snow.
white marks all along the floor. It looked as if someone had tracked in white paint. They began in the middle of the kitchen and ended at the fireplace. How the hell did that get in here? Later that day, Anastasia's sister tried to convince her to sleep in the bunk bed room with her. Anastasia continued to refuse, but to make her sister feel better, she told her that she'd come play with her before bedtime. Her sister was standing at the foot of the bunk bed ladder, and Anastasia was telling her something while climbing it. That's when the ladder began to move. Her sister wasn't touching it. She was halfway up when the ladder had straightened all on its own before
I
falling
see you.
back.
Hello, acidic
Anastasia
soda.
was thrust into the other ladder, and her arm was crushed under They drove to the nearest doctor, which wasn't for a few miles. As it turned out, the latter had chipped away a part of Anastasia's arm bone, and it was now broken.
What
they all
the
returned
heck?
to the cabin and decided to cut the vacation short and leave first thing in the morning.
I hate it.
Her mom went into the hot tub outside to de-stress, and Anastasia sat on the edge to get
Everybody popped.
a long silence passed, and
It's quite the
Anastasia noticed
quite
her
the
mom
costume,
staring
Indy.
back
Happy
at the edge
Halloween,
of the
Acidic
river.
Soda.
There, she saw a young lady with long.
How's your
brown hair
Halloween? Do you have any
wearing a
plans?
green striped shirt.
We're doing a
She'd
daily
never
swell
seen her
listening
before.
to some
She
spooky
walked
story.
around the side of the house, and Anastasia got up and followed her. But when she reached the corner, no one was there. They left the next morning and never returned. It wasn't until 6 years later that she was told the full story by her dad's friend, the owner of the cabin. There was a mother of 4 who lived in that house with her husband. She suffered from depression her entire life and attempted suicide many times. Once, by drowning herself in the upstairs bathroom.
That's your treat.
Another time, by burning in the
What are you
fireplace.
getting?
And every time, her husband was able to stop her. Eventually, she became fed up with him and killed him and threw his body into the river. Racked with grief and self-hatred, she hung herself from the balcony. How do you know all this? Anastasia asked her dad's friend.
Ooh,
I saw
nice. Well, have fun with your plan. I hope you enjoy whatever you're getting for takeout.
It was the winter of 2013. McCall had just finished his first year of wildland firefighting, and to celebrate, he and his friend Colby went to his cabin, far off in the woods and mountains of Montana. McCall also bought himself a .44 Magnum revolver, which he brought along with him. McCall and Colby spent the day gathering wood, and once it got dark out, they burned the wood in the fire pit in front of the cabin. They were playing music through a Bluetooth speaker, sipping beers, and hanging out. About 5 minutes had passed when McCall heard a sound coming from behind the cabin. They both paused. It was probably
no,
just
move.
the wind.
Ah!
McCall threw another log onto the fire, and they continued talking. A few minutes later, they heard it again. Did you hear that? Yeah. It's probably just some cattle or something. Cattle don't make noise like that. They tried to think of what could possibly
Hope
be
you're
the
having a
source
good
of
day.
this strange,
I am.
almost rhythmic sound.
Thank you, and I appreciate you coming by here and following.
Maybe it was the trees freezing? I wasn't
We're actually
sure
gonna
about
finish
that.
up our
The
dailies.
nearest neighbor
We have been
wasn't
streaming
close
for.
by. Was someone
I've been
back
streaming
inside?
when it was Halloween, and it's now no longer
Who's
Halloween.
there? McCall tried to sound
It's already the next day.
despite being scared shitless. If you don't stop, I'm gonna shoot. They waited. McCall shot his gun at a nearby tree as a warning. When the ringing in their ears began to fade, they heard a low, deep, guttural growl. McCall knows what all the animals in Montana sound like. Cougars, moose, black bears, badgers, coyotes, wolves. But this? He had never heard a growl like this before, and it sounded like a warning. McCall and Colby ran inside the cabin, locked the doors,
Emperor
and
Gaming, why is it Emperor Gaming? How are you,
Morning, they walked
Trakentosh?
outside toward the
How are you
fire
today?
to see if they could find any tracks, something to give them an idea of what was there. But the fresh falling layer of snow had covered any evidence.
Why is there a lady in the corner? We're listening to
The
spooky
following
stories.
McCall and Colby returned to the cabin. McCall's uncle had recently passed away. and
While I'm
he
doing my
just
dailies
as he
today.
did. At this point, they had completely forgotten about the strange sound.
You're already awake, Charmy?
They arrived at the cabin early in the morning.
Will we
and
have
spent
breakfast?
The day gathering firewood. Once it got dark, they decided to stop and go inside for a break.
Discord,
McCall
wait.
made a large
I'm in a boss
fire
fight
to wait
after
as
the
they
boss
planned on
fight.
Staying up later to make the bonfire. The living room of the cabin had a couch that faced the front door.
I got
Next to
hit
the
by
door
that?
was a
I
large
hate it.
window with the curtains pulled back. It was completely pitch black outside. McCall and Colby were relaxing on the couch, sipping their mugs, when suddenly, a flash of light appeared outside. Moments later, another flash.
I will die, Charmy, if I
And
don't.
another.
I don't. look.
With every flash, McCall heard what sounded like the shutter of a camera, like someone was taking photos. McCall turned to Colby. Do you see that? The look on his face was enough of an answer. The flashing lights continued for
Oh, nope.
10 more minutes. And then They heard footsteps. Soft, slow, dragging along the ground. Someone was outside of the cabin. They were miles away from anyone else. Somebody had traveled a very long way to get to them. McCall and Toby grabbed their rifles and followed the sound as it made its way to the front door. It stopped. Despite having just drank 2 cups of coffee, McCall began to feel tired, heavy. It was like someone had just switched his brain in slow motion. He could faintly hear Toby say,
What are they putting in the air?
McCall, wake up. It was morning. McCall was on the floor next to his bed. How did I get here?
Move.
I don't know, but I woke up in the middle of the hallway. Do you remember what happened last night?
Oh.
I remember the footsteps at the door, and then I think we both passed out. But check this out. They
I got
walked
hit by that.
downstairs to the living room. Colby pointed towards the front door. Both their rifles leaned neatly against the door, right where they aimed them last night. Did you put those there? No. Did somebody enter their house? When they left later that day, there was a black Dodge Ram with tinted windows parked on the mountain, about a mile away from
You choose Charmy, you know what I
It
want.
probably wouldn't have caught McCall's eye if he hadn't known so much.
Hash browns.
Since about half a century ago, people who had witnessed UFOs or other unexplained phenomena also claimed to be visited by mysterious men in black suits and ties. Usually these men threatened the witness to never speak of what they saw. These are the Men in Black, an organization whose job is to keep us from knowing what's really out there. Did McCall and Colby unknowingly witness something they weren't supposed to?
Oh.
And did the Men in Black pay a visit to make sure they wouldn't tell anyone? Unfortunately, there's no way to find out for sure. But if this video suddenly disappears with no explanation, I'll let you decide why. Like this video if it gave you the chills. And don't forget to subscribe to Snarled and Slaytrix.
We appreciate each and every one of you who's gotten us past 750,000 subscribers. Help us get to 1 million. Tell your friends about Snarled and share your favorite videos.
If you dare, follow me on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Until next time, sweet dreams.
Imagine telling us a story and then you
Hey, I'm Sapphire.
say sweet dreams. The bedroom light.
Our next set of stories is about duality, light and darkness, good and evil, existing together. Stories that shine a light on the darkness of humanity. This first chapter is a classic urban legend about 2 roommates in college. Lisa and Amber were seniors living in the same on-campus apartment. They used to be a lot closer when they moved in together, but over the school year, their differences caused tension between them. Each girl was taking a different approach to how they were going to spend their last year in school. Lisa wanted to go to as many parties as she could, while Amber preferred to study and make sure her grades didn't slip. Over the first couple of months, Lisa would come stumbling back into their room very late at night, when Amber was already asleep. Lisa was usually pretty wasted and would turn the lights on to get ready for bed, which would then wake up Amber. This was a very annoying nightly habit that usually resulted in Amber being very cranky in the morning. However, she wasn't a confrontational type and let her anger bubble up inside her. The first semester was almost over and finals were coming up. One night, Amber was settling into study and Lisa was getting ready to go out, as usual. Before Lisa left, Amber snapped. If you're gonna come home late, can you not turn the light on? It always wakes me up and then I have a hard time falling back to sleep. Oh, of course. I'm so sorry, Winnie. Is it just me, or have we been drifting apart this year?
Aww.
You're right. Sorry I was sort of passive aggressive. Oh my god, not at all. Hey, why don't you come out with me tonight, like old times? It's been so long since we've hung out. Thanks, but I have a final tomorrow morning. Maybe after finals? Okay. See you later, roomie. It was around 3 a.m. when Lisa came back. Just as she was about to turn the lights on, she stopped herself. She looked over at Amber's bed, where she could vaguely make out the shape of Amber's sleeping figure. She must have been having quite a dream because she was moving around quite a bit. Lisa carefully changed into her pajamas in the dark and crept into bed. The next morning, Lisa woke up around 9 a.m. She was a little surprised that she was up before Amber, who was motionless in her bed. Lisa was proud of herself, knowing that she didn't wake up her roommate last night. She also knew that Amber had a very important test that morning, so she decided to wake her. Wake up, Rumi! Oh my god.
Wake up, Rumi.
When Lisa turned Amber over, she saw the blood-drenched sheets. Above the bed was a message, written in blood. Aren't you glad you didn't turn on the light?
Is that the one?
Our next tale is about a girl who discovers a dark secret hiding behind her bedroom wall. It comes from the No Sleep subreddit by username The Dalek Emperor. We've always lived at 423 Stockholm Street, so there really wasn't ever a time that I didn't hear the creature. He'd been living in the room on the other side of my wall since I was born. When I was a very young child, I thought he was my friend. I would knock and he would bang back. I would giggle and he would mumble words to me that I couldn't understand. I thought he was there to protect me from my nightmares. But as I got older, I started to be afraid. Over time, I realized that he wasn't my friend at all. That's when the scratching, moaning, and sporadic banging began to scare me. When I was 8, I finally broke down and told my parents about the creature in my wall. I was terrified that he would come into my room one night and kill me. My mother rolled her eyes and told me this. She never listened to me anyway. My father agreed with her that it was animals, but he hugged me and told me he would protect me and not to be scared. So from then on, whenever I heard the noises, I would scream for my father and he would come running into my room less than a minute later to see what the matter was. I would stand at the wall and whisper. My dad would smile, bang on the wall with his fist and say, "Quiet down in there or else." The noise would stop. I'd give my dad a true smile and he would hug me. He was always my protector.
Oh.
And listen to me. One night when I was 16, I was awoken by an otherworldly, ear-splitting scream. It was so loud, so high, and so piercing that I screamed as well in terror. The scream ended abruptly, then a moment later, my dad came running in. "You heard it! How could you not hear it? You have to have heard it!" "Oh, sweetie." My dad sat at the end of my bed, his hair disheveled and far off look in the middle of the night, and shut eyes. Of course I heard it. It's just an owl, I'm sure of it. We've been singing a few in the neighborhood. Oh, Dad, listen to the wall. Please, Dad. He sighed, but nodded, and we sat and listened for a while. I needed my dad to know the truth and to finally believe. We were all in danger, but no more sounds came from the wall that night. I didn't hear a thing again after that. Not for a long time. When the creature did return, I didn't really notice at first. After 16 years, it was simply white noise to me. A background soundtrack was familiar to me as my own face. I think that's what sealed our case. The noises were just so apparent to me that I failed to understand how unusual they really were, and had been all along. When I finally did realize what I was hearing, I'm ashamed to say I felt almost guilty. The haunt progressed in the same cycle all night long. First the groans, then the banging, then light breezes happening, and then finally, the scratching. Always the scratching. I told my dad about the scratching and about how I thought the creature was trying to rip through the wall entrance to my room. My dad laughed and told me there were 3 inches of solid metal on the other side of my wall, and that nothing could come through it. And he should know. He built the house himself. Since I was moving out here, I decided I had no choice but to just stick it out. After 16 years with him, it was 12 months, I ignored the noises, even started to get back. Whatever it was, if it could come through the wall, it would have done so years ago. The night the door was open, the most vivid memory.
Oh, the door's open. What the heck?
This in itself was strange, as my mother barely even acknowledged me and never ever drove the 5 miles back to my neighborhood, but I had a hard time getting in. I started to panic as I desperately beat through all the media vans, police cars, and SWAT trucks. I had to park and walk the final 3 blocks to my house. Tears rolling down my cheeks as I realized that my street was at the epicenter of it all. Because I knew. As soon as I saw my house, I realized that my dad was there. It had finally gotten out and I pulled my gun. I took off at a dead run, ignoring all the voices blowing through the stop. I dodged in between the vehicles, dozens of people ran through the crime scene tape and directly into my house. And then it was.
Oh, did it take?
Across from the living room, next to my bedroom, a hall closet stood with its door open. All the jackets and sweaters had been pulled out of it with a back wall of sock. Another door. I stumbled into the closet, through the hidden door, and out into the room I had always seen. But it wasn't what I thought it'd be.
What is it?
The media called my dad the Skinner of Stockholm Street.
Oh, is
And
that
from what I saw in that room,
that
was
a
very
secret?
fitting. There were all sorts of knives. There were metal devices stacked along one wall, at least 100 of them.
So that dad was pretending that there's nothing there, but there was actually
In
something.
the middle of the room, there was a flat table which was very clearly blood-soaked. But the worst of it was the wall. My wall. Every inch of it was covered in carvings. But the carvings weren't satanic or evil like I thought. Carvings were words. Dear Jeff, I love you. I'm your father. Sarah, I'm so sorry. Oh my daughters, they were my milk. According to the evidence file, there were over 60 of these messages. And I made myself read every single one. They haunt me every night. I had spent 10 years tormenting them, and they would now forever torment me. I live in a hospital now. I'm still here to stop. Every time I close my eyes, I pray. I haven't really slept in yet. My doctor says if I don't sleep soon, I'll die. I spend my days watching news coverage of my father's trial. I spend my nights staring at the walls. And though I try every night to never fall asleep, I always hear the scratch. And I always know. This next story comes from Jeffrey in the UK, who used to live in a house with an eerie piece of furniture that had something attached to it. In 2011, Jeffrey moved to campus for college. The campus was small, so most students moved into communal housing. Jeffrey and 4 other roommates rented a house that was available until the summer, when the owners would move back in. The owners stored anything they couldn't take with them in the attic. Jeffrey and his housemates were warned not to open it. They knew this was because the landlord was trying to protect their belongings, but they still joked there might be another tenant in the house, one they didn't want to get out. Jeffrey's room is at the top of the stairs. He left his room sparsely
Imagine if
furnished
it's
to
real,
maximize
though.
his space. Apart from a single bed and a wardrobe, the only other piece of furniture was an old 4-cupboard dresser that the owners had left behind. It had a large, cloudy mirror set in the middle of it. From the first day, Jeffrey didn't like to look in that mirror. It was so warped and cloudy, it reminded him of a funhouse mirror. Something about its murky surface just gave him a chill. After a week or so, he decided he couldn't take it. It was ugly, unsettling, and he hated waking up and looking down into the mirror. He spoke to his housemate Brian about it, and they figured maybe it was just too heavy to move, so the owners didn't move it into the attic. Brian was a fashion design student and loved the idea of adding to his already eclectic furniture collection.
Move.
So together, they moved the dresser into his room. As they carried it across the landing, they were puzzled at how light it was. A couple of people could easily have put it into the attic with little effort, so there was no real reason not to move it. But now that it was out of his room, Jeffrey felt much more at ease. Unfortunately, at the time, he didn't know the impact of his actions. After Jeffrey moved that dresser, locked doors would open by themselves. They would swing open and stop suddenly. Not a movement that would be caused by the wind, but as if someone was standing there, opening them. His housemates also complained of hearing bumps and scratches on the floors and walls, but no one went up to make them. Jeffrey felt like something was trying to get their attention. Maybe their house was haunted. Suddenly, the house became
Or
a
something is trapped in the attic.
hoping to hear or see something out of the ordinary. They had a lot of fun with the reputation the house
Jeffrey, that fun stopped after a visit from Brian's mother. She walked in the door and immediately froze. Brian asked what was wrong, but she just stood there and looked up the stairs. She had never been in the house before, but she looked at Jeffrey and said, "That's your room?" "Yeah." Without another word, she walked up the stairs and stood in his room. "There's something in here. It's really inside." She and Brian left quickly and she refused to come back into the house again. Whenever she visited, she would
That's scary.
Jeffrey didn't truly believe the place was haunted, nor did he believe in mediums, but it was obvious everyone was shaken by Brian's mother's reaction. After that, they stopped joking about ghosts. When Jeffrey and his housemates threw parties, because of the lack of space, they opened up the whole ground floor by moving all the furniture and clutter upstairs. As Jeffrey's room was the largest, most of the stuff was stored in there, including a large amount of laundry and the living room couch. During one of these parties one night, Jeffrey went to bed. He locked his door and fell asleep pretty much as soon as he lay down. He was awakened in the early hours of the morning by a woman's voice calling him from his room. The voice was sweet and friendly, the kind of voice you'd expect to hear from someone you've known for a long time. He sighed and started getting out of bed. Then he remembered the door was locked. It only locked from the inside, and as his eyes grew accustomed to the dark, he saw the door wasn't even open. He told himself it was the clothes they'd piled next to the couch, and he was just hearing someone through the walls. "Jeffrey, come on. I really want to tell you something. You have to put it back. Do you understand? You have to put it back." He kept his eye on the shadow and reached over for the bedside light and turned it on. Nothing. There was nothing there. After 3 years, they finally moved out. Jeffrey was the last one to leave. He was moving in with Justin, another friend from college, who offered to help him move. Jeffrey was cleaning downstairs and asked Justin to bring down some bags from his room. It shouldn't have taken him that long, so Jeffrey was concerned when Justin hadn't come back downstairs yet. He went upstairs and found Justin standing in the middle of the landing, staring into Brian's old room, at the dresser. "You okay? What's wrong with that dresser?" "What? I don't know, it's just creepy." No, it's something else. When I was in your room getting those bags, I felt like someone else was up here. I thought you might have come up, so I came out to find you, and the moment I saw that dresser, I knew that was why. It's like someone's hiding inside it. Justin was one of the most scientifically minded and rational people Jeffrey knew. He laughed when Jeffrey told him about the house being haunted, and never once hesitated to come over. When he told him about the woman in his room, Justin put his mind at rest with how kindly he dismissed it. Yet, here he stood, more scared than Jeffrey had ever seen. They both went back downstairs, and as they reached the floor, there was a huge crash upstairs followed by a series of loud bangs.
What the?
They looked back up the stairs and saw that all the doors were shut, even though they were just open. Not wanting to investigate further, they gathered what was left and ran out of the house. A week later, Jeffrey received a call from the landlord asking what happened upstairs. They told him they could come home to find scuffs on the carpet between his old room and Brian's room across the hall.
Did you move any furniture across the landing?
Yeah, we carried that mirror dresser into the other room, but we didn't drag it, I swear.
But you clearly dragged it when you moved it back to your room.
No. We didn't put it back.
Somebody did.
Sometimes a spirit does not understand that it is past and becomes angry when the living interfere with their business. It seems like whatever was living in Jeff's room really just wanted its dresser back.
Want Snarl, Slazix, or something scary next? Visit our store.
Don't take the dresser.
Like this video if it gives you chills. And don't forget to subscribe to Snarls and our gaming channel, Slazix. Snarls and Slazix are partnered with Discord, a chat room that lets us talk to you, the audience, and play games with you. The link to join is in the description below, along with our room.
Last year, I married my best friend and took some of my all-time favorite photos ever, like this one, and I wanted to turn one of my wedding photos into something a bit more special to hang in at home. So when I heard about Paint Your Life, I was excited to try it out. It was really easy to fill out the form, and yes, it is a real painting, done by hand by
It is a truly affordable way to make things memorable, and there's no risk to you. If you don't love your Final Fantasy as you buy it, then you get a full refund. And right now, as a limited time offer, get 30% off your next purchase. That's right, 30% off and free shipping.
This is gonna
To get
open.
this special offer and customizing, text SS to 484848. Message and data rates may apply. And now, back to the show.
Hey, I'm Sapphire. Want to listen to scary?
Wanna hear something scary?
The following is based on a story submitted by Ollie. What I'm about to tell you is going to sound impossible, and honestly, if it didn't actually happen to me, I probably wouldn't believe me either. I'm sort of known for being a little theatrical. I can't help it, I just love entertaining my friends. So one day after class, I was telling another one of my ridiculous stories to my classmates who had all gathered around me. And among them was a new face, a boy I hadn't seen before. He looked a little nervous. He kept glancing around at everyone and lightly giggling along. I figured he must have been new. I finished my story and everyone dispersed. Everyone except the new kid. So I introduced myself. Hi, I'm Ollie. Eric, he replied, rather robotically. Are you new here? Yes. Cool. Well, I'm headed that direction. Do you want to join me? Yes. As we walked and talked, Eric seemed to warm up a bit. I asked him where he transferred from, and he said that he'd been homeschooled up until recently. I just want to be a normal kid, he said, and I'll do anything I can to help, I told him. I told him that he could join me in all my after-school activities and hang out with me and my friends. And so he did. Over the next month, we spent a lot of time together. We both auditioned for the school musical. I got a lead, but Eric didn't, so he became a techie behind the scenes instead. Then one week, Eric told me that he was going to throw a party at his place while his parents were out. He told me that he was going to invite people individually because he didn't want too many people finding out. I thought it was a little bit of overkill, but I respected his wishes and didn't tell any of my friends about the party. Friday night came. I knocked on his apartment door. I remember thinking it was eerily quiet and thought that I had arrived too early. Eric opened the door and welcomed me in.
Is he the only one invited?
I was immediately confused. Not only was nobody else there was nothing else. No furniture, no fridge or
That's
stove,
creepy.
basic apartment things. There was none of it. It was completely empty. The door slammed shut and the lock slid into place.
Uh-oh.
Where's all your stuff?
Why are you locking the door?
Stuff? He asked, with a genuine look of confusion on his face. You know, like tables and chairs? Oh, so houses need tables and chairs. Thanks for the note, Eric replied. That's why I like you, Ollie. You would do anything to help me. I started to feel a little lightheaded. My vision began to blur. I'm only going to borrow you for a little bit.
What the heck? Borrow you?
Harder and harder to breathe. I was too weak to say anything.
This guy's the Lulu.
Unconscious. When I came to, I looked around. Eric was nowhere. I had no idea how long I was out for, but I remember thinking that it only felt like 10 minutes or so had passed. I made a run for the door and ran back home. I found my mom in the living room. Mom, there's something I need to tell you. There's our star. How was the show tonight? My mom asked. What are you talking about? Closing night, silly. Did it go well? The musical isn't for like 6 months, Mom. My mom laughed at me. I pulled out my phone to check the date, but it was dead. I grabbed my mom's. 6 months. It had been 6 months since I fell unconscious in Eric's empty apartment.
What?
How is that possible? I tried to explain everything that happened to me about Eric and the weird apartment.
Did he get possessed
but my
for
mom
6
thought I was
months?
just trying to be funny. The worst part is, I asked my friends the next morning about Eric, and they all acted like he never existed. They think that I'm making up everything for attention. But they hung out with him. He was real. I don't know how this happened, but I do know that wasn't me for the last 6 months. It was Eric.
What
Living
the
my
heck?
life without my permission. And I have no idea where he is right now. So please, please, be careful out there.
If you're looking for even more Snarled content, head on over to the Popface app. From September 19th to the 24th, I'll be hosting a contest in my Popcade in the Black Eyed Children game. The winners at the top of the leaderboard will win cool in-game prizes. Download Popface and get playing.
I always felt like my parents didn't like me. I never really knew why for sure, but I thought it was because I was a boy and they had always wanted a girl. So when my sister Lauren was
He was a
born 10
boy,
years after
she
me,
was a
my
girl.
slightly older parents were very surprised, but also ecstatic. Our prayers to Satan worked, they joked sometimes. She was clearly my parents' favorite, and I resented her for
Where's
it.
Death Star?
On top of that, she was a creepy little kid, always sneaking up behind me, trying to scare me, or staring at me for no reason. And she had this annoying imaginary friend. Before Lauren did anything, she had to ask Lucy if she had his permission. I had always thought imaginary friends were a kind of coping mechanism for loneliness, but Lucy seemed kind of mean. I thought it was weird that Lauren would create an imaginary friend that seemed so unpleasant. But Lauren was a weird kid. So on her 6th birthday, we visited a very expensive theme park and stayed at the lavish hotel nearby. My parents pulled out all the stops for this trip. They bought her tons of
8 hours na kuya.
souvenirs from gift
Why are you
shops,
still away? I
t-shirts,
thought you were gonna
and a
sleep.
collectible letter opener and coin, even a giant stuffed animal of Padraic, the theme park mascot. Meanwhile, I turned Sweet 16 at home with no fanfare. Anyway, after our first day at the park,
The dog
we
jumped.
settled into our rooms. My parents were staying in the room connected to us, and Lauren and I had a
We're
room all
listening
to
to more
ourselves.
creepy stories.
And Lucy, I guess. I was ready to curl up with my book on my bed. Lauren was on the other
Did
side
the dog
of the room, playing with her
go in
brand
your
new
room
toy
because you have no
and
door?
mumbling to herself, as usual. I was so focused on my book that I was able to completely tune Lauren out. But not for long. After a few minutes, I could hear her breathing heavily right by my bed. I told her to go away and play on her own, and she did. Then another few minutes went by, and she was right back at my bed. She looked kind of scared, but I was so annoyed that I didn't care. Ugh, can you please just go away? I shouted at her. Her face contorted into a frown as she headed back to her side of the room again. She continued mumbling to herself, even louder this time. 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes had passed, and I was deep in my book. Then I heard Lauren near me again. No, I'm not going to do it. Stop it. No! I looked up from the pages, and she was standing right by my bed again, holding her sharp souvenir letter opener over my head. And then I saw something even more horrifying. I saw what I assumed.
Hey yo,
was
Wang Ji,
Lucy.
how are you?
He was a hideous, scaly humanoid
Happy
creature,
Halloween.
hovering behind my sister like a puppet master.
Well, it's already November
shivering
1st
under
here.
her neck. I could see the pain in Lauren's
But
eyes
happy
as she was
Halloween.
trying to fight Lucy's grip. And suddenly, it all made sense to me. All her odd behavior, she wasn't trying to hurt me. She was trying to do the opposite. Waves of guilt rushed over me, and I regretted hating my sister.
Which one is
for
still
so
gonna
many
level?
years.
Probably the
Just as I
dance.
was about to grab the letter opener from her hands, she said, "Take me instead," and the blade plunged into her tiny body. I began screaming my head off, and my parents rushed into the room. They saw me hovered over my sister's bleeding body, and their already existing disdain for me became even more apparent. I tried to explain that I didn't do it and that it was all Lucy's fault, and their fault for selling their soul to Lucifer in the first place. But it was no use trying to explain. So that's why I'm here, locked away. No clue for how long. My parents never visit. They finally got
Yay,
rid of me,
hey now,
just
you're
like
an
I'm pretty sure
all-star.
they always wanted. But they also lost the
Let's see
little
what
girl.
the dance look like.
And honestly, I'm a little
It's
worried
the what the was it called?
that they may
Moonlift
try
dance.
for another one again.
Ah, look at that dance.
Once there were two young sisters, Annie and Belle. They
What are
lived
you
in
selling?
a small house in the country with their kind
Do you
and
have
gentle
a
mother.
mount?
They loved to explore and play
Sana
in the
wa
fields
here.
surrounding their home. One day, the sisters came across another young girl playing by herself in the road. She was beating on a very curiously designed drum. And as she played, a little mechanical man and woman came out of the other end and danced. The girls were mesmerized by the unique toy and begged the stranger to give it to them, who looked back at them and laughed. This is a very special
I want
toy,
that
the
minion. Where
little
is
girl
that?
said. If I were to give it away, it would have to be in exchange for something big. Well, what do you want for it? Annie asked. You have to go back.
Brother, what server are you? I am in currently in Balmong, but I am usually in my home world is Dynamis Seraph.
Deal. The sisters agreed and headed back to their house. What if we just told her we did bad things? Annie suggested. It's not like she'd know anyway, right? So the next day, the sisters went back to the spot in the road where they met the girl the other day. We were very bad, Belle lied. Yeah, Annie chimed in. We wrote all over our walls, we threw our supper on the floor, and we screamed all night. Now can we have the drum? Not so fast, the girl said. I know that you're lying to me. Come back tomorrow and bring proof that you were very, very bad. And then I'll give you my toy. Deal?
Very,
Deal.
very naughty.
The sisters agreed again and walked away, annoyed, while the girl giggled at them. By the time they got back home, their mother was still away at work. They decided to be very bad before she got home so that they could clean up and explain everything to her. They tore up pillows and mutilated their stuffed animals. They smashed their mother's favorite vase and gathered the pieces. Surely this
naughty.
would be enough for the little girl to give them the drum, they thought. They took the torn up pillows and pieces of vase and brought it to the girl. We made a horrible mess, Annie said proudly. We even broke our mother's favorite expensive vase. Now can we have the drum? The little girl rolled her eyes. You both clearly don't know what bad is. You should just go back home. She turned her back towards the sisters and continued playing with her drum. Just tell us what we should do, Annie shouted. The girl slowly turned back around. She reached
Let me get some
inside her
water while
drum
we're
and pulled
waiting
out
for
a
our
small glass
duty.
vial and a blade. Bring me your mother's blood. Oh, let's get out of here, sister, Annie said. That toy is not worth all this trouble. As they turned to leave, the little girl called after them, her voice much deeper than it was before.
Once you've made a pact, you cannot turn back. I will be taking something of yours.
The sisters picked up their pace and sprinted all the way back home. They called for their mother, but she wasn't there. In fact, nothing was in their home. No furniture, no rooms. Just a big, open, cavernous wooden space and one door leading outside. And then the walls began to resonate. The roof was vibrating in a familiar rhythm. The sisters ran out the door, only to find their movements
You were at work.
Their bodies had become rigid and wooden as they moved their limbs.
Yeah, I'm currently in Balmong, but usually I'm in Seraph.
Above them, the little girl, not so little anymore,
What are they wearing?
beating on the drum.
Ooh, there's a baseball outfit.
Thank you to all of our patrons. If you'd like to join our VIP program, visit patreon.com/snarled.
I love horror and diving into dark content, but even I need a break sometimes. And when I need a mental palate cleanser, I play Best Fiends. So Best Fiends is a casual mobile app, and anyone can play. It's great for casual gamers. It's great for hardcore gamers too. I'm a huge fan of puzzle games, and Best Fiends adds it's a very cute and unique.
Tragic love
I used
story.
to enjoy going shopping for clothes, but that was when I had the time. Now I'm way too busy to think about shopping, which is why Stitch Fix is amazing. That's how Stitch Fix is style. I'm Sapphire. Want to hear something scary?
Wanna hear something scared?
Randall. This chapter is inspired by a true story from Elsie Bannon.
Look at that. I love this
I
little
work in
guy.
a hospital. I won't say which.
Charmy,
for
look at
obvious
this. Look at
privacy
my
reasons.
new
The
minion.
hospital is old. very old. It was built in the early 1800s.
It waddles.
First serving as a post office, then abandoned for a while before it was turned into a hospital for
I love it.
veterans in the 1920s. Despite having worked there for about 5 months, I felt like
Look
the
at
rest
it.
of the staff was always sort of cold to me. Whenever I tried to strike up some small talk,
Tonight we
they'd
steal
smile
the
and
moon. I have the perfect nose
not
for it.
everyone is like that. There's another nurse, Cassandra, who I get along with really well. Don't worry about that.
What happened to
They're
my
just cranky
tracking, my
from the
mom?
night shifts, she'd say. Cassandra is really into ghost stories. I'm a Christian, so I didn't believe in any of her tales, but I'd like to listen to them. She was a really good storyteller.
What happened to my
She told me
tracking?
about some unbelievable stuff that happened to her as a kid.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, I see spirits all the time. I've sort of gotten used to it. All the time, huh? So even right
We already
now?
have the
I asked, jokingly.
the nose for stealing the
Cassandra paused,
moon.
then chuckled. She never answered my question. A couple weeks ago, Cassandra and I were working the day shift. Visiting hours had just ended, and I was making my usual rounds, checking on all the patients. I heard muttering behind me. I turned to see some of the staff looking at
Look,
me.
Charmy, we have stuffed Android units.
Seriously, what is their problem with me? I thought to myself. But I ignored them, like I always do.
Let me see what other
About
minions
an
we
hour
have.
later, I was notified that a patient had died. I was tasked
we have
with
a
delivering the
goblin.
body down to the morgue in the basement. It would be my first time going down there. Cassandra had once told me that the basement was the oldest part of the building, the only part
Do
that
I
was
have
never
the
renovated.
hippo mount? I
Be
forgot if
careful
I
down
have
there,
it.
she said. I thought
Hippo,
she was just trying to scare me.
hippo.
But I had nothing to be afraid of.
It became
A police officer
expensive
would always escort nurses and
because
bodies
of
down to the
Mudeng.
basement to ensure that
I
the
don't.
body
I think I
wasn't
don't have it.
disturbed in any way.
I do have the Great
So
Serpent
the
of Ronco.
policeman, the dead body, and
I have the
stepped into
capybara.
elevator from the 6th floor. I pressed the button for the basement, and we began to descend. We stopped
Capybara.
momentarily and began to move again. But when the doors opened, we found ourselves back
Capybara.
on the 6th floor. I pressed the button for the basement again, and the exact same thing happened. As if the elevator didn't want us
I
to
don't
go
have the
down there.
hippo.
Are you trying to play a prank?
Hello.
He said,
Oh, look at that.
accusingly.
We have a little capybara.
After
friend.
countless tries, the elevator continued
I love
to
it.
act up. So we had no choice but to take the ramp all the way down. Once we reached the basement
We're
levels, it was
just
very clear how untouched
6
this floor
m
was.
short of
The original brick walls remained, with the
our
heights
red
jutting out
mage
every
being.
few feet. The hanging lights were dirty and flickering. It was definitely cold and creepy down there, but that's just because it was old.
Back
We dropped the body off at the morgue and began to walk back up the ramp. I was a few paces ahead of the
I'm not sure how much EXP we get
Suddenly,
from
I
the
heard him
high
say,
level
"Elsie."
dungeon.
I stopped and turned to look at him. He just stared at me.
Capybara.
What?
Capybara, capybara,
Didn't you just say
capybara.
my name? I didn't say anything.
Oh wait, we can get
Oh,
our new outfit
maybe this
from
Heights or something.
Turyolo.
We
I
continued
forgot.
walking,
Let's
and I
get
heard my
that.
name again.
Elsie!
Just as I turned around, the policeman
Elsie.
screamed in pain as he fell face first onto the floor. I rushed over to him to help him up. Something in the corner of my eye moved, and I looked up just in time to see a dark, shadowy mass disappear into the wall. I looked at the policeman. He had definitely seen it too. We ran. We ran up to the first floor without stopping. I noticed the policeman was holding the back of his neck in pain, so I asked him if I could take a look.
Let's
And what I
collect
saw,
our
I was so confused. There was a deep, dark
Colada.
bruise forming. He said it felt like somebody punched him really hard in the neck. I was there. Nothing could have possibly hit him. He went home after that. I walked back up to the 6th floor, and Cassandra came up to me. I think she could tell that
What
something
does it
was
look
wrong.
like? Ooh.
What happened down there?
Look how fancy we look.
I was still trying to make sense of what just happened. Oh my god. Did Randall do something? Randall? Who's Randall? Cassandra
Ooh.
paused and took a breath.
Fancy.
There's something I need to tell you.
We're a fancy
Ever
cat.
since you started working here,
I love how
see,
it
there's
looks.
this, guy. on
Especially the
team.
deep V on the
Well,
chest.
He really seems to like you. You mean someone who works here? What does this have to do with anything? He's not alive. I think he's a veteran. Well, was. But, he's not around you all the time, but he follows you around here a lot. So much so that the rest of the staff is scared to come near you. He's always putting his arm around you.
What?
He just seems really protective of you. I think he might have been jealous that you were alone with that policeman down there. He just stared at her. Cass, you know I love your ghost stories, but I don't find this.
I'm gonna keep this.
Her expression remained the same.
I remember they were adding a new class, right? The Beastmaster. When would that be? Wait, you can have a minion of that
If you're like me and
bike
love
thing?
scary stories, I'm sure
A
there
little
have been
drone.
nights when you didn't sleep that well. Whether it's nightmares or an uncomfortable mattress that's keeping me up, my day is nowhere near as productive as when I get a blissful night's rest. So, if you're struggling to get a good
Oh,
night's sleep,
it's an
hide and
ad.
seek. They were both sort of adult children. After many years, they became engaged and were off to the races, competing with each other to see who could find the best venue for the best price. But there was one point of tension in their relationship. Daniel was incredibly jealous of Melinda's best friend from childhood, Angelica. He was convinced that this so-called friend was in love with his bride-to-be, and she would try and sabotage the wedding by any means possible.
Let's repair our stuff.
Melinda always had to reassure him that he was overthinking things and that there was nothing to worry about. You have no reason to feel this way. Angelica is my oldest friend. Just tell me this, Daniel asked. Did you ever have feelings for her? Melinda paused. Yes, I have. But it was years ago. Please, you have to understand. Daniel wasn't happy with this answer. You have to uninvite her. Are you crazy?
Ooh, I just realized the fancy cape thing.
Uninvite her. I honestly
Finally,
don't know if I
it
can
triggered.
handle seeing her there. It's our wedding day. It's supposed to be
Ooh, I love the look of this.
The couple stared at each other, both silently challenging the other to give in first. Melinda sighed. If that's what will make you happy, I'll talk to her. Months later, the day of the wedding arrived. The engaged couple had forgotten about their past arguments and were just happy that the day had come. Melinda ended up finding the best venue for the best price, her parents' large and lavish Victorian mansion. The ceremony was going to be held outside in the gorgeous gardens, and the reception would take place inside. The guests were filing in and finding their seats, while Melinda was hiding from sight near the end of the aisle. Suddenly, Daniel appeared next to her. Danny, you're not supposed to see me. She's here. Why is she here? You told me she wasn't going to come. Oh my God, she's sitting in the back. She's not in the bridal party anymore. You literally don't have to see or speak to her. Well, I did see her, and I just can't believe you'd do this to me. Really? You're gonna do this right now? At this point, the couple's voices were
Oh,
rising,
I forgot
causing
about
the
this
guests to
dungeon
turn
already.
And look over at them. Hey, you know what will be fun? Why don't we play a game of hide and seek with all the guests? That always cheers you up. And afterwards, I can talk to Angelica again. Deal? Daniel exhaled. I'm so sorry. I know I'm being ridiculous. I know that. I know she's important to you, and it's not fair of me to act this way. I love you. I love you too. Now let's play, albeit. The guests are all informed of the game of hide and seek before the ceremony, and they willingly participate. Melinda closed her eyes and began counting backwards from 30, and everyone scattered to find a hiding spot. The property was huge, so there was plenty of space. Ready or not, here I come! Melinda grew up in this house and knew every nook and cranny, so she had no problem finding everyone. Except for one person, the groom. So all the other guests began to help Melinda look for him. Melinda heard some people whispering that they thought Daniel might have gotten cold feet and ran away. After they searched the entire property, Melinda collapsed to the floor in tears. Angelica approached her. I know this isn't what you want to hear, but I think I saw Daniel letting out the gates during the game.
Oh.
I mean, he could be coming back, but I don't know. I'm so sorry.
Where's the groom?
The wedding was clearly no longer happening, so the guests returned to their cars and headed home, while Angelica continued to comfort the bride. You're my best friend, and I will always be here for you. Remember? She held out her pinky finger. Together forever? The bride smiled, wiped the tears from her eyes, and hooked her pinky onto Angelica's and said,
no matter whatever. Years went by. Angelica and Melinda became closer than ever.
Is that
Memories of old
promise
crushes resulted in casual dates,
something?
which led to a surprisingly fast engagement. The wedding venue? Melinda's parents' Victorian mansion. Melinda's parents felt a little strange that their daughter would want to plan a wedding at their home again, but they just wanted her to be happy. So Angelica, Melinda, and her parents began to clean out the manor. Melinda went upstairs to see if she could find some tablecloths and decor to use for the wedding. That's when she noticed the door. It wasn't there when she was a kid.
Mom, was this door always here?
Melinda shouted down the stairs to her mom, who replied, "Oh, we added that room a couple years ago for extra storage." Melinda opened it to find a very messy and dusty room filled with boxes and furniture. In the middle of the room was a large antique trunk. There was a lock with the key still inside. Curious, she turned it and hoisted the
It's a
heavy lid with
tango.
both hands.
A tango.
Immediately, a putrid stench seeped out through the open crack. As new air flew in, old air came out. She dropped the lid on the side and covered her nose. She peered inside, and her eyes were wide. The rotting corpse of a man, face stretched in anguish, lay battered and broken within the trunk.
Wait, is this the former
Scratch
house
marks
room?
highlighted with dried blood on the inside of the lid. The man's skin was leathery and stiff, just like the suit that hung across his whole flesh. The dusty and rumpled suit of Daniel. Melinda heard footsteps behind her. She turned around to find Angelica in the doorway. Angie, you said you saw him leave the property.
The husband was.
You knew he was in here.
The
didn't you?
groom was dead.
Angelica continued to stare, face devoid of all emotion. Angie, did you do this?
Oh.
We made a promise, Mom. And I wasn't going to let anyone get in between us.
I knew it. The
Remember?
friend was the
She
Lulu.
held out her pinky. Together forever, no matter whatever.
The friend the Lulu.
In the Phra Nakhon district of Thailand in the mid-1800s, there lived a woman called Mai Na, who was deeply in love with her husband, Thi Ma. When Mai Na was 8 months pregnant, Thi Ma was drafted to fight in a war. He was heartbroken to know he wouldn't be there for the birth of their child. What if something happens to me? I can't stand the thought of leaving you and our baby alone.
Was the
Don't worry,
Lulu.
my love. You
Oh
will
my
return
god.
home safely, and we will both be here to greet you when you do. And so, Tima left, feeling hopeful, but still understandably terrified. A few months later, he was able to return home, excited to see his wife and to meet his child. But when he arrived at his village, his neighbor Kiet approached him. "You need to leave." "Excuse me? Please get out of my way. I need to see my family." "You should not go in that house. You don't want to know the terrible things that have happened while you were away. Your
Oh.
wife, she's not who you think she is. It's better for both of you if you leave. You don't want to be with her anymore." Tima was incredibly offended. "How dare you imply that my wife was not faithful to me while I was away? Now please move." Tima, being much bigger and stronger than Kiet, shoved past him with ease. He knew his wife. He knew that she would never do anything to hurt their relationship. Carefully, he opened the door. There was Mina, cradling their healthy baby. They exchanged a deep hug and began to catch up. "Can you believe that Kiet tried to make me think that you had been unfaithful while I was gone? Pathetic, isn't it?" "Yes, very.
I think it is real.
What a silly old man." For the next few weeks, everything was perfect. Between Tima and Mina, at least. Whenever Tima went into the village, he could feel the stares and hear the whispers of his neighbors. "You think he knows? I can't believe he's still living with her."
Ooh.
Tima was probably still rumors, he thought to himself.
I wonder
He
what the
decided to
rumors are.
confront him about it. So he went to his house and knocked on the door. No answer. He knocked again, but it was clear he wasn't there. So he went back home. Mina was in the kitchen making lunch. "Have you seen Kiet lately?" Tima asked. "No, why do you ask, my love?"
he's spreading rumors about you, and I wanted to tell him to stop. Oh, don't worry about him.
Oh, the wife already got him.
He won't be bothering us again. Maina
Is
continued
the
to
wife
prepare
now a
lunch,
monster
while
or
her husband
something?
waited patiently in the dining room. He watched lovingly from afar, just happy to be in his home with his family. Maina dropped a lime on the ground, and it fell between the gap in the floorboards. Tima watched as Maina bent down and reached right through the floorboards to pick it up. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did he just see what he thought he saw? He looked over at his baby daughter. Suddenly, everything felt very wrong. Maina looked up and saw her husband staring.
Is she a ghost?
No. Is something wrong, my love? She's not who you think she is. What did you think you'd get? You seem upset, my dear. He had to get out of the house, and so he ran. But he could hear his wife's voice yelling in anger.
You promised to always love me. Come back.
He turned his head to see that the woman he once loved had grown into a massive, angry spirit, wreaking havoc on the village. Tima made it to the nearby temple and quickly told one of the monks to help him stop his wife. This monk was extremely powerful, and when Maina reached the temple, he was able to capture and trap the spirit into a jar. And that jar was kept in the royal family, passed down from heir to heir, to ensure that Maina would never be released. Today, you can visit this temple in Thailand, where a shrine to Maina is kept. Visitors from around the world offer gifts and flowers in order to keep her spirit at ease. But who knows what will happen if she ever gets out. Want more something scary? You can hear more stories over on the Something Scary podcast.
Was slow.
And Android users can listen for free on Google Podcasts or wherever you listen to your favorite shows. The links are in the description below. If you'd like to submit a story, send an email to somethingscary@snarled.com. Like and share this video if it gave you the chills. And don't forget to subscribe to Snarled and turn on the bell for notifications. And if you dare,
I'm gonna die.
social media.
I'm slow.
Until next time, sweet dreams.
Yeah, I'm just gonna teleport. It was almost ended and then I died. What a noob. Oh, it's finished already?
If you're like me and just don't have the time to go shopping for clothes, then you're going to love Stitch Fix. Stitch Fix is an online personal styling service that... The following is based on a true story submitted by Captain. Back when I was around 10 years old, I was growing up in rural Scotland with my mom and my little sister,
Scotland.
Amelia. There wasn't much to do out in the grasslands, so we'd chase each other around the house and come up with little games to play. But when Amelia turned about 7, she became a bit distant to me. Not like she hated me, but instead she was focused on something else. I approached her about it one day, and she explained that she has to play with her friend Tom too, or else he gets jealous. I assumed Tom was her imaginary friend. One day I was reading in my room when my mom burst through the door in rage. Elizabeth, did you eat all of my honey? Those jars are not cheap. I specifically told you it was for special occasions only. It wasn't me. I did, Mom, my sister said as she entered my room. I had to feed Tom and he loves honey.
Who the
Amelia,
heck is
if you
Tom?
wanted some honey, you should have just asked and I would have given you a little bit. There's no need to make up stories, okay? But Tom loves it. Look, I'll show you. My mom and I followed Amelia into her room. She pointed under her bed. This is where Tom
Oh,
lives.
hell no.
My mom nervously crept down underneath the dark bed and looked around. There she found the empty jar of honey. My mom went back to full rage mode and grounded my little sister for making up stories. But I'm not lying, I swear. The next day, my mom stormed into my room again. What is wrong with you? You're stealing my liquor now? I didn't take anything, I said defensively. It was me again, Mom. Amelia chimed in from the doorway. My mom shot her one of the scariest glares I'd ever seen her make. Let me guess. Tom drank it? You wouldn't let me give him the fancy honey anymore, so I My mom was furious. She thought my little sister had actually drank the booze herself. My mom grounded her for the remaining of the year, and my sister cried all night. She asked me if I believed her, and honestly, I wasn't sure. I mean, I knew she didn't drink the alcohol herself. If she had, she'd be dead. And I didn't think she was stupid enough to pour it all out in the name of her dumb game. But I told her I believed her. My sister and I went to the same school. During class the next day, I got called to the principal's office. Apparently, she had gotten in a fight during recess and ended up getting hurt pretty bad. Some so-called friends pushed her over onto a rock, and she had to be rushed to the hospital. They tried to reach my mom but couldn't get a hold of her, so they asked for me to go to the hospital with her. I immediately rushed over to make sure my sister was okay. She was pretty
Oh, what are
beat
you
up.
doing?
It was really tough to see. I'm so sorry, sis.
Oh, you're gonna
It's not your fault. It's Tom's. She explained that since she couldn't give him treats anymore, he was making all her friends hate her. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She was seriously still talking about Tom.
What
Once
is
my mom
Tom?
left the hospital, I walked back home to do homework. Now, I don't believe in spirits or anything like that, but I thought, what if Amelia was actually interacting with something neither me nor my mom can see? I decided to do a brief online search. I typed, invisible friend who eats honey and liquor. I honestly didn't expect to find anything, but I came across a site that talked about something called a gruga. They were invisible
Gruga.
house spirits that were helpful as long as you gave them what they want.
Oh.
Typically expensive items such as honey or liquor.
Wow, demanding spirits.
Maybe that's who Tom is. I continued reading. However, if you make them angry by not offering them gifts, they will cause major harm. Never name a gruga, for they will become permanently attached to you.
Oh, and
If
that's
you
what the
manage to
sister
attach
did.
one to yourself and then refuse to pamper it, it will wreak havoc on your life. Not only that, it will make up for the lost help by stealing the host away as a slave.
Oh, the sister.
When my mom finally came home, I told her about everything I had read. I tried to tell her that if it didn't stop anymore, it might take Amelia away as a slave. But my mom wasn't having it. I'm very tired and stressed. Please don't make things worse. A few days later, my sister was okay enough to come home from the hospital, but she had to stay in her room again until she was fully recovered. I can't stay in here. Tom might take me away.
Yeah.
I haven't fed him in over a week. But my mom ignored her complaint and locked her in her room for the rest of the day. Later that
The
night,
poor girl.
my mom went to check on Amelia. She wanted to apologize for being so cruel earlier.
Is she no longer there? Was she was taken?
Amelia wasn't there.
Yep, already
She
taken.
checked the closet, underneath the bed. There was no sign of Amelia anywhere. Mom called the police and waited in the living room. Mom, you don't think that maybe... Elizabeth, please. Not now. The police inspected our house and said they couldn't find any signs of anyone breaking in.
Really,
or
I
running away.
missed one,
But
just
they were
1 million to level up. I'm gonna level
My
up
mom left the house
tomorrow.
Shortly after that, she said she needed some fresh air. She told me to stay home until she got back. So I stayed in my room until night. When I was about ready to go to bed, I heard something coming from my sister's room. I opened the door and found my mom on the floor, in tears,
Oh no.
surrounded by dozens of honey jars. She was calling underneath the bed. Please. I just want her
Oh.
back. Please just give her back. Please, Tom.
Too late. Already took your daughter. You didn't listen.
Jeannie and her daughter, Azura, used to live in Brazil with the rest of their extended family. Azura was a bright little girl who was always happy and energetic and had no trouble making friends. But when she turned 7, something changed. She was no longer interested in playing with her friends and became cold and distant to everyone, including her mother. Azura would curl up in her bedroom alone, and Jeannie would overhear her talking to herself for hours.
Jeannie thought Azura might be going through a phase and invented an imaginary friend for herself. But Azura's grandmother thought otherwise. That's because one night, Azura's grandmother walked by the bedroom where Azura was talking to herself. She stopped in the doorway and looked into the room and screamed. Azura turned and hissed at her grandma like a rabid animal and crouched on all fours, growling deeply. Her grandmother ran out of the room and locked the door from the outside. Jeannie, you have to call the priest now. There is a demon in this house. Jeannie is not a religious woman. She thought her mother was being
The
a
child
little
became a
dramatic,
demon.
But nevertheless, she called a priest to come over to the house. He arrived the next morning and the grandmother explained what she saw. There was a demon with big fat wings and cloven hooves. Its skin was dark and scaly and its hands had giant talons. Jeannie just snickered at this description. The grandmother unlocked the door and there was Azura crying hysterically. Don't go! Don't go, please don't go, no, please don't go, don't go, don't go, please don't go. The moment he saw this, the priest dropped his Bible and rosary and closed the door. That's no demon. That's a mancha chico.
What's a
Oh,
mancha
what?
chico?
It is a creature that is born from a demon and cursed without love. They seek out mortals to love them and attach themselves to those who show them kindness. Jeannie laughed. This was absolutely ridiculous. When they fall in love with a human, they truly care for them and keep them safe, but for a price. In return for their devotion, the Mancha Chico will gain possession of the human soul in the afterlife. We have to save her. The priest re-entered the bedroom and said a prayer. When he came out of the
Oh
room,
no,
Jeannie
the
saw
child is gonna
Azura
get taken.
sleeping peacefully in her bed. A few days later, Jeannie was about to run some errands and Azura stopped her. Don't leave. But sweetie, I need to buy us some. Please. Jeannie was a little freaked out by how sincere her daughter was, so she stayed home. Later that day, when they were watching the news, they learned that there was an active shooter at the nearby mall. The mall that Jeannie was going to go to. Why did you make me stay home?
Cheliso told me to tell you. He doesn't want me to be sad, so he will help me keep you safe.
There were multiple instances like this when Azura would tell her mother to avoid a certain area, only to later discover that it could have saved her life. And Jeannie wasn't the only one who was experiencing good luck. Azura's school bullies had stopped picking on her and began apologizing to her and giving her gifts. Azura was hit by a car on the sidewalk and flown into a gutter, but walked away without a scratch. Azura's little sister was diagnosed with a terrible skin disease, only to have it completely healed a few weeks later. To Jeannie, it was all just good luck. But according to Azura, this was all because of Cheliso, her demon. Years had gone by and Azura was now 15 years old. Jeannie found it a little odd that her daughter had never talked about any school crushes or shown any interest in dating. So she decided to talk to her daughter. You know, when I was your age, I couldn't stop talking about boys. Is there anyone you like at your school? You can tell me. I have Cheliso. He says I'm his one and only, and it'd be wrong to leave him when he's been so good to me.
Oh no,
Hasn't he been good to us,
she's the
Mama?
Lulu.
Jeannie did not like that response. She thought that her daughter had finally grown out of this ridiculous phase and she couldn't stand these lies anymore. Enough, Azura, enough with Cheliso. He isn't real. I don't ever want to hear about Cheliso again. You understand? Jeannie stormed out of the room, leaving Azura in tears. After she had cooled down, Jeannie decided to apologize to her daughter. She entered her bedroom and froze. There was Azura, curled up on her bed, but in the lap of a giant demon. He looked just as Azura's grandmother had described years ago. Jeannie couldn't believe what she saw. But there he was. Cheliso was real. Azura is now 22 years old and only occasionally mentions Cheliso.
I don't know
Jeannie
why
will
you
remind
wouldn't
her
listen
that
to your daughter if
Cheliso
she
plans
says
to take
things
her
like
soul
that.
in the afterlife. And you're okay with that? Of course. Hasn't he been good to us, Mama? A very special thank you to Jeannie, Azura, and Cheliso, who, according to Azura, is a fan of Snarled. Vassal was 18 when he was sent for 2 years of military service starting in 1982. He was dispatched to a border post along the defensive line between Bulgaria and Turkey. His job was border guard, and his main duty was to patrol the electrified border fence. Mostly, it was to make sure nobody left the country during a time of severe restriction of movement under the communist government. His orders were to shoot on sight. No exceptions. One night, he and his best friend Ivan were patrolling the border as usual with their dog. Ivan was a far senior soldier, much larger and stronger than Vassal, with a kind of look only veteran soldiers had. He described the night as still and cold, and the moon shone through the clear sky during the night. There was a light breeze that whistled faintly across the open plains between the two borders. All
Here's
was
our
well
final
and normal,
dungeon.
and their routine patrol was near their end. Much like most days, nothing seemed out of the ordinary.
Then our dailies
and
are
the two
done.
men started to make their way back to the camp. They were almost back to base when, all of a sudden, Ivan stopped. He
Ooh,
turned his head to
nice
the
a
darkness.
finale.
Do you hear
But I don't
that?
like the first boss of this.
Vassal stopped to listen, and his eyes widened as he heard what sounded like singing. The two men listened and listened as the singing continued, and seemingly became louder. Vassal stood still, yearning to know who was singing so beautifully. Then, their dog started to growl, softly at first, until it started barking furiously as the singing came closer and closer.
Oh, it's
Ivan
sirens.
Listen to me very carefully, he said. I need you to run back to Checkpoint E, get on the radio and call for reinforcements. Tell them code silence. They'll know it when you what? Why?
Ooh,
Say, do you
there's a
understand?
specific code for
Over some singing?
the
This isn't
creatures.
Church of the Americans. This is much more serious than that. Now go! By this time, the singing had become so loud it was almost unnerving, as if the source was as close as a few meters away. Basil looked around in panic, gripping his rifle in fear and confusion. Basil started to run. He knew that the checkpoint was less than a kilometer away and that he could make it there in a few minutes if he really ran for it.
Do it.
Behind him, he heard the barking and growling of their dog change into whimpers and cries. This was followed by
Oh.
bursts of automatic fire that ripped through the night air. The fire sustained until he had finally reached the radio at the checkpoint. Checkpoint B to base. Checkpoint B to base. We have a situation here. Code siren. I repeat, code siren. Requesting immediate reinforcements. Over.
Base checkpoint B, reinforcements are inbound. What is your status update? Over.
As the response came, the gunfire continued, followed by a scream, as if from a young woman in pain. Basil was petrified, his hands trembling. I don't know. My comrade is currently engaging. I don't know what's going on. He shouted into the radio, desperately hoping for some help. A cracked response from the radio came. Basil struggled to make out the words as the gunfire continued on in the distance. Then, a man screamed, and the gunfire stopped.
Uh-oh.
Total silence.
Gonna get
As the
taken.
broken message of the radio became nothing but static. Basil began to panic, wondering whether to help Ivan or to wait for reinforcements. He stood there and listened carefully, but nothing. Only silence. And suddenly, the singing.
Goodbye.
The beautiful sound he's ever heard in his life. Basil jumped, shouldering his rifle and aiming into the darkness. Frantically, he aimed his rifle in different directions as the singing grew louder and louder. His breathing became faster and distinct. His heart pounded like a drum. The singing came closer and closer, filling his eardrums until nothing. Silence. He looked around and listened, trying to see or hear anything he could. And he saw it. A woman with blonde hair that glistened under the moonlight, wearing a white dress, stood no less than 300 meters in front of him. She was unbelievably beautiful. Basil flinched, bending down in
Are
one
gonna
hand with
die.
his rifle. The woman remained still, evidently not fazed by his threats. Hey, you! Stop there or I'll shoot! No response.
Your friends
He
are dead
wondered,
because of it.
why would she be here?
Doesn't care
By
about
herself, from the border. Was she a spy? Or a defector? Maybe we should go over there and... No! He re-aimed his rifle. Her eyes glowed in the shadows like the cactus in the night. The eerie yellow teeth
Oh,
were
move.
terrifying.
Ah, I got caught.
In the morning,
No. Let me go.
no, he shouted at her. Last chance. You surrender or you die. Again, no response. He opened fire. A full magazine later, and the woman was lying on the floor, dead. He went to examine the corpse just as reinforcements turned up.
Ah, I got
But when
caught
he got
again.
up close,
Stupid.
there was no body. No blood trails, no drag marks, nothing. Where did she go? Neither Ivan's nor the dog's bodies were ever found. What was found were bullet pieces and Ivan's rifle left in the mud. The next morning, Basil told his mother about what had happened. She gave him a tight hug. Do you realize how much danger you were in? You encountered a Samadiva. According to his mother, they are
What's a
ancient
Samadiva?
Arthurian witches that seduce men with their
Oh.
enticing singing voices. Once they lock them in their trance, they take them away as slaves and torture them to death. Had it not been for Ivan, he would not have lived to tell this tale. I'm so happy you're safe.
You want more something scary? You can listen to the extended version of this episode over at Apple
I thought it's
Podcasts.
actual
The link
sirens.
is
It's
in the
similar to
description
sirens,
below.
but different.
Like and share this video if it gave you the chills. And don't forget to subscribe to Snarled and turn on the bell for notifications. And if you dare, follow me on social.
Want to watch something scary? Of course you do. That's why you're here. And because you're a suspense and horror fan like me, I have a very special offer for you from Shudder. Shudder is the Netflix for horror. It has a unique collection. To try Shudder for free for 30 days, go to shudder.com and use the promo code SS. If you didn't hear, we just launched a VIP program for something scary. You get access to exclusive posts, videos, live streams, and so much more. As a member, you can even have a character named after you in an episode, just like our lucky patron Lana in today's story. Head on over to patreon.com/snarl to learn more. If you're like me and love scary stories, I'm sure there have been nights when you didn't sleep that well. Whether it's nightmares or an uncomfortable mattress and insomnia, my day is nowhere near as productive as when I get a blissful night's rest. So
Oh,
if
it's
you're
another ad.
struggling to get a good night's sleep, unfortunately, I can't do anything about your nightmares, but I can recommend that you try a
All right, there we go. Let's start with done.
Following is based on a story submitted by Jason, told from the point of view of his mother. I always thought my son was strange. You know, he actually wasn't breathing when I picked her. After being what the doctor deemed legally dead for almost 5 minutes, he made a miraculous recovery. And ever since then, he's narrowly escaped death countless times. When he was still pretty little, he would choke on his food very easily, so I'd always have to watch him closely. There were times where he'd slip out from his high chair, I can't securely strapped in.
Is something trying to kill the baby?
I used to joke that Jason had a gun. I began to really worry about him when he came about blood. One night he came running into my room, crying hysterically. The lady is trying to get me! Oh, Juicy, it's okay. You were probably just having a bad dream, that's all. And it went on like this for the rest of the night. He refused to sleep alone in his room. Eventually, he also became afraid during the day. I would catch him muttering to himself. Who are you talking to, Casey? The lady, she won't leave me alone. Having nightmares was pretty common for a kid his age, and so was having imaginary friends. But I was starting to really worry about his mental health. He was losing sleep, he wouldn't eat.
Well, if you're getting chased by a phantom, I assume I wouldn't sleep as well.
As Jason told the doctor about the woman who was the doctor handed him some plans and what the job of the woman looked like. When Jason was done, he handed the paper to the doctor, who was visibly startled.
Ah, I was slow.
He gestured for me to put his eyes again. I think there's a chance your child might be suffering from something. I'd like to do some more tests with him if that's alright with you. So you think everything
Ah.
with no eyes and blood dripping down from the top of her head. Her lips exposing her rotting and chipped teeth. This is who he saw every day? No wonder he was so horrified. Later that day, I called my sister. We didn't live in the same state, but we were really close. Always kept in touch
Up,
with each
up,
other.
up, 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 up.
Jason, John, and Dalton said. My sister was quiet for a moment.
Sis, I know you don't really believe in this stuff.
My sister said very
But how open are you to finding more non-medical evaluation?
Oh, the sister knows something.
So that weekend, I brought Jason with me to see my sister's psychic. She was right. I didn't really believe in this.
Really, I died at the last moment.
So I figured it wouldn't hurt just to see what this woman had to say. I was determined to get my son the help he needed. When we arrived at Lana's house, she greeted us at the door. She looked like she was in her 30s. Her suit was perfectly tailored to her body. Her black hair was flawlessly pulled back in a bun. She welcomed us into her home with a warm smile. I'd never been to a psychic's house before, but Lana's place didn't look at all like what I was expecting it to look like. It was
What?
kind of normal.
Why are you? What are you expecting a psychic to have?
Dolls or animal parts in jars. Just clean, modern decor. She motioned for us to join her in the spotless living room. You have a very lovely home, she pointed out. Oh, thank you so much. It takes so much money in my life, and it helps to have peace, and we have to care. Lana looked into Jason's eyes. I really must meet Jason. She continued to stare deeply and curiously into his eyes. The longer she stared, the more faded her smile became.
Oh, she sees
Have
something.
you ever had a near-death experience, Jason? He shook his head, but I interjected. Funny you asked that. He's actually had several, from the moment he was born. What can I say? He's a lucky boy. But Lana's face made it clear that she did not agree with that statement. I usually try to break information that I promise, but I think I need to be frank with you. When Jason died that first time, his soul was in another dimension. And while he was there, a woman found him and decided that she wanted to take him first.
Oh.
Then when Jason was resuscitated, she was left alone. And she's been trying to reunite with him ever since. This was not in any way what I had expected to hear. My sister had once told me the theory that when people have a near-death experience, they gain contact with the spirit world. And I didn't think that was true. Okay, so how do we get rid of her? And how do we stop her
You
from
can't.
terrorizing my son? Lana shrugged. We already know what she wants. We left shortly after that. I texted my sister that she wasted her money on a fraud. I decided that we were going to continue the evaluation of the child psychiatrist and go about this the right way. Later that night, Jason asked to sleep in the bed with me. But in the middle of the night, I woke up to a tapping on the floor. Jason was standing by the bed, looking down on me. His face
Uh-oh.
was incredibly calm. JC, is
Is it
everything
gonna
okay?
take him?
I just wanted to say goodbye, Mommy.
No, he's gonna
Why?
join.
Where are you going? With you, Mommy.
Uh-oh.
He gestured behind him. For the first time.
Oh, now you don't believe.
Don't worry, Mommy. I'm not scared anymore. The woman held out her hand, and Jason walked over to her. I lunged out of bed and
There
tried
you
to
go.
grab him,
You
but
didn't
just as I
listen.
reached him,
But he's dead.
I just wish I could have saved him.
You like that more?
Thank you to all of our patrons. If you'd like to join our VIP programs,
Oh,
visit
against spirits.
patreon.com/snarled. Want more something scary? You can hear more stories over on the Something Scary podcast, available for free on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen to your favorite shows. The links are in the description below. If you'd like to submit a story, send me an email at somethingscary@snarled.com. Like and share this video if it gave you the chills. And don't forget to subscribe to Snarled and turn on the bell for notifications. And if you dare, follow me on social media. Until next time.
Against the living. Nope.
Hi audience, it's your awful Sapphire. Today's story is about an insatiable beast who steals livestock and people at night. If you have an appetite for these types of tales, then you'll love the latest Loot Crate, featuring loot from the Twilight Zone, Fly, and other delicious franchises. Loot Crate is a monthly crate featuring exclusive horror apparel and collectibles like this shirt, and his tasty items from the season greetings crate over the holidays. So head on over to lootcrate.com/somethingscary and use the code
Oh, a spirit's
for 15% off your
pinch.
crate.
Hey, I'm Sapphire. Want to hear something scary? Go ahead and let me know.
The following is based on the true story from Lil Mama 85, whose great
Lil Mama. That's cute.
infamous creature in the songs. My great-grandfather lived until his 93rd year and was sharp even at the end. He lived with me, my parents, and my siblings in the same house that he grew up in. Once the sun was about to set, my parents brought in some
Ward against spirits. Human time.
They did this every night, ever since I could remember. I decided to ask my great-grandfather about this, and he proceeded to tell me the following story. In the 1930s, my great-grandfather had just been released from prison for making moonshine, and he needed a job
Time
to
to kill.
support his family. Luckily, a mining company
And all right, thank you for joining me. Oh, our stream was actually long. I'll get out of this costume. But yeah, thank you for joining me. Let me see where can we go tonight. Oh, let's head over to David's stream. David's just starting. Let me send you over there. All right, everyone. Thank you for joining, and until tomorrow. Bye bye.